Her Steadfast Cowboy. Unforgettable Cowboys, Book 4. Written by Danae Little. Copyright 2020 by Danae Little Publishing. Chapter 1. Kacey Daring gripped her steering wheel and peered into her rearview mirror for the third time in the last minute. She couldn't shake the feeling that someone was following her. Every headlight that flashed in her mirrors increased the anxiety pulsing through her as she sped down the two-lane highway. Why had she ever thought being an actress in the city would be such a great idea? These last 4 years of her life felt wasted, especially now after all of this. Kacey blinked her eyes and refocused on the road in front of her. At the next intersection, the car behind her turned off. Her shoulders slumped as the pounding of her heart eased. Only 2 more hours until she arrived at her hometown. Not that her return would be full of fuzzy, warm feelings, but the small Wyoming town always felt safe. Right now, that's exactly what she needed. With the thought of safety filling her mind, she couldn't seem to push out her best friend's image. She hadn't seen him for several years, and yet just the thought of him made her feel secure. He hadn't talked to her since she left. The look on his face as she walked away that last time made her wonder if he would even want to see her again. Why had she thought she would find happiness in some massive city 1,000 miles away? If only she could go back and tell herself to just stay, take the life her best friend had offered. The image of her roommate's frantic eyes filled her with anxiety. Kacey had no idea what the gal had gotten herself into, but it wasn't good. After she had disappeared, things had become stranger and scarier. Kacey shook her head. If she was going to make it the 2 hours it would take to arrive at her parents' house, she better stop scaring herself. Better to focus on home and all the good things there that she had taken for granted. Like Sawyer West. She knew why she had never picked up the phone to call her best friend. She knew that the second she heard his deep voice, homesickness would tear its way up to her heart and have her crawling back home. It would be hard enough now to face everyone, knowing that her high hopes of an acting career had fizzled into managing a coffee shop. When she finally eased into downtown, her eyes felt as sleepy as the vacant streets. A few street lamps flickered, but otherwise Pine Haven could have been a ghost town. Still, the sight of the cold canyon, the local hangout, and the mom-and-pop grocery store made her hands relax and hope to fill her. Being back home wouldn't be all that bad. A few miles past town, she turned down her long, dusty driveway. A dim beacon glowing from the kitchen window pulled her in, tugging on her heart and making her throat tighten. Sure enough, her mama stood in the open doorway and flipped on the porch light as Kacey shut off her car. She swallowed the lump growing in her throat and whispered, "You will not cry." Yet she escaped the confines of her car and, with tears flowing, ran up the steps and into her mom's arms. "Welcome home, honey." Her mom held her close. The smell of her mom's lilac shampoo mixed with the glorious smells of home wrapped themselves around Kacey as if they had arms themselves. She was home. It was only after her tears had dried that she pried herself from her mom's arms and stood back, wiping at her eyes, vowing not to cry another tear. Her mom didn't need to worry about her hasty decision to return, and more tears would alert her to something amiss. "Dad already in bed?" "You know him, early to rise and early to set. He'll be chomping at the bit to see you in the morning. Let's get your bags and settle you in." After a few minutes of talking, Kacey reacquainted herself with her childhood bedroom she had shared with her sister. It hadn't changed a bit. She dropped her bags on her sister's bed and eased onto her squeaky mattress. The slight breeze sneaking in through the open window caused the ribbons on her wall to sway, just like the old days. For a brief moment, she wanted to whisper her secrets to her sister Jess, but only her bags rested on the bed. Her sister had moved on with her life too. She had married her high school sweetheart and moved a whopping 20 miles away. When she finally had some kids, they would go to the same schools they had. Would she share what had happened in the city with Jess? Kacey swallowed. It might just be better if she forgot the whole incident and left it where it belonged, in the city. Sawyer West stretched out on his king-sized bed, wishing he didn't have to get up so early. The dog jumped off, and he rolled over to scold her. No matter how many times he told her not to get on the bed, he woke up with her at his feet every morning. She took off down the hall and out the doggy door. Sawyer swung his feet over the side of the bed, enjoying the feel of the grin tugging at his lips. That dog, even as misbehaved as she was, had been the only thing to make him really smile in quite a while. The cold wooden floor jolted him awake. He chastised himself again for not getting a new rug. At least Honey had taken to the doggy door, and he wouldn't go through so many rugs. He had started to wonder if she would ever become potty trained. As always, he had that odd feeling coming out of the master bedroom that used to be his dad's. Would he ever get used to this place being only his? He had never expected his dad to go downhill so fast, but after his mom had passed on, he had slowly retreated into himself. The day she died still plagued Sawyer, a time that he had only shared with one person. He shook his head, his heart feeling empty. Kacey Daring had left him too. Sometimes he swore he could still see her out in the field, racing on her gelding. She had left a massive void in him the day she took off for the city, a day he wanted to forget almost as much as the day his mom died. Yet, Kacey still preoccupied his mind while he went on with his morning. Once again, as he checked the horses, he swore he saw her riding in the field like she used to every morning before school. He shook his head, but the image didn't disappear. In fact, a cloud of dust trailed behind the horse. He took several long strides, until he reached the fence post dividing their properties. His calloused hands gripped the splintered wood, as his eyes squinted into the distance. The horse and rider stopped at that exact moment, danced around to face him and froze in time. Long dark hair flowed out beneath a straw cowboy hat. She wore her signature red flannel jacket, the one he had bought her on her 15th birthday. Sawyer's heart seized and his breath caught in his throat. He wanted to run. The only problem was that he didn't know if he should run toward her or away. She sat easily in the saddle as it danced in place, eager to move again. The horse took a few steps forward, hesitated, and then she allowed the gelding to amble slowly toward him. Sawyer shifted his weight, indecision playing in his mind, his heart sounding like the rapid beat of a cantering horse. He had dreamed of this day for years. Now with her walking toward him, he didn't know what he wanted. He licked his lips as she came within a few feet of the fence line. "Hey," he said as if he had just seen her yesterday. "Hey to you too," she replied just like she used to. Sawyer clenched his hands, relying on the sharp prick of the splintered wood to keep him standing. Kacey looked like an older, more mature version of herself, a version that made him want to say a lot more than just hey. "When did I just got?" They talked over each other. She laughed, that glorious sound he hadn't heard for far too long. The joy of it creased his lips, and caused some of the tightness in his chest to release. He pushed his hat up and swiped at his short hair. "Ladies first," he said, hoping she would keep that smile that made him want to forget all that had happened on that last day. "I just got in late last night." She dipped her head and then met his eyes again. "You look good." "Hard labor does a body good," he said with a chuckle. "You look amazing." "Well," she laughed, and he swore he heard a twinge of nervousness in it. "I can't give hard labor the credit for that." "No horses to wrangle in that big city you ran off to?" "No." She leaned forward to pet the gelding's neck. "And I sure missed riding. Especially you, handsome." Sawyer raised his eyebrows, a reminder of the tease he used to give her every time she spoke of riding handsome. There had been a time he had been jealous of that horse of hers. He cleared his throat, knowing he lied to himself to deny that he didn't still feel that way. "How long you back for?" He couldn't help wondering, and needed to ask before he got his hopes all roped up into dreams that would be shot down once again. She shrugged. Her eyes narrowed and lips thinned momentarily. Then she gave her gelding another rub, acting like there wasn't something bothering her. He knew her too well though, far too well. "What is it?" She looked in the direction of the road, opened her mouth and then shook her head. "You'll spill it, eventually." He pushed his shoulders back, telling himself if anyone could get to the truth she kept hidden, it would be him. She didn't laugh like she used to. Instead, she met his eyes, a flare of fear sparking in them before she picked up her reins. Sawyer's heart rate picked up. His chance was slipping away. It's Friday. She stopped and looked at him once more, the fear now replaced by amusement. So it is. We all still get together at the cold. Some things never change, huh? Sawyer shook his head. Want me to pick you up? She watched him as she chewed on her lower lip, a sure sign she wanted to but didn't know if she should. He liked that he could still read her. I've got some things I need to do, she said, and Sawyer braced himself for disappointment. But I'll meet you there. Sawyer felt the smile spread across his face. It stretched his cheeks more than they had been in a very long time. You'll shock the boots off the gang. I'll keep it a secret. He winked. You always did like a good surprise, well, giving them at least. Her arm went wide as she turned Handsome back toward her parents' ranch. Over her shoulder she said, See you tonight. I'll be counting the minutes, he murmured as he lifted his hand. Kacey Daring was back in town. All of a sudden his chores didn't feel near so overwhelming. Yet as he finished feeding all the animals, a heaviness landed in his stomach. Something was off with Kacey. If he didn't know any better, he would say she looked scared. Except nothing scared Kacey Daring. A tingle ran up his spine, leaving goosebumps poking out on his skin. Chapter 2. Kacey brushed her gelding with firm, even strokes. The burn of her muscles felt good. The movement of grooming a horse always soothed her, unwound her mind, and let her lose herself in the repetitive motion. She let the worries of what pushed her home, and the mixture of emotions that flooded her with seeing Sawyer again melt away. The sweet smell of horse filled her senses. After storing the brush, she came back and laid her arms across Handsome and nestled her head into his neck. I've missed you, boy, she said, feeling his heart thunder against her ear. And he's missed you. Her father's deep voice startled her. Her abrupt movement and gasp caused Handsome to lift his head and dance backwards. Once she reassured her body there was no threat, she soothed her horse as well. It's okay, boy, she said as she calmed him with a good rub between his eyes. The city has left you jumpy, her dad said as he approached with outstretched arms. It's a different kind of living. She pushed a smile to her lips as she went into her dad's arms. A place of safety. By the time she had got up that morning, he had already left to check the cattle in the far pasture. So she had saddled up Handsome for a long-awaited ride. She had intended to meet her dad. When she felt Sawyer's eyes on her, she couldn't help but answer the call. He looked good in a solemn kind of way. His shoulders had widened, his muscles twitching under his sleeves. She shook her head. That was her best friend. A person didn't notice bulging muscles in their friends. I'm glad you're home, her dad said as they pulled away. She led Handsome to his stall. Me too. It's been too quiet around here with just your mom and me. He pushed back the cowboy hat on his head, his dark eyes peering closely at her. She turned away, focusing on taking off Handsome's halter. He could read her almost as well as Sawyer, and she didn't need anyone to stress about the last couple of weeks she had lived through. Besides, it was over now. She left and wouldn't be going back. That trouble couldn't follow her out here to Pine Haven, Wyoming. After lunch, want to come see the new stock that came in last year? They're a hardy breed. That man of yours led me on to them. Sawyer's not my man, Dad. She shook her head at the age-old tease. I would love to go see that hardy stock. Horse or ATV? Your choice, he smiled and wrapped his arm around her as they made their way out of the barn and toward the house. You better be careful, girl. This old man just might get used to having his daughter home. And I might just get used to being here. She leaned her head on her dad's shoulder. Right now, she couldn't think of any better place. Maybe if she let herself get lost in being home again, she would forget about the danger she had been in. A shudder traveled through her. At this point, anything would be worth a try. Sawyer cinched his belt a little tighter. He had lost more weight around the middle, but made up for it as his shoulders widened. A tingle of appreciation rustled through him, as he remembered the way Kacey had given him the once-over earlier that day. She had noticed, and by the arc of her eyebrow, she had liked what she'd seen. He caught the gleam in his eyes in the mirror. He looked happy. It seemed off, like something the old him would have looked like. He liked the old him better anyway. In fact, he had missed him since the day Kacey walked away. She would just rip his heart out again. The thought turned his lips down. Kacey would leave again, and when she did, she would take his happiness with her. He wiped his hand down his wet hair, the short spikes sending a spray into the air. His heart had been hardened. It hadn't cracked, even with any of the suggestions people had kindly offered. The whole town seemed to be set on finding him a wife, as if that would cure his troubles. No one could hardly turn his head, much less burrow their way into his heart. Leave it to Kacey. 1 minute in town, and he already felt the edges softening. She would be the death of him, just like Mom was for Dad. Woof. Sawyer bent down and scruffed up the pup's fur. What's that, girl? You think I need to stop thinking and dreaming and just enjoy the moment? He scratched behind her ears and rose. You're probably right. One night won't change a thing. Then again, it just might. When he arrived at the cold canyon, he placed himself in the normal booth facing the door. He wanted to be the first one to see Kacey enter. Slowly the gang trickled in. First Barney, who now ran the grocer for his parents, and his wife Mindy, whose belly started to show. Things would change soon. Shannon arrived next, with Randy shortly behind her. What's going on with you tonight, Saw? Shannon watched him over her glass. The Cold Canyon served many purposes for Pine Haven. It was the town's restaurant, bar, and dance hall. Everyone hung out here. In fact, most Friday nights it felt like a high school reunion, of all 25 of them. Well, those that had stayed in town, at least. His gang got together every Friday night for dinner, and most often stayed to chat and listen to the music cranking out of the jukebox. Sometimes they even had live bands. They came here to let the stress of the week slide off them, while laughing and revisiting old times when life didn't seem so serious. Nothing. Nothing at all, Sawyer said with a slow smile, his eyes lifting every time the door opened. Except nothing at all did happen. They had already finished their dinners, and sat talking over the last of their sodas. Kacey still hadn't shown. At least he hadn't gotten the gang's hopes up. He had his though, hadn't he? He felt cold course through him, as he solidified the barrier on his heart. He should have known it was too good to be true. Kacey pulled into the parking lot that was full of trucks and a few ATVs. There was no parking left, so she drove down the street and parked against the curb. Her hands shook and her body quivered. It shouldn't feel so nerve-wracking to meet some old friends for dinner. Her heart thumped louder as she thought about seeing Sawyer that morning. She wanted it to be like old times. Had he ruined it with what he told her before she left? She blew out a breath and checked the mirror one last time before opening her car door. She could do this. It's not like she was the first person to try to leave Pine Haven, only to come back. Many people did it. The sun sank behind the mountain peaks, casting the town in a warm pink glow. She took a deep, steadying breath. She was home. Safe in her small town. Where nothing happened. Yet, at the door, she hesitated. When it swung open so close to her face, she actually squealed with fright. Sawyer stood there in the black shirt she loved so much on him, and his cowboy hat low over his eyes, which now had widened, their blue and icy shade showing his anger. Leaving already? She asked, trying to cover the fact that she had jumped. He narrowed his eyes slightly. I thought you weren't coming. Since when have I stood you up, East? She knocked into him a little, playful like they used to be. Maybe she just had to act like nothing happened. Maybe he would go along. Everyone's finished dinner, he stated evenly. Things ran late with my parents. Do you not hang out afterwards anymore? She leaned against the wall of the diner. You're not getting old on me, are you? I could still ride circles around you, Dare. Don't you fool yourself. Kacey laughed. Hearing him call her by his nickname for her in that affectionate way of his, made her nerves settle. She needed her friend now, and it seemed like she just might have him. How she would keep the secret from him, she didn't know, but she had to. Knowing Sawyer, he would want to drive back to the city and kick some booty. Yet those people played seriously and not with their fists. Well, I can't wait to see the look on the gang's faces when I come strutting back in with you on my arm. Sawyer held out his elbow for her. Yeah, it'll be interesting. She slipped her hand in the crook of his elbow, wishing that she could face everyone another day. She breathed in Sawyer's signature scent, the familiar aroma of horses and clean Wyoming air. His smell and his warmth made her want to just curl up next to him and cry her woes out. She couldn't though. It would be putting everyone's life in danger, especially his, and she couldn't live with that. Sawyer opened the door, and a blast of loud music, laughter and chatter hit her like a wall. Her hand involuntarily tightened on Sawyer's arm. He looked down at her, a small crease in his brow. She smiled, finding that fearless part of her pushing forward. Shannon looked up first, and her gasp caused the others to stop their conversation and stare as well. Look who I found, Sawyer said, pushing out his chest a tad. Hey guys. Kacey lifted her free hand in a wave. There was a brief pause as they all stared at her, slack-jawed, before Randy stood up and pulled her into a bear hug. A surge of white-hot jealousy plunged into Sawyer's stomach. He had always been uncomfortable with the attention Randy gave to Kacey. He caught a glimpse of the hard line of Shannon's mouth, and he wondered if she did too. Yet, as soon as Randy finally let go of Kacey, Shannon pushed a smile to her lips, making Sawyer wonder if he had imagined it. After Kacey gave Mindy a hug, she glanced down at their friend's belly, and her eyes went huge. Wow. When did this happen? I mean, congratulations. Kacey stuttered. Sawyer hid his smile. Kacey never really had been into babies, and constantly lamented on why women went out and got married and pregnant right after high school. It wasn't right after high school anymore. In fact, he understood why Mindy and Barney wanted to have their brood before turning 30. He didn't want to be an older parent either. Yep, life would be changing. Randy scooted over with enough space to let Kacey sit, but not Sawyer. So Mindy moved closer to her husband to give him room. He wanted to be close enough to feel the heat pouring off Kacey, so he could tangibly feel that she was real. Instead, he sat across from her, watching her every nuance. The waitress walked over. Welcome home, Kacey. What can I get you? Just a soda water with a blast of lime juice, please. Thanks, Hannah. Hannah left the table, and it seemed everyone at once started barraging Kacey with questions. Oh my goodness. Kacey breathed out. You guys are worse than my parents. Yeah, but you don't tell your parents the juicy stuff, Shannon snorted. She doesn't tell us either, Mindy laughed. Nope, only Sawyer gets it out of her. Randy sounded annoyed, but Sawyer sat back against the booth and crossed his arms. He didn't need to say a thing. They knew it. She knew it, and he would get the truth out her yet. Kacey met his eyes with a knowing look, but it was guarded, almost fearful, like she didn't want to divulge anything to him. That thought made him even more determined to get it out of her. Never had she feared telling him anything before, well, except the day she told him she found his favorite dog in her field with vultures circling him. She had cried before telling him that. So, did you give up on acting? Barney finally asked. Kacey licked her lips and looked down at the napkin she fiddled with. She shrugged. It wasn't all the glamour I thought it would be. What have you been doing then? Mindy asked. I managed one of the many coffee shops in the city. She shrugged again. I sure got to know a lot of people though. And hey, managerial skills can be a great asset to any career. Besides, I have the most hilarious stories to share with you now. You wouldn't believe the crazy things people do in the city. And just like that, Kacey took the spotlight off her and onto the crazy antics of people she had met. She was the best at humorous diversion. Sawyer lost himself in her stories of the city and the conversation with his friends. He almost could feel like it hadn't been years since they had all been together, since Kacey had sat across from him, her smile lighting up the room, her laughter filling his heart with music, and his heart slowly softening in her presence. Kacey did her best to keep her mind on the conversation. Talking about the people in her coffee shop reminded her of Johnny, a regular with deep-rooted connections with the underground going-ons in the city, and the man who warned her to leave town. A shiver ran through her, and she pushed her mind back to what Mindy was saying. So yes, we are super excited to be having a boy. Mindy's excitement dug its way into Kacey, ripping her out of her dire thoughts that just needed to be left behind in the city where they belonged. I am very happy for you, Kacey said, reaching over and squeezing her hand. I know it's been something you've wanted for a long time. Yes, but patience makes the heart stronger. I always thought the saying went, absence makes the heart grow fonder, Shannon said. Well, yes, that is one too, but my grandma used to always say patience makes the heart stronger. Mindy shrugged. Kacey snuck a glance at Sawyer, who hadn't seemed to look away since she arrived. Maybe absence really did make the heart grow fonder. So what about you? Mindy asked. Any hot city guy we should expect to visit, or did you leave broken hearts when you left? Kacey knew this question would come, and the slight indentation in Sawyer's brow let her know that her answer interested him more than just a little bit. She smiled, enjoying dragging it out. Well, you know, she said. Oh, come on, for once just spill the beans. Shannon dropped her head down on the table in mock drama. Nah, you know Kacey doesn't date. She was just waiting to come back to me, Randy said as he waggled his eyebrows. Kacey broke into a fit of laughter, as did everyone else, well, except Sawyer. Randy was a flirt, but Kacey knew he didn't mean a thing by his comment. Come on, Saw, Shannon said, standing up. All this talk of babies and settling down makes me want to dance. Sawyer sucked in his cheeks, a sure sign he didn't want to leave, but he finally tore his eyes away from Kacey to smile at Shannon. Sure. I'm gonna get another drink. The rest of you need anything? Randy said as he stood as well. I'll come with you, Barney said as he slid around to exit the booth. I'm good, said Kacey, getting out of everyone's way and sitting beside Mindy. You know what I want, honey. She blew her husband a kiss, and then focused on Kacey after they were alone. How are you really? I'm fine, really. Mindy smiled, a smile that showed she didn't really believe her. Kacey's eyes traveled to where Sawyer danced with Shannon. He hadn't lost his dance moves. In fact, he seemed more confident, and man did his shoulders get wide. She still couldn't believe how much he had broadened in the years she had been gone. You know, I haven't seen Sawyer smile this much since before you left. Kacey brought her attention back to Mindy. Really? Mindy nodded, a slow smile spreading across her rosy cheeks. He's been miserable. Hardly even fun to be around. That's sad, Kacey said, letting her eyes travel back toward her best friend. Did best friends leave and never check in? He never called her either. Not that he had her number, but he could have asked her parents for it. If he had been so miserable, why hadn't he? As much as she didn't want to admit it, she had been quite miserable too. When Johnny had told her to leave town, especially with all the dangers going on, she hadn't hesitated. Maybe she just needed an excuse to return home. What made you come back? Mindy asked. I miss my real friends, Kacey said with a smile, and it wasn't a lie. She had been lonelier surrounded by hundreds of thousands of people than she had ever felt in Pine Haven. Well, you were missed too. Are you here to stay? Mindy asked. I need to hear this answer. Sawyer's deep voice came up behind her. Kacey looked up at him, allowing the peace of being here in his company and with her friends wash through her. I don't think it will take much to convince me, she said. I'll take that and this next dance. Sawyer reached his hand toward her. She smiled, slow and mischievously. It's been a while. You think your toes can handle it? I've got my boots on. Those little ballerina slippers can't hurt this cowboy. Sawyer yanked her up and into him. No more excuses. Let's go dance. Kacey laughed. She had to admit they made a great dancing pair. In fact, They had won competitions throughout high school. Not that there was much competition at their small school. It surely hadn't been her skill. Sawyer was just an excellent leader. Sawyer twirled her around the wooden dance floor. Here she could lose herself. She could forget about the fear pounding a hole into her heart. She could forget about feeling like a failure in front of her friends. Everything stopped. The only thing that existed were her and Sawyer, and the music that moved their bodies. Someone stumbled into her, jarring her back to reality with a rush of fear. She gasped and practically crawled into Sawyer's arms without thought. "Sorry," a man muttered before stumbling back toward the tables. "What was that?" Sawyer asked, his arms still encircling her. "I think Henry had a few too many tonight." Kacey tried to chuckle, though it came out more like a gurgle. She slowly untangled herself from Sawyer's arms, not letting herself admit how good it felt to be held in them. "Henry always has a few too many. That wasn't what I was talking about." Sawyer stood in front of her, crossing his arms over his broad chest, as his eyes bored into hers. "What are you talking about then?" Kacey hardened her stare. "First at the door and then with Henry. You're acting like a scared filly. What happened in that city?" Kacey swallowed, her throat suddenly dry. Her heart raced, and she looked for a way to flee. She couldn't tell Sawyer. "It's nothing," she stammered, and knew that wouldn't convince him. "There are just so many people in the city. You have to get used to watching your back." Sawyer glared, the little crease between his brows deepened, and he clenched his jaw. "You've never kept the truth from me before, dare." Fear pulsed within her. She wanted to pour it out to him. She wanted to hear his deep voice tell her everything would be all right. She couldn't. Biting her lip, she choked on the words she didn't want to say, but knew it was the only way to stop him from prying and stop her from sharing. "Things are different now. You decided to change that the day I left." She swore she could feel her heart shrivel with the words, and it shrunk to an aching nothing as she watched the expressions filter across her best friend's face. First shock, then pain, and finally he settled in a hardened anger. He dropped his hands to clench by his side. "You would rather have had me hold in the truth?" Sawyer asked, his anger making his words sound harsh. She had to do this. So she planted her feet, jutted out her chin, and faced the most difficult thing she had to do. How could we call ourselves best friends if we lied to each other? His words hissed out his mouth. Yet maybe that was a lie. Best friends just don't disappear for years without ever checking in, do they? Kacey bit her lip, blinked back the tears, and watched Sawyer storm out of the cold canyon. She hung her head, choking back the tears. "Hey," Mindy said behind her before touching her arm. "You okay? What happened?" Kacey wiped at her face and pushed a smile forth. "Oh, some people hold grudges. The last time I saw you and Sawyer fight was when you wanted to go to the prom with Chris Seethers." Kacey laughed. "What did I see in that guy anyway?" "I don't know." Mindy shook her head and led her back to their booth. "Sawyer will get over it. Men don't process like we do. He'll come around and feel horrible about walking out like that. You two will be back to besties in no time." Kacey gazed out the door he had disappeared through. She hoped that was the truth. If nothing else, at least he would be safe. Sawyer squeezed the steering wheel until his fingers ached, and then he slammed his fist on it. He sped down the highway back to his ranch. Nothing happened the way he had wanted tonight. Not only did he not woo Kacey, they had their second ever fight. Well, third if you count the day she left. Should he have kept his feelings to himself? It had all come to a head with her saying she was going to leave, that she couldn't work on her family's ranch forever. She needed something she could call her own. He guessed he shouldn't have told her that she could call him her own. She immediately thought he was feeling the loss of his dad's recent death, and that was why he was saying such nonsense. He knew it as the truth. Had known it for years. His dad's death, and then the idea of Kacey leaving him too, just pushed him to finally say something. Too little, too late. He let out a guttural yell. Was he really one to let something he loved go this easily? He played the conversation back in his mind. The way she chewed on her lip. The spark of panic and fear in her eyes. Sawyer slammed on the brakes, stopping dead in the middle of the vacant highway. She was scared. Whatever it was that she was hiding scared her so much that she pushed him away. He spun the truck around and sped back toward the cold. Well, he wouldn't let her push him away. The parking lot was still packed. He found all of his friends' cars but not hers. Had she left? Did she get a new car while in the city? After the second loop in the small parking lot, he stopped at the exit, thinking about what he should do. He could go in and see if she was still there, but then the whole gang would interrogate him on why he had stormed out. Maybe he should just head home and hope to see her riding tomorrow morning or at church on Sunday. Surely they could clear this up. Taillights lit up down the side street, grabbing his attention. A strange car hidden by the shadows sat in the middle of the road. A lady seemed to be talking to the driver. She backed away from the window, shaking her head. Sawyer squinted, trying to see into the darkness. He could hear a man shouting but couldn't make out the words. Then the car spun its tires to take off, leaving the lady just standing there. A familiar figure and stance. Kacey. Kacey, he shouted from the window of his truck. She turned toward him, her face hidden in the shadow. After a moment's hesitation, she ran toward him. Fear coursed through Sawyer. Something was wrong. He opened his truck door, but by the time his feet hit the asphalt, he saw the backup lights on the car as it careened back towards Kacey. The car was out of control and going way too fast. Kacey. Watch out, he yelled, breaking into a run. He could only watch in horror as the car slammed into Kacey, sending her body flying and hitting the side of the cold canyon. She fell, limp as a rag doll, as the car's tires screeched and it fled the scene. Sawyer finally reached her side, his hands carefully holding her head to keep it straight. As a volunteer firefighter, he had to go through emergency medical training. As much as he wanted to pull her into his arms, he knew he needed to protect her neck in case it had been broken. Blood seeped from her scalp, her long dark hair wet with it. Kacey. Come on, Dare. Come back to me, he whispered to her as he felt for her pulse, slow and faint but still there. You're going to be okay. Just hang in there for me. People started shouting from the side entrance. What was that bang? And that car screeching? Someone's hurt. Call the ambulance and the sheriff. Sawyer could hear them, their voices muddled and seeming far away. He stared off into the distance where the car had sped, swearing that if he ever laid eyes on that car again, the person would be lucky to need an ambulance. Chapter 3. Sawyer hated leaving Kacey the next morning. Her parents had gone home a few hours earlier in need of some sleep. Sheriff Whitaker had finished her questions long ago, but he couldn't pull himself away, even when the nurses increased their urging, telling him they would be keeping her in an induced coma for at least 10 more hours. Amazingly, Kacey hadn't broken a single bone. Of course, she had quite a bit of soft tissue damage, including whiplash, and the contusion to her head had needed 8 staples. Sawyer shuddered, remembering the gash on the side of her head. The doctor had said they would keep her sedated until they were sure her brain wouldn't swell. He rubbed a hand down his face and tried to focus on the road. The sun hadn't crested over the peaks, but the dawn lighting gave him all he needed to see by. Animals still needed to be fed, no matter what went on in his life. He tried to reassure himself that Kacey wouldn't even know he was gone. Her parents also said they would be there again after their morning feeding, and knowing Mr. Daring, his cows were already fed. Sure enough, as he drove past their driveway, he saw the pickup warming up in the driveway, the exhaust steaming in the early morning. He decided to pull up and give them the update, not that there was much to tell. Mr. Daring stood at the passenger door of his truck waiting for his wife. He pushed off and met Sawyer at his truck. Morning, son. How's our girl? She's hanging on. They still have her sedated. Talking about weaning her off this afternoon. Mr. Daring nodded. The circles under his eyes told Sawyer he hadn't slept well, if at all. You need to get some sleep, Sawyer. Do your chores and then take a nap before you come back to town. Sawyer nodded. He didn't need to explain how difficult sleeping could be, or the fact that he wouldn't be away from Kacey's side if his animals didn't need to be fed. He knew her father understood. Please give Mrs. Daring my best. I'll see you at the hospital in a few hours. Rest, son. You won't be any good to her without it. Sawyer lifted his hand in farewell as he backed up and headed out the driveway and down the road 100 yards to his property. As he pulled into his driveway, his pup bounded out of the house and eagerly barked a welcome. How could he have forgotten Honey? She must have been going crazy all night wondering where he was. He dropped down from his truck and squatted, letting Honey crawl up into his lap and lick the side of his face while whimpering. I'm sorry, girl. My best friend got hurt. I couldn't leave her alone. Honey backed up and barked playfully, running from the house to him and back again. Guess I'm forgiven. The pup ate her food in a minute flat, and happily followed him around while he fed the other animals. He worked on autopilot, his brain a muddled fog. All he could think was that his last words spoken in anger could have been his last to Kacey. He shook his head, trying to clear the guilt that he waded through. The images of Kacey getting hit by that black sedan haunted him, and probably would for the rest of his life. She shouldn't have had to fear such a thing here in their small town. The sheriff had interrogated him at the hospital for hours. He couldn't recall any plates except they seemed out of state. It was a shock to have such a horrific event happen in the county. Sawyer might not have believed it if he hadn't seen it for himself. It had been on purpose. There was no other way to look at it. After rinsing off in the shower, Sawyer lay on his bed just to rest his back, but moments later he was asleep. When he woke up, he shot out of bed, immediately noticing the change of lighting in his room. He hastily pulled on clean clothes, fed the dog who followed at his heels, and escaped the house before she could finish eating. He heard her howling on the porch as he pulled away. He felt horrible for leaving her, but Kacey needed him. When he reached the county hospital, he took long strides to make it to her room as quickly as possible. As he approached the open door, he heard a man's voice. Are you sure you don't remember me? Or anything about Sarah? The male voice asked, an edge of disbelief in his tone. I told you I don't. I'm sorry. Kacey sounded defeated and weak, and Sawyer didn't like it one bit. What a mess, the man said and pushed past the curtain, coming face to face with Sawyer. What do you want? Sawyer narrowed his eyes, glaring at the guy who shouldered past him, giving him one last glance as he disappeared out the door. What was all that about? Sawyer asked as he came around the curtain. He couldn't help but smile when he saw her beautiful eyes open, even if they weren't all that alert. A sigh of relief traveled through him. She was safe, alive, and awake. I don't know. I don't know him. She looked at him closer. I don't know you. Of course you do. I've been your best friend since we were in diapers. He laughed, but the sound died in his throat when he met her eyes. She was serious. I'm sorry. Her bottom lip trembled as she looked away. Squeaky shoes alerted him to the nurse coming in. Oh, Mr. West. Nice to see you back. May I have a word with you? She nodded toward the hall. Sawyer watched Kacey, but she wouldn't meet his eyes, so he slowly rose and followed the nurse out into the hall. Kacey woke up an hour or so ago. Her parents left before she did. Which might be for the best. Why would that be for the best? Sawyer crossed his arms. Kacey's head injury seems to have caused amnesia. She can't remember who she is, what year it is, or what happened. It looked like she didn't recognize you either. She looked deeper at Sawyer. Sawyer shook his head, released his arms, and took a step back, ending up leaning against the wall. How long will this last? Surely it was just a side effect of the sedatives they gave her. There's no way of knowing. The nurse reached out and touched his arm. I'm sorry, Mr. West. We'll just have to be patient. What can I do to help her? he asked as she started to head back into the room. Remind her of who you are and of who she is. Sawyer followed the nurse back into the room. Kacey glanced up at them, letting her gaze rest on him while the nurse went about checking her vitals and typing things into the computer. He pulled the chair from the corner until it practically touched the bed, and then sat, pushing his hat back so he could see Kacey better. He didn't know what to say, especially with the nurse watching him expectantly as she went about her business. Finally, she patted Kacey's hand. This is Sawyer West. He's been with you most of the time since your accident. He's going to help you remember. Isn't that right, Mr. West? Yes, of course. He nodded at the nurse, who left the room, and then turned his full attention to Kacey. I'm so glad you're all right. He reached for her hand, not able to stop the urge. She tensed at first, but then relaxed as his fingers trailed along the cuts and scrapes on her palm. Well, if you consider being laid up in hospital bed with no memory all right. Sawyer looked up at her. A slow smile broadened across her bruised face. I see you still have your sense of humor. Hope is not lost. He returned her smile and squeezed her hand gently. What happened? They said I was hit by a car. You were. I had hoped you could explain what had happened to me. She shook her head before reaching her free hand to touch the bandage around her head. You know, it truly is amazing that you are still here. Seeing you. Sawyer glanced down at his hand holding hers. Seeing that car hit you, I feared the worst. Was I not paying attention? Sawyer watched her, reading her expressions and wondering how much she could handle right now. Fear danced in her eyes as her gaze kept darting past the curtain anytime a sound came from the hall. It wasn't your fault, Dare. You did nothing wrong. Dare? Kacey? What's with all the names? Sawyer smiled. Your name is Kacey Daring. Dare is my nickname for you. Oh, she said, leaning back against her pillow and closing her eyes. You go ahead and rest. I won't leave your side until you wake up again. Really? Her eyes fluttered open. Really? She squeezed his hand. Thank you. Anything for you, Dare. He kissed her hand and watched her chest rise and fall as her breathing eased into sleep. She was alive. Memory or not, she still captured his heart. Who was that guy before? Sawyer hadn't liked him the moment he laid eyes on the slicked back hair and city shoes. White-hot fire settled in his belly. He would be sure to find an answer next time the guy showed himself. Kacey woke to muddled voices and fought her way into consciousness. Her mind felt like a giant void. She knew she was in the hospital. She even remembered she had been in an accident, and the handsome man that said her name was Kacey Daring, but he called her Dare. The way he looked at her made her heart pitter-patter, but didn't he say they were just friends? Too bad. As she blinked open her eyes and her cloudy vision cleared, she made out two older people talking with that handsome friend. What was his name again? East-West? No. He was Sawyer West. She didn't know the older couple, or anyone for that matter. She couldn't even remember who she was. Her brain felt as if it slogged through thick muck like an arena after a torrential storm. Now why could she remember what that was like, and not the people around her or what had happened? Oh, honey. You're awake. The woman brought her into a hug. Even as gentle as she was, every muscle in Kacey's body ached with the gesture. Mom, she asked. You remember me? The hope lining the woman's eyes made Kacey wish she could say yes. She shook her head. Just guess. Oh well, that's all right. You'll get there. That's right, Case. You're my little fighter. The man she suspected to be her dad laid a heavy hand on her shoulder. You'll be back on Handsome in no time. Handsome? It's your horse, Sawyer said with a smile that seemed to have a long story behind it. She wanted to know that story. I think I like riding, right? Difficult to get you off. I don't how you survived those years in the city without it, her dad said. City? Oh, there is so much to fill you in on. Her mom squeezed her hand. Kacey's head spun. She felt like she was in a movie, watching the scene with no connection to the characters. It was surreal, and she almost wanted to tell them to let her be. Yet she needed to know who she was. There you guys are. I have been trying to find this room for forever. A woman in her late 20s came in, swiping her long dark hair out of her face. Oh, you're awake. She squealed and ran over to give Kacey a hug. Oh, sorry. Did that hurt? You sure got banged up, little sis. And I always thought riding would send you into the hospital, not some dumb car. What was up with that anyway? Did the guy just not see you? Kacey watched the woman, listening to her constant chatter. Her sister. She had a sister. The idea sat well with her. Did your tongue get injured? She laughed. What? Why is everyone staring at me? Sweetie, let's go to the hallway to talk. Her mom took her sister by the hand. I have amnesia, Kacey said quickly. She didn't like the idea of people talking away from her, like she was fragile or something. Oh, her sister said, taking her mother's place by the bed. I'm sorry. No one told me that. Kacey shrugged. It'll probably come back. Well, your personality hasn't changed at least. Direct and to the point with a no-stress attitude. Her sister shook her head. That's what I'm like? Kacey asked, looking to Sawyer. He smiled. Yep, Dare. That's you, always optimistic. Ha, she said, trying to find an image of herself in her mind. Am I as beautiful as you? She asked her sister. Her sister's cheeks pinked nicely. You think I'm beautiful? Well, of course she does, her mom said. You are. I always thought you were the prettier one. Her sister touched the bandage on Kacey's head. How bad is it? Kacey asked, wondering how she looked right now. She couldn't imagine herself looking beautiful, as banged up as she felt. Can't really tell with the wrapping, but I'm sure your gorgeous hair will cover it. Her sister smoothed her hair back. The bruising will fade after a week or so. You'll be back to your beautiful self in no time. Were we close? Kacey asked, feeling like they had been. The closest. Her sister bent down and kissed her on her forehead. Her eyes filled as she sat back up. Still are. Nothing will change that. Someone walked by out in the hall. Kacey's gaze flew to the door, her heart pounding. You waiting for someone else? Her sister asked, looking out the door where Kacey looked and then back to her. John had to stay until the bank closed. Saturday hours are a pain. John? Is that our brother? No, we don't have one of those. Unless you count Knucklehead over here. She nodded toward Sawyer. Hey. He gave her sister a stern look, but Kacey could still see the glint of humor in his eyes. John's my husband. Oh. She looked toward Sawyer. Funny, she didn't think of him in a brotherly way. Her cheeks felt hot as she looked away, distracting herself by looking at the faces all watching her. She tried to push up to sit higher in the bed, and grimaced with the movement. Are you in pain, honey? Want me to call the nurse? I'm sure they can give you something to help. No, I'm fine. Thank you. Sawyer cleared his throat and took a step closer, but he was blocked by her family. Since you have your family here now, I'm going to do my evening feeding so I can be here tonight. Kacey's heart tugged. She wanted him to stay. He brought a sense of safety. Whether it was his commanding presence or just the calm confidence in his eyes, she didn't know, but she wasn't thrilled with him leaving. Oh, she said, her disappointment shining through. She felt her family watch her curiously. A rancher's job is never done, son. Her dad shook his hand. We appreciate what you have done for Kacey. We'll stay with her until you return, and I'll do a late feeding today. Thank you, sir. He turned to her mom and kissed her on the cheek. Then he nodded to her sister. Good to see you again, Jess, even if you still call me Knucklehead. Hey, it's nice to have you sub in as a little brother. He stood awkwardly, watching Kacey for a moment. I'll see you soon, Dare. Get some rest. Thank you for staying with me earlier. I look forward to getting to know you again. A smile creased his lips as he tipped his hat. I shall look forward to it as well. Then he walked out of the room, his jeans fitting him just right, with a swagger that made him walk as confident as his eyes showed. She already couldn't wait for his return. Sawyer hefted another bale of hay off the truck to the waiting cows. The constant cattle chatter usually calmed him, but tonight it kept interrupting his deep thoughts. No memory. He shook his head before hopping off the tailgate of his truck and brushing the straw off him. He sure looked forward to next spring, when they could get enough feed from the land. Honey barked and jumped around his feet, enjoying the time out with the cows. He reached down to scruff up her fur. Can you imagine that girl? No memory. She doesn't know who I am. She doesn't know who she is, for that matter. He opened the driver's door and signaled for his constant companion to hop in. He pulled himself up beside her, reminding her not to lick his face. You're going to have to learn your manners, girl. No unwanted kisses. He should have learned that one. Maybe then he wouldn't have ruined his friendship with Kacey. Sure, he wanted her as more than a friend, but if he had to choose her friendship or nothing, he would choose her friendship. He shifted the truck into gear and slowly rocked over the uneven ground back to the barn. After feeding the horses and Honey, he would be free to go back to the hospital until morning feeding. As rubbed the horses' necks while they ate, he thought about ways to show Kacey he could be her best friend, and just her best friend. Maybe this amnesia would give them a fresh start. By the time he had parked in the hospital parking lot, he had solidified a plan. This plan would show her how much their friendship meant to him, and how he wouldn't let anything ruin it, even his desire for more. When he arrived in the room, Kacey was sleeping. Her beautiful dark chocolate hair surrounded her like a halo. Her sister or her mom must have helped her brush it. The strands shone in the soft gleam of the wall-mounted light. Her mom sat next to her, still holding her hand even in sleep. Her dad nodded off in the chair, pretending to watch the game on the TV mounted high on the wall. How'd the afternoon go? Sawyer asked, gently touching Mrs. Daring on her shoulder to let her know he was there. Oh, hello, Sawyer. She reached back and patted his hand. She's going to make it. We still have our daughter, well, most of her. Tears rolled down her cheek. Her memory will return, he soothed. You know how Kacey is. She won't give up until it does. Mrs. Daring nodded, slipping her hand off his and taking up the tissue in her lap to dab at her eyes. You're back. Mr. Daring pushed off the back of the chair to sit upright and blinked his eyes a few times. Can you believe these cowboys? It's like they left their heads back in high school. I haven't seen them much this year, sir. I believe you if you say so. Mr. Daring nodded and craned his neck to look at his daughter. Any other visitors today? Sawyer asked, aware that his fists clenched by his sides. Mindy stopped by to drop off some flowers. Mrs. Daring nodded toward the arrangement of sunflowers on the table next to the bed. I bet she loved them. Sawyer slid a finger along the bright yellow petals. Seemed to. Do you think they're still her favorite? Her mom asked. I bet she doesn't change much from this. She'll be back to herself in no time. Just wait. He let his gaze take in Kacey as she peacefully slept. Spoken with confidence. I think she will too. Mr. Daring rose from the chair, doing his best to hold his grunt in. Don't you look at me like that, son. I still have plenty of years left in me. That I believe, sir. Oh, we're getting old and you know it, Hank. Who's getting old? Kacey said, before covering her yawn. Your mother thinks we're getting old. I won't stand for it. Kacey smiled. I think you're only as old as you want to be. She readjusted with a grimace. Though right now, I feel about 80. How old am I anyway? Oh goodness, you poor thing. You're almost 25. Her mother patted her hand. That's a good age, isn't it? I like it and I think it's going to be your year, Sawyer said, hooking his thumbs in his belt loops. My year, huh? Not sure it has had a good beginning. She chuckled lightly. You have another month or so, until it begins. You wait and see. Sawyer smiled. He loved that she seemed to still have her sense of humor. She still seemed like Kacey to him, except for the panic that showed up every once in a while. That was new. Not new since her accident, but since her return from the city. Between that and that guy in the car, something was amiss. He could taste it. Though Kacey felt a little sad watching her parents leave for the night, knowing the handsome cowboy that called himself her best friend was staying helped. Her mother had taken care of her, getting her ice chips and extra pillows and everything. On one hand, it felt like being pampered. On the other, she felt like she didn't have any room to process. Not that she could think much anyway. Anytime she tried, her mind felt stuck in a whirlwind, and all she wanted to do was escape through sleep. She turned back toward the man smiling at her. He had pulled a chair up right next to the bed, just like he had before. She could smell his ranch on him, straw, horse, and something that called home to her. Hey, he said. Hey to you, she returned. His eyes went wide and his smile even wider. What? She asked. Nothing. It's just that, well, that's how we always greet each other. See? There's your memory showing itself right there. That's good news, right? Unless I have some major personality flaw that would be better off left in the amnesia world. The cowboy laughed. Oh, I could think of a few. You are stubborn and independent to the point of foolishness at times. Hey, she said with a laugh. I'm joking. I wouldn't want you any other way. The look in his eyes made her want to reach out and touch him. Why had they never been more than friends, or had they? Tell me about us. Even with her cheeks burning, she held his gaze steady in her own. I'm not sure where to start. He chuckled nervously, or was it her imagination that the confident cowboy actually felt a bit uneasy? You say you call me Dare as a nickname. Do I have one for you? I'm not sure I want to remind you of that one. That wouldn't be fair now, would it? She teased. I guess not. Most of the gang call me Saw, short for Sawyer, of course. You always had your own way of doing things. Instead of saying Saw or Sawyer, or even using my last name West, you had to go and start calling me East. Kacey flew a hand to cover her smile. No way, she mumbled under her hand. Afraid so, he said. Does it bother you? He shrugged. You've called me that for most of my life. I'm kind of used to it by now. We've been friends that long? Yep. Grew up right next to each other. Same age. Same grade. He glanced down towards his hands clasped in his lap. I can't remember a time without you. Wow, that's pretty incredible, isn't it? I think so. Their eyes connected and stayed that way several moments before the nurse walked in to check her vitals. When the nurse left again, she leaned back and closed her eyes. I'm looking forward to when I go home. It's hard having someone fiddling with you every hour. Doesn't sound good to me. Of course my honey can be that way at times. Oh. Her stomach twisted in knots. She hadn't even thought about him being married or in a relationship. Guess that's why they weren't together. She couldn't meet his eyes, she felt so foolish. So, where do I live? She asked quickly to divert the subject. Well, you just returned from the city. You had been there for a couple years. Why? She asked, wondering why she would want to be in a loud, noisy city. You know, Dare, I ask myself that nearly every day. I'm back now? Staying at my parents'? Yep. For now. I can't see you living under their roof for long. Before you left, you had stayed in the old bunkhouse near your parents' barn. You called it your bungalow. Really? Why did I stay at my parents'? Why not? You love ranching. You like the work, the animals, and especially the horses. If I loved it so much, why did I go to the city? It didn't make sense to her. He shook his head. Maybe I just needed to prove to myself that any other life wasn't for me. She lost herself in thought. When she closed her eyes and thought about her favorite place, she saw wide open land halted only by the snow-capped mountains in the distance. Cattle dotted the land, and she sat on horseback. Next to her was a man, also on horseback. The man was Sawyer. Her east. A smile that seemed full of peace spread across her lips. "What are you thinking of?" She opened her eyes to see his blue ones, like the color of the wide Wyoming sky, staring at her. "I just tried to call up my favorite place." "And come on, something that makes you smile like that, I got to know." Kacey laughed and wanted to drag it out further, liking seeing him on edge. "You're such a tease." Sawyer sat back in his chair with a sigh, but she saw the tendril of a smile tugging on the corner of his mouth. "I'm assuming the land is my family's ranch. It's wide open, only stopping when it hits the base of Snow Peak Mountains. I'm sitting astride a bright sorrel horse with a flaxen mane and tail and one white sock. He's barely bigger than a pony, but has a deep heart girth and strong bones." "Handsome." "Huh?" Kacey scrunched her brow, unsure if she had missed something. "That's your horse, Handsome." "Really? I mean, it couldn't just be coincidence that I imagined a horse just like him?" "Not with that much detail," he said thoughtfully. "Well, why can I remember things like that but not my family, not you?" He looked at her from under the brim of his hat. "I don't know." She would have lost herself in a pity party, but something about the way Sawyer fiddled his fingers and kept taking a deep breath alerted her. He was nervous. "What is it?" He chuckled. "You could always read me. And it seems like you can read me too even now, but stop diverting." "What is it?" Kacey focused fully on him. "Do you remember that guy who was in here right after you woke up? The nice-looking one with the slick-back hair?" "You think he's nice-looking?" he asked, his face going ashen. She shrugged, enjoying his reaction a little too much. Why should he be jealous if he has someone he calls his honey? "What about him?" she finally asked. "Do you have any, feel any connections with him?" He didn't meet her gaze until he finished. "You mean like I feel with my family and with you? You feel a connection with me?" A spark danced in his eyes in a way that warmed her. "Nah, I just talk to everyone I meet this way." Sawyer sat up, his eyes brightening once again. "I wonder who he was. He wasn't from around here, that's for sure. He asked me if I remembered him or someone named Sarah. Do you know Sarah?" He shook his head. Then something in a conversation he had with her dad a while back came to mind. "Wait, I think your dad mentioned a Sarah. He might have said something about a roommate?" Kacey closed her eyes, trying to bring up a face to the name or the city where she had a roommate. It seemed to work great for the ranch, but nothing came up, nothing at all. She shook her head. "I don't know." She yawned. Her mind felt groggy and muddled. All the thinking and talking exhausted her. She fought to keep her eyes open. Her heart pounded with the thought Sawyer might leave if he saw she was fighting sleep. "Hey," he said. "Don't worry. You can forget all about your life in the city, as far as I'm concerned." "That bad, huh?" she asked, fighting the grogginess. "I didn't like you being so far away." "I can't imagine I did either." Her eyelids kept drooping. "You need to sleep, Dare." Her eyes fluttered open, panic keeping them that way. "Hey, you don't need to worry. I'll be right here." "Really? Really? I won't leave until your parents return in the morning." "But you need your rest too, and what about your honey?" "She'll be fine, and so will I. This chair doesn't look too bad." He patted the armrest of the chair he sat on. "But—" "No buts," he said and took her hand in his. "You rest. I'll make sure you're safe." The warmth from his hand soothed away her fear, and she let her eyes drift closed. "Thank you," she murmured as sleep took hold of her. She hoped to dream of him, even as wrong as it might be, but hey, there were no rules against dreaming about your best friend, right? Chapter 4. Sawyer couldn't keep his eyes off Kacey. She looked so peaceful and vulnerable asleep. He wanted to sweep her hair behind her ear and kiss her, just a sweet kiss on her forehead, he told himself. Swallowing the desire, he stood to stretch his body. Sitting had never suited him well. At one point he heard rushed footsteps slapping the floor, not the soft, squeaky shoes of the nurses. By the time he looked up, the footsteps were returning where they had come from. He lunged over to the door of the room, but only caught a glimpse of a man turning the corner. That glimpse sent his chest on fire, city slicker shoes, black clothes, and slicked back hair. What was he doing visiting so late at night? "Do you need anything, Mr. West?" A nurse caught him by surprise from behind, while he still stared where the man disappeared, wondering if he should follow him and get to the bottom of this right here and now. "Hi, Sue. Do you know that man with the slick back hair that has come in to visit Kacey? We call him Joe Slick, but he signed in as Joe Russo. Claimed he was Kacey's boyfriend." Sawyer's face went numb as if his stomach dropped from racing his truck too fast on old Farmer Pascal's road. "Boyfriend? Are you all right, Sawyer?" The nurse reached out and touched his arm. "Maybe you should go home and get some rest. We can call you when she wakes up again." Sawyer shook his head. "I'm fine. She has never mentioned a boyfriend. It caught us by surprise, too. We all were rooting for the two of you." Heat crept up Sawyer's neck. "Well, she doesn't remember him and acts real nervous around him." He looked back in the direction the man had disappeared, before returning his gaze to the nurse and lowering his voice. "Could you do me a favor? If he happens to come in when no one else is with Kacey, could you please do your best not to leave them alone? That really isn't protocol, Sawyer. Kacey can request that he not be admitted." "I'm not sure if she would do that." "Well, I'll pass your message along. I'm sure we can figure out something, but if Kacey is uncomfortable, she needs to speak up. I will be sure to pass that along to her." "Thank you, Sue." "Of course. Now, if you won't go home, you should at least get some rest. That chair you've been sitting in actually reclines all the way down into a cot of sorts." Sawyer nodded and returned to Kacey sleeping peacefully in the bed. Boyfriend. She hadn't said anything when asked the night before. Yet, how could he expect someone like Kacey to be without a boyfriend after being in the city for years? Maybe she had been leaving the guy. Maybe that's why she had returned and why she looked so scared. The hair on the back of his neck raised in a prickle, except nothing scared Kacey. What had she gotten herself into? Sawyer tried to stay awake, or at least alert, so he could hear the return of those slapping city shoes. He eventually dozed, only waking when the nurse would come in to check on Kacey. Hearing footsteps that did not belong to the nurse had him sitting straight up and rubbing the sleep from his eyes just as Kacey's parents walked in. "Morning, son. Did you get any sleep?" Mr. Daring asked, slapping a hand on his shoulder. Sawyer shrugged. "Enough. How are things?" "The ranch is well. How's our girl?" Mr. Daring asked, his brow lines deepening while watching Kacey. "Slept all night. We had some good conversation before she fell asleep. I think we need to get her back to the ranch." "You in a rush?" Mrs. Daring asked. "She can remember the ranch and handsome. I think being there will help spark some memories." "That could be. Everything all right, Sawyer?" Mrs. Daring narrowed her eyes in that way only mothers could do. "Yeah, I know it's hard on her and the rest of us for her to have no memory." His gut twisted. He couldn't prove that Joe Slick was involved in any foul play, and he didn't want to add more stress to the Darings than they already dealt with. He would handle this one. The thing that would help the most would be Kacey regaining her memory. "I talked with Sheriff Whitaker. He said he would wait to question her until signs of her memory returned, and they are searching for the car you saw hit her," Mr. Daring said. "Thank you for doing that. The last thing she needs right now is more interrogation about things she can't remember. Go on and feed, son. Then get some rest. We'll be here most of the day." Mr. Daring held out his hand. Sawyer shook the offered hand. He didn't like leaving Kacey, and having to do it multiple times a day ate away at him. She needed to be home for many reasons. Leaving the hospital, he blinked several times as he scanned the parking lot looking for cars that didn't fit in, especially black sedans. Sawyer squeezed his fists together at the thought of the car that had done this to his Kacey. What he wouldn't give to get his hands on that driver. If only Kacey could remember what the guy had looked like, and what he had said to make her so upset. Not seeing anything out of the ordinary, Sawyer dipped his hat, shading his eyes, and strutted to his truck. He needed to feed. He needed to give Honey attention. Yet his heart longed to be back with Kacey, even in the sterile-smelling hospital room. Kacey's dad's jaw muscle twitched as he paced the room. Her mom sat next to her, squeezing her hand, and her voice only slightly showing her unease. "What do you mean, boyfriend?" her dad bellowed at the handsome city guy who had come in only a few minutes before. Kacey had been disappointed when she had awakened with no Sawyer in sight, but she had enjoyed spending the morning with her parents. She could tell that they had a good relationship, and enjoyed hearing the stories they had shared about her childhood. When the guy came in, their mood changed, and now her dad was 2 steps away from hostility. "I'm sure you know what a boyfriend is, Richard." The guy rolled his eyes. "You disrespect me, boy. You call me Mr. Daring." Her dad had stopped inches away from the guy who said his name was Joe. He towered over the smaller man, his rough hands balled up into massive fists. Joe didn't back down. The only sign of intimidation was the slight quiver in his lip. "Dad, let's just hear him out. Maybe we can get a better understanding of things." "If I could just talk to Kacey alone," Joe started. "No," her mom and dad said at the same time. "Why don't you tell me how we met?" Kacey did her best to keep her voice calm. She had no idea what was going on, but it did seem weird that she felt she had a close relationship with her parents and Sawyer, but had never told them she had a boyfriend. Joe licked his lips as his gaze went from her dad to her mom, and finally to her. His dark eyes were sharp and hard. They lacked the tenderness when they turned on her like Sawyer's had. "You worked at the coffee shop on the corner of 7th and Elm," Joe stated. Her mom quirked her head and slightly nodded. "That's where we met." "Yeah. You know, through Sarah, your roommate." Joe fiddled with his shirt. "I don't know." Kacey watched him. He seemed awful nervous to be talking about something as easy as how they met. "Oh yeah, sorry. I'm having a difficult time believing this." Her dad folded his arms across his massive chest. "My Kacey has always told us everything. She never mentioned you." Joe pulled at his shirt collar. "Well, sir, little girls often grow up and don't tell their parents everything anymore." "Can you tell us where she lived?" her mom asked. "In Elmwood Estates, apartment number 114. Kacey closed her eyes and tried to picture that, but her memory was dark, as if that time in her life had been erased. Looking at Joe, she couldn't see herself on his arm or kissing him. Heat filled her cheeks. She watched the fine lines of his silk shirt and slacks, his slick back hair and quick brown eyes. He was attractive but in a slick way, not like the cowboys she was used to, not like Sawyer. "That's where you lived?" Her mom squeezed her hand. Kacey nodded. "Could you break up with someone because you couldn't remember them?" Her mind kept going to Sawyer. He had someone. She had to remember that. Didn't she owe this guy at least time to see if she could see him that way again? "So tell me about yourself." "It's going to have to be like the first date, all over again." Joe watched her, his eyes calculating. "Those are always awkward." He smiled for the first time, and she could see a glimmer of why she might have fallen for him. The grin transformed him. She laughed. "Awkward is my new norm." "Touché." He glanced at her parents, and then sat in a chair on the opposite side her mom occupied. "I work in business. You know, make everything run smoothly. You, Sarah, and I spent a lot of time together. We went to the theater all the time. You like talking with all the actors, even starred in a few roles." "I acted?" The thought left her wanting to laugh. "Yes, that's why you went to the city." Her mom squeezed her hand again. She nodded toward her husband. Come on. We should get some lunch and let them get reacquainted. Kacey, her dad asked. I'll be fine, Dad. Go get something to eat. Her parents both kissed her cheek before leaving the room, her dad hesitating at the door for one last confirmation. Kacey nodded her head with a smile. She should feel comfortable with the guy that was her boyfriend. Yet she found it weird she hadn't told her parents about him, but hey, maybe she had needed distance. Joe's eyes didn't meet hers until after her parents' footsteps had faded. When he did raise his gaze to hers, they bored deeply into hers like he wished he could read her soul. It sent a chill down her spine. You really don't remember me? He asked, his voice almost pleading. I'm sorry, I don't. He hung his head and nodded. And you haven't heard from Sarah? She shook her head. I don't even know what she looks like. Joe pulled out his wallet and fished amidst $100 bills. He handed her a tattered picture of herself, Joe, and another girl, presumably Sarah. Joe stood in the middle, his arms around both her and Sarah. Sarah's head leaned on his shoulder while Kacey's head was thrown back in laughter. To her, it looked more like he and Sarah were an item, but what did she know? Is she missing? She asked, rubbing her thumb across the freckle-faced woman. She had a sweet face, like she belonged somewhere in the country, not in the city streets like they were. You both disappeared. Her first, then you. What do you mean, I disappeared? You left work in the middle of your shift and, from the looks of it, returned to your apartment long enough to throw some clothes together and disappeared. Any idea why? He shook his head. Sarah didn't even return for her clothes. How did you find me? You talked about Pine Haven all the time. Only made sense you would come back here. Joe shrugged. Kacey narrowed her eyes, looking at him closer. If you really are my boyfriend, why did I leave without telling you? Joe opened his mouth to answer, but angry boots strode across the floor. Kacey's head whipped around in time to see Sawyer grab Joe by his shirt collar and yank him out of his chair. Sawyer, Kacey warned. What is this scumbag doing here? He snarled in Joe's face. Joe went white before a hardness entered his eyes, a hardness that didn't sit well with Kacey. Apparently, he's my boyfriend. Kacey realized too late that her whispered words were the wrong ones. Sawyer pulled the smaller man even closer as his breath came out in angry puffs. Sawyer, you need to let him go. He held on for another second before roughly letting him go. Joe stumbled back into the chair he had been sitting in. Joe Russo, Joe said as he straightened out his fancy shirt. And you might be. None of your business. Sawyer folded his arms and stood between Joe and Kacey. This is Sawyer West. She rolled her eyes at the bravado her best friend put on. Yet she couldn't help but enjoy the pleasure of seeing him so protective. Oh, the Sawyer West. Joe smiled slightly as if he shared a secret. You've heard of me? Funny. I haven't heard a lick about you. Sawyer glared at the smaller man. Yeah, so I've been hearing. Nonetheless, here I am. Yes, here you are, Sawyer said through his teeth. The men stared each other down. As much as I'm enjoying this stallion showdown, I need Joe to finish what he was telling me. Was it that he drives a black sedan with out-of-state plates? Sawyer grated. Joe snapped his head up, his eyes going wide. When did you see a car like that? When I saw Kacey thrown into the side of the building by it. Kacey's heart hammered. There was more going on than she had originally thought. She squeezed her eyes shut, her head swimming with so much coming at her at once. I need to go. Joe shoved up from the chair, causing Kacey to open her eyes. I'll come back by soon. He nodded toward Kacey and tried to push past Sawyer. I don't think so, Sawyer said, standing in his way. You don't understand. I need to make some calls. Like to a lawyer? A what? No. A lawyer can't help this situation. Just let me go. Not until you tell us what's going on. Joe stepped back. He looked at Kacey, and then back at Sawyer. She doesn't remember. You don't know. It's best to leave it that way. Let him go east. Kacey closed her eyes again. I need a break from all of this anyway. She heard Sawyer's humph as he stepped aside, and Joe's slapping shoes as he headed toward the door, where he paused. I'll be back, Kacey. Okay, she mumbled, not even bothering to open her eyes. Her head hurt, and she felt like she would be sick. After she could no longer hear the slapping footsteps, she spoke. You still here? Yes, Sawyer said from nearby, his voice sounding strained and thoughtful. Do you have any idea of what's going on? No, Dare, but you sleep. I'll stay to watch over you, and we'll figure this out together. She reached her hand out, and soon it was wrapped in a warm embrace by rough fingers. It gave her the last bit of security she needed to fade off into the sleep that called her away from the confusion of reality. Chapter 5. When Kacey awoke from her rest, she told Sawyer everything Joe had shared with her. He didn't like the way her eyes reflected fear. It wasn't a familiar part of her, and it made him as jittery as a horse stumbling upon a rattler. He paced the hospital room, trying to figure out how to solve the problem. Kacey didn't like the idea of him coaxing the information out of Joe. Maybe he's right. Maybe it would be best if I stayed in the dark about whatever all of this is. Sawyer stopped in his tracks and then looked at her. You don't back away from problems, Dare. Especially problems willing to crash into you with their black sedans. She dropped her eyes and nodded. He needed to give her a break. She had no memory, and her head obviously hurt. He needed to figure this out on his own, without involving her or her parents. Are you going to tell your parents? Should I? I don't want them to worry more than they already are. I agree. We can tell them once we find out something concrete. Right now, it's all hearsay from your supposed boyfriend. I can't believe you would date someone like him. He's worse than Chris Seethers from school. Chris Seethers? Sawyer ran his hand over his short hair, eyeing where he had hung his hat on the chair. Long story? Probably shouldn't have brought it up, he mumbled. Now I'm really intrigued. It wasn't anything. Sure, you only brought it up, 10 years later because it was nothing. He shrugged. He enjoyed her playful banter, but there were only a few things he never wanted to discuss with Kacey again. One was Chris Seethers. The other was the day she left for the city. Let's just focus on how to get you out of this hospital. You'll be safer at home. What's this talk about being safer? Her mom said as she entered the room. More comfortable, yes, but safer? It's the hospital food. Sawyer thinks they're poisoning me. Kacey smiled a welcome for her parents. It hadn't been an outright lie. They had just been talking about how awful it was. Sawyer admired her strength, holding the burden of an unknown danger in order to keep her parents from stressing themselves further. Nothing's better than your home-cooked meals, Mrs. Daring. Sawyer winked. He had to admit he did miss her cooking, or any cooking besides his own awful attempts. You're a dear, Sawyer. Your compliments have earned you a dinner with us, as soon as Kacey gets to come home. Hope you're free tonight. The doctor entered with a smile. All tests have come back clear. You'll need to see a neurologist to assess your amnesia, but everything else looks good. You'll be sore, of course. You have multiple muscle strains and some whiplash, but you'll heal with time. Well, that was easy. Sawyer playfully nudged Kacey. Maybe you can get some sleep now, son. Mr. Daring nodded toward him. Maybe we all can, Kacey said. I'll get the nurse to print out all the paperwork. It'll take a couple hours, but you should be home in time for dinner. Thank you, doctor, Kacey said, and she smiled up at Sawyer. Feel like a home-cooked meal tonight? I wouldn't dream of missing it. A pounding began in his chest. Maybe if they got her out of here in time, that Joe guy wouldn't be back and they could just move on from him. He would like nothing better than to pretend like that guy never existed. Kacey had mixed emotions about going home. She had no idea what the environment would be like, but the constant activity of the hospital wore her down. She couldn't think with the interruptions. Plus, a ripping of fear ate away at her. Remembering Joe paling at the mention of the car that hit her sent waves of nausea through her. Part of her wanted to pretend like it was all nothing, but the other part knew she better find out what happened and quickly, or she might find herself in worse condition the next time that black sedan drove past her. It unnerved her the way Sawyer had described it, like not only was the accident intentional, but they had meant to do more harm than what she suffered. Sawyer had gone home to do the evening feeding early. Otherwise, she would have asked him for more details now. Her parents believed it to be a horrific accident, and maybe it was. Maybe this amnesia just made her paranoid. She needed to get her mind off it. "You excited to come home?" her mom asked, holding out a bag of clothes she had brought with her for Kacey to change into. "I'm excited to be out of here. Everyone has been nice, but I can't wait to sleep to the sound of crickets rather than the beeping of these machines." "Wait, we do have crickets, right?" "Yes, sweetie, and roosters to wake up to and cows and horses that join in." "That sounds lovely." She stood slowly, careful to move her muscles gingerly. "Tell me about the house and property." "Sawyer says I'm living with you right now." She couldn't imagine that at 25, or almost 25, she lived with her parents, but she also couldn't picture herself in the city. "Right now, that's where you'll be staying. You were only home one day before the accident. Before you left for the city, you had converted the bungalow at the edge of the property into your home. Your father and I were hoping you would make that your home again, for now at least. Though I think you should stay in the main house, so your mother can keep an eye on you for a while." Her dad joined the conversation as he entered the room. "Paperwork's just about done," and Sawyer texted he's on his way back. "Oh good. I should start getting supper ready. I'll make your favorite tonight." "What's my favorite?" Kacey asked, though the idea of any homemade food made her stomach rumble. "Chicken fried steak, of course. Just like mine." Her dad kissed her on the head. "I better get your mother home to start cooking. I'm getting hungry just thinking of it." "Sawyer should be here any minute." "Remember he said he would bring you home?" her mother asked. "Yes, I remember, Mom. Thank you." Her mom seemed to think she couldn't remember the present, when it was the past that eluded her. Some things filtered through, feelings that she couldn't place exact memories to. Like how she felt about Sawyer. All of a sudden she remembered that he had someone else. Would he be bringing her tonight? Her gut twisted with the thought. It would be difficult to keep reminding herself they were best friends, and only friends. Joe should have been proof of that. She didn't feel comfortable with Joe like she did with Sawyer. Joe seemed confident in a fake kind of way, as if it were a persona he put on like clothes. Whereas Sawyer exuded confidence in his every movement, every long gaze, every touch. She shook her head. "You'll be okay?" her mom asked again, pulling her back to the room. "With Sawyer?" "Yeah. He's a good man, Case. Unlike that Joe character." Her dad scowled. Kacey smiled. She liked her dad. He spoke his mind but didn't push his will. He gave her the space she needed. "Maybe one day I'll remember what I saw in him," Kacey said. "It wouldn't be the worst thing if you didn't," her dad muttered. "Oh, Richard, leave the girl alone. She'll make the right choice in the end. She's home, isn't she?" Kacey could hear the sound of a familiar argument, as if this conversation was a common one between them. "Yes, thank God that she is." He tipped his hat at her. "Answered prayers." Her mom bent over and kissed her cheek. "We'll see you real soon, sweetie. Dinner will be ready in time for your arrival." "Thanks, Mom. See you too soon." "Thank you for being here for me." A rush of emotion choked her. What would she have done without her parents and Sawyer? Sawyer received the text from Mr. Daring that they were leaving when he was still 15 minutes from the hospital. He knew the sheriff monitored this stretch of highway during the evening, but he couldn't stand the thought of Kacey alone. If he was honest with himself, it was more the thought of her alone with Joe. He pressed the gas farther into the floorboard of his truck. His ranch was in desperate need of attention. Honey was despondent when he left, and he was sure to return to another torn-up rug when he returned that night. It would be better after today. Tomorrow, Kacey would be at home with her parents. He wouldn't have to drive the half-hour to the hospital, and would get to spend even more time with her. Plus, he couldn't help but think she would be safer. His stomach lurched. He would miss spending that time with her. Even as stir-crazy as he felt, and as jittery as his body became being stuck indoors, he had looked forward to hours with Kacey, even if it was only to watch her sleep. He had lost his focus, and realized his speed had dropped down to the limit. He started speeding back up right when he saw the lights in the distance ahead of him. He eased back down as he passed the patrol car that had pulled over, a black sedan. Adrenaline shot spikes of pinpricks through him. His foot fell off the pedal as he slowed down further and craned his neck to see the driver of the car. The tinted windows were rolled up most of the way, leaving only hooded eyes staring at him as he passed. A chill ran through Sawyer. He shook his head and pressed his foot down. He needed to get to Kacey. Of course, that sedan could be any random tourist driving through. The sheriff had sent out an alert, and they were stopping each one to check for damage and question the driver. Maybe they would find him, but he doubted it. Something about this all seemed too professional for someone to make that kind of mistake. When he pulled into the hospital parking lot, he saw Joe leaning against a Corvette. One hand held a cell phone to his ear, and the other waved frantically. Sawyer slowed as he pulled alongside him. "Well, I don't care where he is. Just tell him to call me. It's an emergency. Tell him they're here." Sawyer slammed on the brakes when he heard the words. Joe's gaze shot up and met his. "I got to go. Tell him to call me." He hung up the phone and reached for his door handle. "You need to tell me what's going on," Sawyer said through clenched teeth. He gripped the steering wheel in an effort not to fly out the door and pound him until he spilled everything he knew. The only thing that kept him where he sat was knowing Joe hadn't been the one to crash into Kacey. He may even be trying to protect her, but that didn't mean he liked the guy. "I told you. The less you know, the better." Joe slipped into his seat and his car roared to life. Sawyer grit his teeth as the sports car sped away. Had he just lost his chance to find out the truth? Kacey sat on the edge of the hospital bed. It felt good to be in normal clothes and have that blasted IV out of her arm. She rubbed the spot that still held the sticky residue of the tape that had kept it in place. The monitors had been turned off, and the room was fairly quiet. She fingered the strip of paper ripped off the hospital notepad. Joe had written the numbers hastily, promising that he would do whatever he could to keep her location private. He never asked for her number or her parents' address, not that she remembered them anyway. Everything he did seemed to have purpose, including keeping her in the dark about who he was keeping her information from. He made her promise to call him in the next few days, before he rushed out of the room almost as fast as he had entered it. When she heard the sound of confident, heavy boots in the hospital, she stuffed the paper into her jeans pocket and swung her legs nervously. Why she felt the need to hide her boyfriend's number from her best friend baffled her. As Sawyer walked in, his blue eyes finding hers, and her heart skipping a beat, it wasn't such a mystery anymore. "Hey," he said, never taking his eyes off her. "Hey to you," she returned, a smile tugging her lips. He really was the only person she truly felt 100% secure with. He stood in front of her. "You look good in regular clothes." "Oh, I thought the gown was really chic, especially the hole opening down the back." She laughed. "I saw your boyfriend outside." "My boyfriend?" "Oh yeah, Joe." She looked down at her hands. "You told him you were going home?" "Yeah. He seems really stressed." "That he does." He scuffed his boot on the linoleum. "You give him your address?" "Nope. He didn't ask for it. Not that I would remember it anyway." "I think that's smart. Better this way." Kacey shrugged. She thought it was better too, but she didn't know how to act. Shouldn't a boyfriend be more involved, like Sawyer? "Hey, cheer up. It's not like you're breaking up." His smile seemed squeezed, as if it took his whole persona to push it out. Breaking up? Oh, with Joe? No, he gave me his number. Oh, I see. The nurse's squeaky footsteps stopped the uncomfortable conversation, much to Kacey's relief. Here you go, Miss Daring. You just have to sign here and here. These are your discharge papers. You are to contact your GP to schedule a time to remove your staples, and have him refer you to a neurologist who can help you with your memory. Thank you, Kacey said, signing the papers and taking her copies. Great. I'll be right back with the wheelchair. Oh, I don't need a wheelchair. Hospital policy, she said cheerily before exiting the room. Maybe she'll let me drive you. Sawyer laughed. It would be a fun payback. Payback? Yeah, when I was 13, I broke my leg in a riding accident. You pushed me all around until you landed me in a doorway. My leg swelled up so much they had to take the cast off until it lowered and they could put a new one on. Kacey covered her mouth. That's awful. I'm sorry. Sawyer laughed. We were just kids having fun. We really have been friends for a long time, haven't we? Yep. Couldn't imagine my life without you. Sawyer, she said with a gulp. Have we, with all the years we have been good friends, we never? Here we go, one ride awaiting its passenger. The nurse pushed the wheelchair up to the bed. Kacey's cheeks burned, and Sawyer had turned away, distracting himself by gathering her items. Let's get you home, huh? He asked with a wink. Kacey nodded, her heart racing. She wanted to know what had stopped them from ever being a couple. Now she knew they couldn't. She had someone and so did he, but what had stopped them in the past, or had they? Dare? He held his hand out to her. Oh yes, she said, trying to smile past her burning cheeks as she took his hand and gingerly lowered herself off the bed and into the wheelchair. You two are so cute. Okay, let's get you going. It's such a beautiful day outside. The nurse continued to chatter happily all the way out the door, and while Sawyer jogged off to get his truck. Thank you for everything, Kacey told the gal when she had paused. Of course. You know, steadfast cowboys like that are few and far between. If I was you, I'd lose the city slicker and nab up the guy who has barely left your side. Kacey's heart pounded. If only that was a possibility. Chapter 6. It sure felt good to have Kacey by his side in his truck again. The open landscape and mountains in the distance held her attention, but he didn't care. Just being in her company felt right. It soothed the years of loneliness that had built walls within him. He knew he had to be careful, that he could get attached too quickly to having her around again. What if her city slicker boyfriend tried to get her to go back to the city? His heart squeezed at the thought. He pushed it from his mind. He could be just as determined as her, and this time, he decided he would be the winner in this situation. He would do whatever was in his power to keep her here, and become his. You always loved the landscape here. That hasn't changed. It feels like home. She turned away from the window to set her beautiful dark eyes on him. It is your home. Our home. Sawyer chuckled. How much he wished it would be. Exactly. We are really neighbors? Yep. Our parents' properties run alongside each other. Oh, you live on your parents' ranch too? He concentrated on the road again. He forgot. Without her remembering, she wouldn't know about his mom or his dad. They're both gone. Her hand flew up to cover her pretty red lips. I'm sorry. I didn't know, I am sure I did, but... It's okay. He reached out and took her hand from her mouth, holding on to it. He didn't want to concentrate on the road. He wanted to pull over and pour his heart out to her. Instead, he took a deep breath and let his fingers glide off hers to hold the steering wheel again. Memory or no, Kacey was still Kacey, and she didn't do well with those type of things. At least she hadn't the last time he had tried. We're coming up to your place. The property starts at the next fence line. He needed to distract himself and her. Friendship first. He needed her in his life one way or the other. Sawyer, could it be possible that I can remember this, and without having memories of it? Her words were faded with her face pressed against the glass. Of course. There is something inside of me that feels so drawn to this place, like it's what I've been searching for and finally found. She turned then to meet his eyes. I know exactly what you mean. His land felt like that to him. She felt like that to him. He stopped the truck as they pulled into the driveway. This is my home? Your parents? The house you lived in is down those tire tracks. Right along my property line. Really? Did we hang out all the time? Yep. Well, we both were busy with chores and such, but we spent almost all of our free time together. After Dad passed, you would finish with your dad and then come help me. Then I left. She tore her eyes away from him, but he glimpsed the sadness in them before she did. I'm starting to feel like leaving created a long string of bad events, and not just for me. Sawyer swallowed the words he wanted to lash out. She had acted like nothing had changed between them, as if she still felt the bond they had always had. He didn't want to ruin that with harshness that she didn't deserve, or know how to answer. You're here now, he said, reaching over to stick a strand of her long hair behind her ear so he could see her face better. Thanks to you, she said in a whisper, meeting his gaze under her lashes. If he knew Kacey, and he did, he would almost say she was flirting with him. His heart galloped with hope. He pulled in the rest of the way to park next to her dad's old truck and her mom's sedan. Those my parents' cars? Yes. You expecting others? Well, my sister maybe, and well, what about your honey? Sawyer's hand almost slipped off the gear as he put the truck into park. He laughed. Why was she so interested in his new pup? I highly doubt your parents would appreciate me bringing her. Oh, they don't like her? He cocked his head and watched her. She seemed almost nervous, but he guessed he would be nervous coming home to a home he didn't remember. Let's just say that she's not exactly the company that they would really want tonight. Oh, she said as she reached for the door handle. He jumped out of the truck and reached her side before she tried to slide down herself. She wasn't exactly stable on her legs yet, which the doctor said was to be expected. He caught her as she slid down, her body up against his. Without thinking, he breathed in the scent of her hair. Though the hospital tainted her smell, she still held her own essence, an essence he had desperately missed. Did you just smell me? She asked with a laugh. Me? No. Why would I do that? He felt the heat creep up his neck. I'm sure I don't smell all that great. What I wouldn't give for a bubble bath. See, you haven't changed a bit. I still have my mom's old hot tub, but it needs some work. You have a hot tub at your house? With jets in all the right places, as you used to say. She moaned in pleasure, a sound that sent his blood churning and heat to overtake him. I'll get to work on it tomorrow. She nudged into him. You're the best. I'll take that. He laughed as he kept an arm around her to help her up the porch steps. She laughed, a melodious sound that broke long-standing walls in his heart and brought forth carefree days of swimming in the creek and racing on horseback. The days he missed more than life itself. Kacey's heart raced. The feeling of Sawyer's arm around her felt so right as the land that surrounded her. She shouldn't feel this way, right? Joe was her boyfriend. Maybe the accident had changed her in some ways. There she is. Welcome home, honey. Her mom stood in the door, her apron on and hair piled up on her head. A flash of longing filled Kacey, and she let her mother's arms wrap around her. She may not have memories of the woman, but the feeling of being in her arms felt as familiar as the land and Sawyer. She clung to it, knowing one thing was for sure, she was right where she belonged. Your sister is on her way, your dad is finishing up chores, and dinner has a few more minutes. Why don't you take your things to your room? Kacey let her eyes roam the house. The kitchen was to the left, the living room in front of her. The rooms must be down the hall. Sawyer kept by her side as she walked in that direction. The hall walls were lined with pictures. Her parents' wedding photo with their youthful faces aglow. Baby pictures. That's you. Sawyer pointed to a little girl sitting astride a brown and white pony. Loved being on horseback since you were practically born. Kacey stared at the picture, willing memories to unfold. Instead, a warmth settled in her. A knowing, but no images. Here you are at your junior high graduation and high school. That's you. She smiled at the young image of Sawyer, with long hair sticking out from under his graduation cap. Their arms were around each other, and huge grins brightened their faces. Yeah, he said, his eyes lingering on the photo. This must be my sister's husband. Sure is. That's John. We all went to school together. Of course they were older and so much cooler than us. He rolled his eyes. I can tell by their clothes. He shrugged. Some people are just more into fashion than others. She looked down at the t-shirt and jeans her mom had brought for her to the pictures where, except for graduations and a dance, that's exactly what she wore in all of them. Something wrong with my clothes? What? No. Absolutely not. He motioned between the two of them, are not into fashion and that is just fine. I look pretty stylish here, she said, pointing to the picture of her and Sawyer at what looked like the prom. Ah yes. That was your sister's dress. She also did your hair and makeup that night. That makes sense. We went to the prom together too. We did everything together. Besides, I was a way better date than Chris Seethers would have been. There's that name again. Should I look him up? He laughed. Go ahead. I'll get you the county jail's number. Ooh, that bad? Yeah, and I called it back then. Seems like you're always saving me. He took a step closer and lowered his voice. And I always will. Kacey put her hand on the wall to support herself. She felt like she might pass out, and her knees wobbled and felt weak. She had to move before she did something against her morals, like kiss someone other than her boyfriend, someone that seemed to know her better than she did herself. I need to sit down. Sawyer wrapped his arm around her, and led her the rest of the way to her room. Except stepping into her room made her feel even more woozy. Flashes and fragments of emotions invaded her as Sawyer helped her onto her bed. She heard laughter, hers and her sister's. Emotions ran rampart through her. You okay? Sawyer asked. Kacey nodded and wiped at her eyes. I don't have any specific memories, more like emotional flashbacks. A lot happened in this room, didn't it? You hung out here a lot with your sister. You always told me the two of you would stay up late talking. We were close, Kacey said. We still are, her sister said as she walked in. Welcome home, little sis. Hey, Kacey said, wiping her tears away. Don't stop crying on my account. Hey, knucklehead. She knocked into Sawyer before sitting down next to Kacey. I guess I should leave you two to talk about whatever sisters talk about. Don't give me that. You know she always told you everything anyway. Jess rolled her eyes. Well, Sawyer shrugged, what can I say? Maybe I'm just a better listener. Jess kicked at him. Sawyer hopped out of the way, laughing as he left the room. He's still a pain in the booty. I like him, Kacey said quietly. You always have. The way her sister said it made Kacey wonder if she meant as more than a friend. As much as she wondered, she knew she shouldn't go there. She had to remind herself she had a boyfriend and he had his mysterious honey. Thanks for coming. Kacey bumped into her, letting her eyes roam around the room. Ribbons from horse events lined the walls on her side. I see you still leave your stuff wherever you please. Jess nodded toward the opposite bed, where several bags were in various states of being unpacked. Sorry. They said I had just got into town. Doesn't bother me. I don't need to sleep on that bed. How long do you think you can handle living in the house with mom and dad? Is it that bad? Nah, they're great. It just hampers your independent style. You didn't make it a week past your 18th birthday before you renovated the little bungalow. Sawyer was telling me about that place. I always thought you moved there to be closer to him, and away from Mom and Dad's watchful eye. She laughed, but sobered when Kacey didn't join her. You're not laughing. I just can't remember, well. She snuck a peek out the open door. She did her best to not go down this road, but the need to know pushed through. Sawyer says we've always been best friends. True? She nodded. But that's it? Hey sis, you don't tell me absolutely everything. I always had my suspicions, but you always denied that the two of you felt that way about each other. She leaned closer. You'll have to ask directly from the source. I tried once, Kacey said with a shrug. In truth, the past is the past. All we have is the moment, right? Right? She nodded and let her gaze wander out the window. Did they tell you I have a boyfriend? What? She shot off the bed and stared down at her. Now this is news. You have never had a boyfriend. Why didn't you call to tell me right away? Would I have? I would like to think so. Kacey filed that information away. She hadn't told anyone about Joe. Could it be she really wanted her independence that bad, or was she embarrassed by it, or maybe she shook her head? It was ridiculous to think Joe would just show up like he did if he wasn't telling the truth, right? He went to a lot of trouble to find her. What's he like? Her sister asked. He's handsome in a slick bad boy kind of way. He has dark hair and dark eyes that are intense. He seems like a fighter, but Sawyer makes him nervous. Sawyer makes all the guys into you nervous. One of the reasons you never had a boyfriend, I would imagine. Kacey tried to fit the pieces together. Everything pointed to Sawyer being into her more than as a best friend, and yet he had his honey. It didn't make sense. Neither did the fact that no one she knows knew about her even dating someone. A chill ran up her spine. Something was not right, and she wasn't sure she wanted to find out what it was. Chapter 7. Sawyer hefted the last of the hay off the bed of his truck, to the mooing of the cows. They were loud in their thanks. His gaze traveled up to the clear blue sky, as he swiped the sweat beading on his brow. If they didn't get rain soon, ranchers like him would be hard-pressed continuing to buy hay for their cattle rather than taking it from the land like they did most of the year. Just another worry to add to the growing list. He hopped off the bed and climbed into the cab. Honey panted a welcome and tried to lick him. Haven't I taught you nothing, girl? You don't kiss unless given permission. She barked playfully. No. I'm not giving you permission. He scratched behind her ears and smiled. The critter was too cute to be mad at, and hey, it's not like he had learned that lesson either. The truck bounced down the trail in his back pasture. It was just about noon, and he planned to be at Kacey's house after lunch. He tilted his hat back as he thought of the last few days. She had asked him to take her to the doctor to get her staples removed. They wouldn't let her drive yet, and from the way it sounded, she needed a break from her parents. That girl never did do well being coddled. He pulled the truck up to the house, and Honey jumped over him and out the truck as soon as he opened the door. Honey, I've told you, he started, then sighed. The dog couldn't hear him anymore anyway. He wasn't so good at training her. Maybe Kacey would help. She trained all the ranch dogs on her place, but then again, none of them got to ride in the cab of the truck or go in the house, much less sleep on the bed. Yeah, he spoiled that pup. For some reason, that thought caused his lips to turn up into a grin. He ate a few slices of cold meat and downed some milk before taking a quick shower. He wanted to ask why she wasn't asking her boyfriend to take her to the doctor instead of him, but really, he didn't care. All he cared was that she asked him. The thought made him roll his shoulders back as he went out the door. He closed it behind him. Honey looked up from her bed on the porch. Stay, girl, he told her. When she whimpered, he walked over and gave her a pat. Not this time. You'll meet her soon. The pup lowered her head on her paws and stared up at him with lonesome eyes. If it had been anywhere but the doctor's, he probably would have given in. It took him only a minute or two to drive from his house to the Darings. If she had been back in her own bungalow, he would have picked up at the fence line. Maybe taking her out there would help spark some memories. He filed away the thought. Kacey waited for him on the porch swing. She smiled when he pulled up, a true smile that he knew meant she was happy to see him. Memory or not, he could still read her. The thought eased the strain in his back. This just might be his chance. There was no contention between them like there had been since that day she left. In fact, there was a new light in her eyes, one that he had to distract himself from. Thinking that Kacey might actually see him as more than a friend was what got him in trouble last time. He shouldn't do that to his heart, again. It couldn't take it. "Am I late?" he asked after he climbed out of the truck and leaned against the railing at the bottom step. "I don't think so. I'm just enjoying the fresh air and freedom of being out here." He nodded. They both felt that way. Neither was much for being inside. "Ready?" He straightened. "Yeah, let me call to Mom and grab my stuff." Sawyer took a few steps toward the barn and gazed at the landscape beyond. Even though they were neighbors, the Darings had the better acreage. Flat. Long. Stretching all the way to the base of the mountains. At least it looked that way. He knew their property ended before then, but it ended in BLM land. His gaze found the tire tracks that led to Kacey's bungalow. Grass grew within them, but even faded, the tracks still existed. "What are you looking at?" Kacey asked from beside him. He held his surprise in, annoyed that she had snuck up on him. She always had a knack for doing that. It was those silent steps of hers. "Your old place." He nodded down the tracks. "Think you'll move back out there?" "Not sure where else I would go. Maybe soon too. I'm feeling cramped with my parents." Sawyer chuckled, threw an arm around her and led her to the truck. "Not much has changed there. How about we check it out after you get that metal removed from your head?" She elbowed him in the side, but didn't move out from under his arm. It soothed his soul, for it felt right having her there, as if it was where she had always belonged. Kacey pushed herself to focus on the doctor's words. She couldn't shake the memory of warmth from Sawyer's arm around her earlier. "I asked if you were still getting headaches." "Oh, occasionally. They're decreasing now and tend to come only after I have pushed myself." "Pushing physically or with your memory?" "Both." She shrugged. "You're not concerned?" "Should I be? If my memory returns, great. If not, well, worrying about it is not going to change anything. What I would like to know is when I can get back on my horse." Kacey tried to keep her legs from swinging, though she felt the need to keep them moving. "If you feel ready, then I don't see a reason why you can't. Just take it slow. Keep it to a walk for now. You can work up to a trot in a week and see how you feel." "That's the best news I've heard in some time, Doc." "Thanks. You were never one to stay down, Kacey. Maybe being back in the saddle will jar a few memories loose. Has that neurologist called you yet?" She shook her head, not that she was worried about it, except it would mean a drive into the city. A shiver ran through her. She didn't want to go to the city, even though most people wouldn't consider Cody that. The thought of all those people and cars and traffic and something she couldn't put a finger on made her want to hide out on her parents' ranch and never leave Pine Haven again. With her staples out and only small band-aids over the now pretty much healed wound, she came into the waiting room, immediately meeting Sawyer's eyes. She smiled widely, seeing the glint of knowing in his eyes. "He said you could ride," Sawyer said, tipping his hat back. "Aha," she said with a nod and walking straight out the door. "Well, I guess Handsome is going to get some exercise today." He chuckled, taking quick strides ahead of her to open the truck's door. She stood there, head cocked. "What?" he asked, sounding self-conscious. "The door thing." "Is that new?" she asked. "The door thing?" "Yeah, you opening it for me." "Huh," he said and shrugged. "I guess it is." She nudged into him before climbing into the truck where she leaned over, her face now close to his. I like it. A slow smile spread across his lips, lips that she wondered if she had ever kissed. She pushed herself back into her seat, her heart rapid-fire beating. She shouldn't be feeling this way toward her best friend. That's how she should feel toward Joe. Besides, Sawyer was a taken man. Is your honey really okay with you spending all this time with me? She asked as soon as he climbed into the driver's seat. Why are you so preoccupied with how honey feels? Kacey shrugged. Why was she? I get an earful when I leave, but she's always happy when I return. She'll be fine. Oh, Kacey said and turned her gaze out the window. She should be happy to be here with him just like he was, her best friend. Though she had some serious thinking to do about this Joe guy. She shouldn't drag him along if she didn't still have feelings for him, but didn't he at least deserve a chance? Besides, he knew what had happened. He knew why she felt that creepy crawly tingle of fear as she shot a look behind her. What if the accident had been intentional? Would they come back to finish the job? Sawyer's mind swam. Kacey had flirted with him. He knew that to be a fact now. She had leaned into him, teased him, and told him she liked him being chivalrous. She had flirted with him. Then she did an about-face and closed him off, talking about his dog again. He shook his head. He thought he knew Kacey by now, but this was something new, and the back and forth wasn't good on his heart. Maybe he just needed to chalk it up to her head injury. They said personality changes could take place. She didn't exhibit any other changes, just the new way she looked at him sometimes as something more. Sawyer thought back to the research he had been doing online. He had found an amnesia support group called Unforgettable Cowboys. A guy named Ryder had been mentoring him. They had quite a bit in common. Ryder had lost his memory in a rodeo accident that ended up not really being an accident. The person following him and causing trouble was eventually caught. He hoped that the people troubling Dare were caught too. That would give him time to really dig into this new flirtatious Dare. The thought warmed him. He let it soak for a while, but then he pushed it down. He couldn't allow that hope to overtake him. It could push him to doing something dumb again. Keeping her safe was his #1 priority. As much as he liked it when she flirted, and that she looked at him without that reserve she had since that day, he needed her to remember. Having that knowledge was how he could protect her. That and Joe. He grit his teeth, hating that he had to push the issue again. So, have you called Joe? Kacey's head swiveled to face him. You know, to see if he wants to go tomorrow, meet the gang? I am kind of meeting the gang too, you know. Sawyer sucked in a breath. The fact that he hadn't thought about how that might affect her felt like a sharp kick in the stomach. I'm sorry. It will be rough on you. Don't feel like you have to go. I don't. She turned and stared out the window again. Do you think he'll tell us who is after me? Sawyer squeezed the steering wheel, wondering what he should say. He almost laughed aloud, for he knew he had to say the truth. She would sniff it out, eventually anyway. That's what I'm hoping. Is that why you want him to come? Sawyer shrugged. He didn't want to see the city slicker. He definitely didn't want to see him with his Dare, especially if he did PDAs. The thought soured his stomach. Yet he would face that to find out what happened, to keep Dare safe. So, you want to ride out to the bungalow? He changed the subject, and just as he hoped, the talk of riding completely distracted her. By the time they made it back to her place, all else had been forgotten. Her mom fretted over her as she groomed Handsome before saddling him. I'll be fine, Mom. Maybe it will even spark some memories. Sawyer did his best to keep grooming the horse he would borrow. He felt awful for riding one of theirs instead of his, who desperately needed exercise. If Kacey did well, he would have reasons to ride every day, as long as she wanted him to go with her, that is. He snuck another glance over the horse's back. Kacey amazed him. Her optimism and tenacity for life made him feel like she could take on the world. She had always been inspiring, but now with everything against her and no memory, she still faced life in that awe-inspiring way. "Don't worry, Mrs. Daring, I won't let her leave my sight." Kacey's mom stopped as her mouth opened. She caught his gaze with her own, and her eyes softened. Finally, she nodded. "You know, Sawyer, I believe you won't." A glint sparkled in her eyes before she turned back to Kacey. "I guess I'll leave you in the capable hands of Sawyer, and stop fretting. You're an adult anyway, and free to make your own choices, even if I don't agree with them." "That makes it sound like there's been a lot of my choices you haven't agreed with." Kacey laughed as she threw the saddle blanket onto the back of Handsome. "Mainly just one," she said as she turned to Sawyer. "Thank you, Sawyer. We appreciate you always watching over our girl." She took a few steps over to give Kacey a kiss on the cheek. "Be careful and be back by dinner, and yes, Sawyer, you're invited." "Thank you, ma'am. I would love to," he said as he looked toward Kacey for approval. She didn't seem to be paying attention as she cinched the saddle and then bridled Handsome. She took the reins with a smile. "Ready?" she asked. Sawyer swallowed past the lump in his throat. He had missed Kacey. Kacey's heart pounded as she stood on the left side of Handsome, stroking his slick coat. She knew she had to take it slow and easy with her head and sore neck, but excitement coursed through her. She could barely remember anything, at least not in the sense one normally thinks of memories. Yet being here with Handsome felt as natural as walking. She toed her boot into the stirrup and lifted herself effortlessly into the saddle. "As if you were born to ride," Sawyer said from beside her. He had been standing there in case she lost her balance. She would have smiled down at him, but sitting astride her horse filled her with such knowing. No memories came rushing back. It was more of a feeling of belonging, of knowing who she was and where she belonged. Sawyer patted her leg before hopping up on his horse. She met his gaze then. His hat cast a shadow over his eyes, his lips shone in the sun, and his strong chin tipped out as he grinned, showing straight white teeth. He sat the saddle well, and she found her heart pounding for a whole other reason. She wondered if she never really had noticed how handsome he was, or had she not told the truth to her sister. It could make sense. Who would want to admit they had the hots for their best friend? Especially now, when he had his honey. They walked their horses in silence for a few minutes, as she pondered if maybe that was why she had left a few years ago. "How long have you and Honey been together?" Sawyer turned in his saddle to look at her, a wry grin arching his lips. Maybe he enjoyed seeing her uncomfortable, asking about his lady friend. "Not long? A few months now." "Oh, that's pretty new." "Yeah. You sure ask about her a lot. Do you want to go meet her? It would be a nice ride back to my house." "She lives in your house?" The idea stopped her short, and Handsome snorted at being halted. "I know that's against your beliefs, but she's just so cute. I couldn't say no." He chuckled and kept walking the horse. Kacey felt the heat rise from her belly and settle into her heart. She recognized the bitter taste of jealousy, and she didn't like it. How could Sawyer be living with a woman, especially after only a few months? The whole thing didn't sit well with her. Sure, she couldn't remember much of anything, but she felt like she had known Sawyer forever, which she had, and this just didn't sound like him at all. Sawyer had stopped at a gate in the fence. She could just see the bungalow in the distance. It looked quaint from here and called her. "Do you want to go meet her?" He nodded toward the gate. "This leads to your place?" "Yep," he said and leaned back in his saddle as he raised his eyebrows. "I think I'll pass for now. I would really like to see the bungalow." "Sure thing." He smiled and leaned forward, and his horse started walking toward the little house. Kacey swallowed the nasty taste in her mouth. Eventually, she would have to meet the woman who stole her best friend's heart, but she would put it off as long as possible. She focused on the bungalow in front of her, pushing that thought of Honey and the jealousy it caused into the deep recesses of her mind. It's not like she would say anything about those feelings anyway, not to anyone, and definitely not Sawyer. He sat relaxed in his saddle, as if he belonged there. His straight plaid-clad back and straw cowboy hat pulled at her heart. She shook her head, pushed Handsome forward, and decided she wouldn't allow herself to think of her best friend like that anymore. The bungalow sat nestled in a few trees. They rode through an area that looked to be an overgrown garden. She recognized tomato and strawberry plants, with the strawberries seeming to have taken over the whole left side of the plot. Sawyer hopped off his horse and looped the reins over the little hitching post out front. Kacey soon made it to the post as well. She swung her leg over, her head spinning a little with the movement. Stopping for a moment to steady herself, she felt strong hands on her hips. Their heat pushed out all the thoughts of not thinking of her best friend in ways she shouldn't. "I've got ya," Sawyer said, his voice deep and reassuring. Kacey lowered herself down. "I'm fine." She pushed out of his grasp. Distance would be the only thing she could do to keep her thoughts pure. The house actually seemed bigger on the inside. She walked around the one big open room, sliding her fingers across the log trundle bed, the dresser, a small dining table, and then she stopped in the complete kitchen. She felt at home here, though no memories really pushed through. She knew this was her home. In fact, she knew which drawer held the utensils. She pulled the drawer out. "Yes," she exclaimed. "A memory?" Sawyer asked, standing so close she could smell his fresh ranch scent. "Not really a memory, just a knowing. I knew this drawer had utensils, and this one is where my dishes and cups are." She opened the door to see her dishes and beamed a smile at Sawyer. "Just like I knew how to saddle Handsome." She turned and ran right into his chest. Just like how she knew she wanted him to wrap his arms around her. She allowed herself one small second to breathe in his scent and warmth before stepping back and walking into the room. "That door is the bathroom, and that one is a walk-in closet." She opened the closet and found many of her clothes still hanging there. She fingered through them, smelling that mustiness that clothes smell like after being stored for a long time. Pulling out a pair of jeans, she said, "These are my favorite jeans." She took them with her, fingering the worn threadbare knees and back pocket as she sat on her bed. Her throat felt constricted and her eyes stung. "You okay?" Sawyer sat next to her on the bed. I just don't get it. Why do I know these types of things, but I can't remember actual memories?" "I don't know." He wrapped an arm around her, and this time she let him. In fact, she dropped her head against his chest, losing herself in his rhythmic breathing. The pounding of his heart calmed her. It was steady, like him. Constantly beating, just like he was constantly there. She wanted to forget that she had a boyfriend she couldn't remember, that he had a girlfriend living with him. It felt too right in his arms. "It's all going to work out, dear. Your memory will return. And if it doesn't? Then, I have enough of them for both of us." He kissed the top of her head. The action caused a tear to glide down her cheek. Desiring something she couldn't have would only make things worse. Reluctantly, she pushed away from him and stood, wiping at her eyes with her back to him. He didn't need to know she had cried, nor the thoughts roaming around about him. She took a few steps to look out the window. In the distance, she could see a barn and the rooftop of a house. "That's your place." Her words were spoken as a statement. She wanted to go there, see if she knew that place like she knew this one. If she was right, the barn held 6 horse stalls, a tack room, a large area for hay, and housed a tractor and an ATV. A brief flash shot through her on the ATV, her front warmed by Sawyer's back as they sped out across the field. "I have spent a lot of time there at your place, haven't I?" She said it without turning toward him. The bed squeaked as he lifted off it. His boots scuffed along the wood floors until they stopped behind her. "Yes. A lot of time." His voice held tendrils of sadness, as if he missed those days. A longing filled her as if she too missed them. "Think it will ever be like that again?" she asked, and found herself holding her breath as she waited for the answer. I had hoped for that for a long time, dear." Kacey heard the deep pain in his words. She had hurt him. He was too proud of a guy to ever tell her what she had done, but the pain didn't lie. The truth wrapped around her heart, as she wished things could be different. Chapter 8. Sawyer rubbed the nose of his favorite horse, who happily munched the grain he had just fed him. Part of him still felt guilty for riding one of the Daring's horses yesterday rather than his own, but it hadn't made sense to go all the way home just to come back with his horse. Besides, that would have left Kacey alone to get Handsome ready. Not that she ended up needing any help. He had less than an hour until he needed to pick up Kacey for dinner at the cold. Joe had offered to come pick her up, she had explained to him, but while fidgeting with her shirt, she asked if he would take her instead. Relief had flooded him. The thought of that guy driving off with Kacey sent his skin crawling. He didn't trust him. Not that he thought he was behind her accident, but he wasn't an honest man. Of that he was sure. Tomorrow, he promised his horse. He and Kacey had planned a longer ride, out to the BLM property behind her ranch where their tree was. The thought filled him with hope. She wanted to spend just as much time with him as she used to. Maybe things could go back the way they were. A cold rush traveled through him, as he knew it couldn't be. Even if she never remembered the day she left, or what he had done and said, he knew. There was no way he could stop wanting to be more, and he knew that she didn't want that, at least she hadn't before. When he had kissed the top of her head in the bungalow, it was one of those impulsive actions. He hadn't planned on it, nor could he stop it even as he realized what he had done. Having her push off him and walk away brought that rush of pain that had overtaken him on that fateful day. He had touched his lips as he walked back to his house that day. It had felt so right to kiss her. Even though it had happened years ago, he could still feel the softness of her lips, still taste her sweetness, and still see that momentary spark in her eyes. That look hadn't lasted long. She had backed away, her fingers covering her mouth, asking him why he had done that. All he could think was, why had it taken him so long? Here he was again, yearning to feel those lips against his, and her backing away. Except instead of confusion and fury sparking in her eyes, fear and remorse lived there. He didn't give a second thought to her supposed boyfriend. He couldn't believe, for a minute, that they had actually been together. The guy wasn't her type, but who was? Him? She had made it clear he wasn't. As he scrubbed the filth of working with the animals all day off him, he tried to scrub away all the contemplating and wonderings away too. Live for the moment, right? Yet even after he finished his shower, he knew he didn't live for the moment. He still hung on to the hope that one day she would change her mind. It hurt, but he had to bide his time. He for sure wouldn't make the same mistake. This time, he would leave it up to her. He knelt down to give Honey a treat, and rub her behind the ears. "I'm sorry I'm leaving again, girl. Maybe you could come on the ride tomorrow?" Then he thought of her running in between the horses and spooking Handsome. Kacey couldn't afford another bump to the head. "Maybe not, but we'll spend some good time together afterwards, okay?" She licked his face, but this time he didn't scold her. Her soulful eyes seemed to say that she understood. She walked over to her bed on the porch and lay down, watching him as he made his way to the truck. He saw a few wild flowers left against the fence and started walking out that way, only to stop midway and scuff his boots on the way back to the truck. This wasn't a date. When he saw Kacey walking out the door, he sure wished it was. She had on a yellow sundress that blew in the gentle breeze, her hair billowing with it. The sight left him so dumbfounded, she was already climbing into the truck before he got his wits about him. "Hey," she said. "Hey to you too," he said automatically. "You okay? You're looking a little dazed." He felt dazed, even more now that she was this close and smelling like the flower she resembled. "Yeah, just been a long day." "Oh, do you still want to go?" "Absolutely." He grinned, not having to pretend. "Joe said he'd meet us there at 7. The world crashed down around Sawyer, as he remembered the reason he needed Joe there. "Good. That gives you an hour with the gang before he gets there. Should we tell them about the whatever it is that might be going on?" Sawyer allowed a smile to lift his lips. He loved the fearless way she acted about the idea of being followed and hurt on purpose. Yet fear sparked in her eyes, and her acting didn't fool him. I think we should keep it to ourselves for now, at least until we find out more. You know how this town is. Actually, I don't, but maybe I do. She laughed. I get it. So remind me who will be there and what they are like. Sawyer spent the next few minutes realizing how difficult it was to sum up their friends. How do you summarize almost 2 decades of friendships? People change so much as they grow. So Barney and Mindy got married after high school, and now they are pregnant? Kacey confirmed. Yep, he said as he watched her reactions. They sure were patient about the baby thing. That's exciting for them. Sawyer snapped his head back toward her, before concentrating on the road again. What? Don't you think it's exciting that they are going to have a baby? She asked. Well, yes, but... He shook his head. He didn't know if her attitude change about babies had to do with the accident, or if she was actually being honest, and not keeping up appearances. Whatever it was, he liked it and wasn't going to put it down. She shrugged. And Shannon and Randy, they aren't together? No. Randy's kind of a hound dog. Shannon, well, I don't really know what Shannon wants. Oh, she said as she bit her lip. What are you thinking? Just wondering. I'm interested to see them all. Sawyer watched her out of the corner of his eyes. Something was building up inside of her, but she wasn't sharing. He guessed they all deserved their private wonderings, but man, he wished he could read her mind. Had she ever thought about them, ever? Kacey wanted to cling to Sawyer as they walked into the bar diner community hall. The smells of barbecue and beer filtered to her as the door opened. The clatter stopped as they walked in, every eye staring at them. A few hollered, several clapped, and more whistled. Heat filled her cheeks, and even though she wanted desperately to hide under Sawyer's arm, she instead did a curtsy and laughed. Then Sawyer's chuckle added to hers. He wrapped his arm around her as he bent down to whisper in her ear. You are amazing, Dare. How did this town ever get by without you? She clung to his words and warmth as the place cheered. He led them to a booth at the back where 4 of their friends stood, clapping along with the crowd. Well, I see getting flung into the wall didn't change you a bit, a guy with a goofy grin said. He had to be Randy. Randy, Shannon said and slapped his arm. Don't be rude. He rubbed his arm and looked her with a confused look. How was that rude? You don't talk about people getting flung into walls. Shannon pushed her hands onto her ample hips. Why? She did, and she's here, isn't she? He shook his head and plopped down into a seat. Kacey couldn't wipe the smile off her face while watching their interaction. They acted like an old married couple. They acted just as she thought, and she felt they would end up together. She turned her gaze to the other couple. Mindy rested her hands on her little baby bump. It's so good to see you up and about, Case. Mindy released her growing baby bump to give her a hug. Thank you, Kacey said, enjoying the hug. She felt comfortable with Mindy and sat next to her when the rest of them sat. Sawyer sat across from her, his eyes never leaving her, a steady gaze that brought her a sense of safety. Randy's dumb comment wasn't even true. You are wearing a dress, Shannon said. Do I not usually? Kacey looked for confirmation from Sawyer. Not often. His wide smile warmed her, and she swore she heard him add enough to the end of his sentence. I like it, Mindy said. You should do it more often. Catch the eye of some handsome cowboy. She quickly glanced at Sawyer before returning her gaze to the menu in front of her. I'm so hungry. She caught an eye all right, Sawyer said, and she could tell from the tenseness of his voice he wasn't happy. But not a cowboy. What? Shannon snapped her attention toward her. You caught a doctor while you were in the hospital, didn't you? I knew it. You could. Don't be ridiculous, Shannon. Randy shook his head. Doctors can't date their patients. Besides, only old doctors work there. Been in there too many times not to recognize that. Well then who? Kacey swallowed. A guy from the city I used to live in. But I thought, you didn't say anything before. Mindy looked from her to Sawyer and back again, pure shock registering on her face. Kacey looked at Sawyer. She had no idea how to respond to that. She hadn't told anyone about Joe. A nervous quiver began in her stomach. Something was not right. Guess she was keeping him a secret. Sawyer said, his gaze never wavering from hers. A secret boyfriend? Shannon clapped her hands with a squeal. Hush, Randy nudged her. The interaction between them momentarily brought Kacey out of her uncomfortableness. There definitely was something going on between those two. She narrowed her eyes, trying to figure it out. Randy winked at her, and Shannon seemed to still shine from the announcement. This is news, Barney said. His deep voice took Kacey's attention, realizing it was the first time he had talked. The strong silent type, she guessed. Do we get to meet this mystery guy? Mindy asked quietly. Yeah, Kacey gulped. He'll be here at 7. The group's excited outburst caused her to reel back a bit. She sought out Sawyer's gaze, but his stormy blue eyes showed he wasn't excited at all. A trembling in her belly told her she wasn't feeling much excitement either. How was she supposed to act with her boyfriend? Would he hold her hand or put his arm around her like Sawyer had? Her eyes widened. Would he try to kiss her? She felt a slight tap against her foot. Sawyer nodded at her, and she realized it was his boot against her sandaled foot. He leaned forward, and she felt a warm finger brush against her knee. His gaze seemed to tell her all would be all right. He was right. She didn't have to kiss him, even if he was her boyfriend. Surely Joe would understand her not being ready for intimacy like that, without memory. She took in a deep breath and settled herself on Sawyer. Hey gang. Glad to have you back again, Kacey, the waitress said. You all ready to order? Kacey quickly looked down at the menu in front of her. She picked the first thing that made her hungry. When it was her turn, she ordered the BLT. Sawyer sat back, a grin playing at the corner of his lips. What? She asked him. That's what you always order. Always? Always. He nodded. Yep, always. Mindy giggled. Well, I guess some things never change. Some things at least, Mindy said. I still can't believe you didn't tell us about this guy. Kacey shrugged. Maybe it's not serious? We can hope, Sawyer muttered, but his voice was drowned out by Shannon asking questions about Joe. Most of the questions were ones that she couldn't answer. It made her realize how little she knew about this guy. Yet, each and every question she could immediately answer about Sawyer. How she knew them she didn't know, but she did. Sawyer felt more nervous than Kacey looked when 7 rolled around. For 15 minutes they silently fretted, until the whole crowd that filled the cold came to a complete hush as Joe Slick walked through the doors. His lips pressed into a hard line as his eyes scanned the openly staring crowd until they found Kacey. She raised a hand in welcome. Her smile seemed forced as the city slicker walked, or should he say swaggered toward them. A murmur went through the room once he arrived at the table, and chatter restarted. Well, that was quite the awkward entrance, Joe said with a grimace. It's just because you're a stranger. Sawyer stood and forced himself to offer the guy his hand. Joe eyed him cautiously before accepting it. His hand felt soft and weak in his, and Sawyer couldn't wait to let go of it. He wiped his hand on his jeans, trying to be sneaky. In doing so, he offered Joe his seat. Oh no. Randy will go get a chair. Don't you think there should be room for Kacey to sit next to her boyfriend? Shannon batted her eyelashes at Joe. Joe glanced back at him and then at Kacey, an uneasiness dancing in his eyes. Fine, Randy said. I've got to get a drink anyway. Randy scooted out of the booth. With a quick look around, Joe slid in and then looked at Kacey expectantly. Sawyer clenched his jaw and extended his hand to help Kacey out of her seat and next to Joe. Then he grabbed a chair from a nearby table and brought it to the edge to sit next to her. Let Randy take the seat in the booth. So Joe, tell us about yourself. We can't believe that Kacey has been keeping you a secret. Shannon leaned forward, fully intent on the new guy. Joe smiled. He sat back in his seat and draped an arm around Kacey and Shannon both. Sawyer's jaw twitched as he noted Kacey's rigidness with the act. What do you want to know? For the next several minutes, Sawyer observed how Joe gave the same answers, with almost the same word order and inflection. He couldn't help but feel he had recited them. The thought that made his fists clench. What game was this guy playing? I need a drink. Kacey started scooting out of the booth. Sure, babe. Grab me a gin and tonic. He slid out his wallet and handed her $100. Kacey took it like she didn't know what to do with a bill that large. She looked down at Sawyer, and he knew what she wanted. I'm going to grab one too. Anyone else need anything? He barely stayed to hear their declines before rushing after Kacey. You okay? Yeah. Did he sound almost robotic with his responses? I mean, he said it the same way in the hospital, didn't he? I'm glad you noticed that too. He leaned his elbows on the bar and lowered his head. He talked more freely with no one else around. Really? Yeah, didn't seem near as rehearsed or rigid. Sawyer glanced up at the clock. Well, Mindy and Barney probably won't last much longer, and Shannon and Randy dance more than not once the music starts at 8. Can you hang tight till then? Kacey shrugged. He is supposedly my boyfriend. I should get along with him, I would think. You would think. The bartender came up to them. Hey guys. Glad to see you're all right, Kacey. What can I get for you? A gin and tonic and a... Kacey looked around at the bottles of liquor, a look of panic on her face. She'll have a seltzer with a squirt of lime and one of those slices on the glass. I'll get a Coke. The bartender nodded and went to work preparing the drinks. Thank you. I got lost looking at all that liquor. It just didn't feel right. Sawyer leaned against the bar, facing her and watching the table out of the corner of his eye. If he had been Kacey's boyfriend, and she went to the bar to get a drink with another guy, he would have been watching like a hawk. Joe Slick seemed to only have eyes for Shannon as she practically drooled over him. This wouldn't last. He would make sure of it. No. You don't drink. I think you enjoy feeling in control too much. He chuckled, focusing fully on her now. Oh, really? She raised an eyebrow. Old man Jim was the one to get you onto the seltzer. He was the last bartender, but he retired some time ago. Well, I guess I'll see if my taste buds have changed. Did you enjoy your dinner? Yes, I did. Then I don't think they have changed. He leaned a touch closer. In fact, I think nothing about you has changed. Is that so? She asked, leaning a bit forward too. Sawyer would have kissed her right then, had he been a man of less self-control. He had learned that impulses like that could push certain people away. Yet he didn't back down either. The ball firmly was placed in her court. As long as she had a boyfriend, she wouldn't make a move, even if the look in her eyes said she might actually be thinking about it. The drinks were placed in front of them, and she backed off, her cheeks turning slightly pink. She handed the large bill to the bartender. Oh, I got my own. Sawyer quickly dug out his wallet. I think he can afford to buy you a drink, especially since his cost more than the both of ours put together. Sawyer shrugged, pushing his wounded ego down. He was going to get this guy to spill the beans, and then tell him to beat town. The only reason Kacey still even played the part was out of a sense of responsibility. He saw the look in her eyes. He knew what she wanted, and it wasn't Joe Slick over there with his arm around their friend. Kacey had never considered herself a jealous person. As she came back to the table with their drinks and saw Joe's arm around Shannon, she didn't think anything of it, and wouldn't have except for the clench in Sawyer's jaw and the hardening of his glare. That, and Mindy had a ripe look of displeasure contorting her face. Shannon, would you come to the ladies' room with me? Mindy asked sweetly, a strained smile on her face. I don't need to go, she pouted. I think your friend needs you right now, Randy emphasized. He didn't look too happy either. "If you would excuse me," she said to Joe. "Of course," he responded as he slid out of the booth and let Shannon go by him. His eyes then caught Kacey's. "Oh, thanks, babe." Was it the fact that she had never liked the way guys called their girlfriends babe, or did it really sound forced? He slid back into the seat and patted it next to him. He was handsome and could be charming, but she didn't see him as her type. His hands were too girly, his skin too smooth, and he wore more product in his hair than she had probably ever used. Besides, he didn't seem to have anything of substance to say, at least to her. She glanced at Sawyer. Too bad he was already taken, or maybe she should say too bad that they were best friends. It was so hard to cross that friend line. Still, she should give Joe a chance, right? "Are you having a good time?" she asked Joe. "Sure. Your friends are really nice." "They are? Was there a place like this in the city where we used to hang out?" Joe pulled at his shirt collar. "It's different there. For sure there is no place where everyone would stop what they were doing to stare when I walked in, even if I was wearing a pink tutu." Randy snorted. "You wear one of those around here, and you'd be wishing you hadn't after us cowboys got done with you." "If that isn't the truth," Barney chuckled. Mindy walked back with a red-faced Shannon. "Well, we should get little mama home. She needs her rest." Barney scooted out of the booth and cupped the belly growing on his wife. "It was a pleasure to meet you, Joe. Will we be seeing you next week?" Mindy asked. I've got some business to attend to back in the city. Don't know if I'll be back in time." Relief filled Kacey with the news. She had no idea how much time she should be spending with someone who was her boyfriend, but she sure felt guilty that he had been here as long as he had, and this was the first time they actually spent time together. "Well, best of luck with your business, and keep those tutus back in the city." Barney nodded in all seriousness, hugged Kacey, slapped Randy and Sawyer on their backs and squeezed Shannon's shoulder. "You stay out of trouble." Shannon rolled her eyes. "See you both next Friday," she said. Mindy gave Kacey a hug. "You should call me. I would love to help with whatever you need." "Thank you," Kacey said, and she waved as they left. Shannon and Randy scooted into their vacated spots, leaving enough room for Sawyer to sit at the booth again, but he stayed on the chair. His eyes told her that his mind was working in overdrive. "Oh, they're starting up the jukebox. I just love to dance." Shannon looked directly at Joe as a country song started. "Don't look at me. I don't dance to hillbilly music." Joe laughed. Randy leaned forward and edged to his voice. "Listen, friend, if you want to leave this place without knowing how hard a cowboy can punch, I suggest you tone down the hillbilly references." "I didn't mean any harm," Joe said, raising his hands and looking toward Kacey. "Honest. Come on, Shannon. Let's show this city slicker how real dancing looks." Randy pulled Shannon out of the booth, and they twirled their way to the dance floor. "I really didn't mean to offend him," Joe said again. "Oh, he's just on edge because he wants Shannon to be his girl, but is too chicken to say anything about it." Kacey slapped a hand over her mouth. Sawyer laughed and slid into the seat opposite them. "Don't hold anything back, Dare." "Dare?" Joe asked. "It's his nickname for me." Kacey shrugged. "Huh." He looked at Sawyer and back at her. "You sure you guys are just friends?" "For pretty much our entire lives." Sawyer held her gaze, more meaning flowing across than his words held. "You never hooked up?" Joe looked back and forth at them, not in a jealous way, but more of complete shock. Kacey watched Sawyer, hoping he might actually answer the question this time. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and glared at Joe. "Is this really a suitable conversation to be having about your girlfriend?" Sawyer said through gritted teeth. Joe shrugged and sat back. The door opened, and he shot a glance to the few cowboys walking in. "You've got quite the town here, huh? Does everyone know everyone?" "Just about," Sawyer said cautiously. He looked around and then leaned forward. "Why do you look nervous every time that door opens? You expecting someone?" "Me? No. More like, hoping that someone doesn't come. Have you still not heard from Sarah? Kacey shook her head. Will you tell me what all of this is about now? I told you. The less you know, the better. Just watch your back. This town is so small, if someone like them comes in, you'll know. Them? Sawyer growled. Joe ran his hand down his slick head. Look. If they realize she can't remember a thing, they won't care about her anymore. If she has even a taste of information, they won't believe her. Do you get it? These aren't some low-grade people we're talking about. It's serious. You're useless, Sawyer said as he shoved back against the seat. I'm keeping her safe the best way I know how. Joe glared at him, his lips back in that hard line. I need to find Sarah. Do you have any idea where she might have gone? She never talked about her family. I wish I could remember. Kacey squeezed her hands together, feeling like she was the useless one. Hey, don't get down on yourself, Dare. You're doing great, Sawyer said, reaching out and touching her hand momentarily. Joe pulled out the picture again and showed it to her. It doesn't spark anything? We all look happy, but no, nothing comes up. We were happy. Joe muttered, rubbing his thumb over Sarah's face. Can you try a little harder? Kacey hung her head, wishing with all she had that she could remember. There was so much she wanted to know, including helping to find her lost roommate. Okay, that's enough. I think you need a break, Dare. Why don't you come dance with me? Sawyer stood and offered his hand. She looked at Joe and he shrugged, his eyes never leaving the picture. Okay, she said, feeling pulled. In truth, she wanted nothing more than to be in Sawyer's arms, feeling his protective presence surrounding her, letting her know that all was going to be okay. She knew she shouldn't be feeling that way with her boyfriend sitting right there. The lively music transitioned into a slow song as Sawyer pulled her into his arms. She fit there as if they had been like this their whole lives, as if she was made for him. His hand rested on her hip, and the other held hers as they slowly moved along to a country love song. Is it strange that this doesn't feel awkward with my boyfriend watching us? He's not watching us, and I don't think he's your boyfriend. Really? What would you see in a guy like that? He has girlier hands than you, and he needs to buy some pants that actually fit. Kacey laughed before hiding her face in his chest. It's not nice to laugh at him. It's just a statement of facts. She looked up at him, enjoying the slight tilt of his lips, as if he was amused by his own joke. His lips were so smooth, his jaw so strong, and the weathered lines at the corner of his eyes only increased his appeal. Had she not seen him this way before? She couldn't imagine it passing her by. Sawyer? Yeah, Dare. The hand resting on her hip pulled her slightly closer. You've avoided answering the question twice now. What question is that? He asked, though his voice had deepened. The one about us ever being more than just friends. Oh. That one? He squeezed her hand tighter and let it rest on his chest. She could feel the steady beat of his heart, and had a strong urge to let her head rest on his chest as well so she could hear it. So, she asked, needing a distraction. So, I think the real question is why Joe Slick is pretending to be your boyfriend. Kacey swallowed her irritation. Why didn't he want to talk about this? Was it because of Honey, who never seemed to be around? Or could it be, he didn't want to hurt her feelings? Maybe she had tried for more, but he had let her down. Could that be why she left town? I think you are avoiding the question again, she grumbled. He pulled her even closer and whispered in her ear. If your memory doesn't return soon, I promise I will fill you in on all of our memories. A tingle shot all the way down her spine and into her toes. It could be her own fanciful notions that caused it, but his words created a ripple effect, one she didn't want to end. Okay, he asked as he pulled back from her a touch. Just that tiny bit of distance felt like a canyon, but she nodded her head. You think he's pretending? She asked him, as a way of distracting herself from the feelings she shouldn't be having about her best friend. Yes. Or he has no jealous bone in his body, and had a thing for your roommate behind your back. I noticed that too. She sighed. You're relieved? He asked. Is that bad? No. He shook his head as his hand clutched hers tighter. He's not the guy for you. Then who is? She wanted to ask. She pushed out that thought, for they had played along the fence line enough for the night. Even if Joe was really not her boyfriend, Sawyer still had his mysterious honey. She had wanted to ask Mindy about her, but the time hadn't presented itself, and she didn't want to seem overly interested anyway. It would hurt more if others knew of her hidden infatuation with her best friend. What do we do now? She asked. She needed something to distract her from her current path of thinking. I want to ask him myself when you aren't around. Maybe then he will tell me. Don't hurt him, she said as she pushed back far enough to read the look in his eyes. He laughed. Why would I go and do that? Because you think knowing what is going on will save me. And I will do anything to keep you safe, he whispered and kissed the top of her head as the song ended. Let's go ask him to tell us more about Sarah. Let's not confront him about the pretense he has set up. You enjoying having a boyfriend that much? Well, according to my sister, he would be the first, mostly because of you. Sawyer stopped in his tracks, his frozen smile slowly melting into surprise. Why because of me? Kacey shrugged. Guess we all have our secrets. She laughed as she walked ahead of him. His expression was priceless. She knew he thought something different than it being that he intimidated the guys, but she would let him ponder that a while. Maybe it would make him wonder what it would. She stubbed her toe on a chair. Swallowing her pain and pushing forth a grin, she chastened herself. Exactly what she deserved for going down the rabbit hole of Sawyer West once again. Chapter 9. Sawyer splashed cold water on his face and looked in the mirror as it dripped back down into the sink. Tonight hadn't gotten him anywhere close to where he had hoped. He had one last chance as they left to get Joe alone and be a little more persuasive. After his second drink, Joe had loosened up, and Sawyer had to admit he wasn't nearly as bad as he originally thought. He still wasn't a guy he could see himself as friends with, but he didn't grate on his nerves as much. Especially since he was fairly certain that he really wasn't Kacey's boyfriend. He could stop tormenting himself with the thought of them kissing. Sure, the guy draped a lazy arm around her, but there was no warmth in the touch, no possession, just a casual gesture. Besides, Kacey's eyes rested on Sawyer most of the night, as if they had a silent conversation playing while the other discussion roared in their ears. He and Kacey acted like normal, almost. The tension between them felt heightened, like an electrical charge. Every time he touched her, a shock shot through him. Did she feel that too? He swiped the remaining moisture off his face. There were more pressing matters than contemplating if anything would ever move beyond friendship with his dare. First, he had to make sure she survived whatever nonsense followed her. He squared his shoulders, liking the width that had filled them in the last couple years. Pushing out the door with a determined step, he rehearsed what he would say to Joe the moment he got him alone. Except Kacey sat at the table alone. Where's Joe? He left. She shrugged and smiled. I wanted to talk with him. He sat in a huff. You wanted to interrogate him. He said he had to leave and to give you his regards or something like that. He also said he was glad I had a pitbull bodyguard as a best friend. He said that. Exact words. She crossed her heart and laughed. He probably shouldn't be driving. Good thing the Cozy Mountain Inn is right across the street. Oh yeah, he did say he was staying there. Well, was. He's leaving tomorrow to follow a new lead on Sarah. Do you find it odd that Joe said she would never speak of her past? He asked. Kacey shrugged. There are a lot of people with pasts they don't want to talk about. I guess. He tilted up his cowboy hat and rubbed his short hair. You look exhausted, she said, her brow creasing. Working a ranch by yourself is not an easy task. I can imagine. Dad has several guys that work with him. Have you thought of hiring someone? It's not that big of a ranch. Ever thought of expanding? Once a while back. Didn't work out, he mumbled as he shoved his hat back on his head. You ready to head out? Kacey yawned. Yeah, we planning on an early start tomorrow? Always. After I feed, of course. Of course. She bit her lip, and then a little too nonchalantly asked, You going to bring honey? I thought about it, but I think it'd be best to leave her at home. Does she not like horses? Oh, she loves them. She's just not very good with them yet. Kacey nodded and rose. About that time, Randy and Shannon finally stopped dancing and headed over. Where did Lover Boy go? Randy asked. Back to the hotel. You guys looked good out there. She nudged Shannon. We do dance well together. Shannon giggled. Randy draped an arm around her. I've got to agree. Well, you two dance your hearts out. I'm getting Dare to bed, Sawyer said. Took you long enough, but you dog, to do it right when she finally gets a boyfriend. Randy slapped his back. Kacey's face went scarlet as her eyes widened. No man not like that. I'm dropping her off at her parents' and heading home, alone. Sure. Sure. Leave them alone, Randy. Kacey's been through a lot. She doesn't need more teasing. Shannon gave Kacey a hug. You take care of yourself. You are so tough for being here, and that Joe, no wonder you kept him a secret. She winked and gave Sawyer a hug before slapping Randy, telling him she'd be back after a trip to the ladies' room. Women, Randy said, rolling his eyes. You guys have fun. See you next Friday. Always, Sawyer said, slapping his buddy's hand and then taking Kacey's. Let's get you home. As they walked out the door and the night surrounded them in a cloak of darkness and chill, Kacey wrapped her free arm around herself and took a step closer to Sawyer. Her eyes frantically scanned the parking lot and the dark street. You okay? He asked. Does it feel eerie out here? Sawyer scanned the town he had grown up in, where nothing bad had happened until the day someone threw his best friend against the wall in the alley around the corner. Eerie wasn't the word he would use, but no longer did innocent ring true. He let go of Kacey's hand to wrap an arm around her. I've got you, Dare. Nothing will get through me to hurt you again. She leaned into him, letting him wrap around her protectively as they walked toward his truck. He lost himself in the feeling until a flicker of light caught his attention, a flicker from a car across the street, a newer car with a paper license plate. He had now trained his eyes to catch such things. Never again would he see something as catastrophic as he had, and not remember details that could have led to the bad guy being caught. He observed the car from the corner of his eye in order not to draw attention, but sure enough, as he shut the door after Kacey climbed in, another flicker lit the interior of the car. They were being watched. As the truck warmed up, he watched the car in his rearview, his hands gripping the steering wheel. Everything okay? Kacey asked. Yeah, he said, not sure if he should scare her with the news. It could just be a random tourist, or maybe someone in town had just bought a new car. The way his hair stood on end told him it wasn't. The car wasn't the same black sedan, but who would be dumb enough to drive the same one back into town? The true test would be if they followed them. With every nerve on edge, he shifted his truck into gear and slowly made his way out of the parking lot and down the road. A growl rumbled low in his throat as he saw the car with no headlights follow behind them. What is it, Sawyer? He blew out a breath. Don't go all nuts on me, but someone is following us. Kacey didn't go all nuts on him, but a rush of fear and memories of running crashed through her. This wasn't a new sensation. It had happened before. She couldn't remember when or how or who, but she knew she had tasted this fear before. Joe was right, she said. Could be just a random guy with no lights, but I don't think so. Maybe we should just pull over and tell him I don't have a memory, and they'll leave me alone. Sawyer glanced at her, his eyebrows raised. He dropped a heavy, work-worn hand over the top of hers. As much as I love your optimism, Dare, I don't recommend that path. Well, we can't bring him home to my parents and invite him in for tea. No. We'll have to lose him. Sawyer glanced at the rearview mirror. I'm not sure what kind of car it is, but I don't think this big old truck can outrun him. Maybe not out on a highway. He turned abruptly on a dirt road, gravel popping under the tires. The back roads are a whole different story. Kacey laughed in spite of the nagging fear. The truck fishtailed and spun on the loose dirt. The smell of dust and feelings of youth filled her like a tonic. Hang on, girl. We're headed for some rough Wyoming trails. Her giggles even brought a trace of a smile to Sawyer's lips. His eyes kept glancing in his mirrors as he tried to keep watch on the car behind him. The truck hopped over potholes, bounced across half-buried boulders, and rumbled through rough washboards. As Kacey bounced on the seatbelt the only thing from keeping her head from hitting the ceiling, she couldn't help but enjoy the ride. Sure, some crazy city bad boy was following them, but not for long. No car she knew of could keep up with this crazy cowboy and his truck. Several turns and a good 15 minutes later, Sawyer pulled the truck up behind the cover of a stand of trees, shut off the engine and lights, and watched out the window. See anything? She asked, the situation crashing back on her with the end of the ride. Nothing, but let's make sure. We've got a good viewpoint from here. She watched the dust reflecting in the moonlight settle back down on the road. A few minutes later, the crickets picked their song back up, and even a coyote howled in the distance. She leaned her head back against the seat and closed her eyes. The peace of this place filled her. How could anything bad happen out here? It was several minutes later that she felt Sawyer's gaze, but exhaustion won out. She didn't want to open her eyes. She wanted to stay lost in the peaceful sounds of a Wyoming night, surrounded by the fresh smell and strong presence of her best friend. How did she ever leave this life for city living? You still awake, Dare? Aha, she murmured, enjoying the deep resonance of his voice. I think it's clear. I haven't seen or heard any sign of another vehicle. Good work, she mumbled, shifting in her seat to get even more comfortable. I'll keep a close eye on our way home, he said. Thank you, she whispered, the words almost feeling like too much effort. The truck started, the vibration instantly rocking her into the rhythm of sleep. The next thing she knew, Sawyer pulled her out of the seat and into his arms. As much as she thought she should tell him she could walk, her body had other ideas and nestled against his chest. It felt so wondrous to be carried as easily as Sawyer seemed to do. He had no trouble opening the door to her parents' house and carrying her to her room, as if he had done it 100 times. Who knew? Maybe he had. He gently laid her on her childhood bed, pulled off her sandals, and pulled the covers over her, tucking them under her chin. The room went silent as his movements ceased, but she felt the pull of his gaze still on her. Her eyes fluttered open, seeing Sawyer, lit by the moonlight streaming through the window, leaning over her, his presence so strong, so comforting that she wished he would stay. He had his honey waiting for him at home, though, and knew how selfish it would be to ask. His calloused hand brushed across her forehead, sending stray hairs out of her face. Good night, Dare. Good night, East. Her nickname for him rolled off her tongue. His quiet chuckle made her smile. Meet me at the fence line at 8. It's a date, she said, and she sensed him tense before he stood. See you then. He turned to look at her one more time before he closed the door behind him. A moment later, his truck rumbled to life, and the gravel popped as he drove a few hundred feet down the road and onto his own property, to his honey. Her gut twisted. That woman, whoever she was the luckiest one in Wyoming. Sawyer scanned the quiet dark road. He didn't want to leave if there was even a chance that car might have found its way here. The crickets chirped and the owls hooted and screeched. An occasional coyote howled in the distance, causing the horses to snort in their stalls. All was normal. Reluctantly, he pulled away. Back at his ranch, Honey greeted him on the porch, her tail wagging so ferociously it sent her whole body moving side to side. She licked his hand and nuzzled into him. Sawyer knelt to rub her behind the ears and give her some quality attention. Though still rambunctious and learning, his pup had become quite the integral addition to his life. As he petted her, He wondered again what Kacey's preoccupation with the dog was, and why she seemed reluctant to meet her. He shook his head. He knew Kacey better than anyone, but she was still a woman, and some of the things they did were beyond him. Like, why did she insist on keeping up the charade with that city slicker? And why did she nestle into him just to pull away and act like his proximity was the last thing she wanted? He landed into bed with a sigh, and Honey lay down in her spot where his hand could still lazily brush the top of her head as he found his way to sleep. Remembering the car following them made his body jumpy, as if it needed action to release the adrenaline that spiked, but dawn would come soon, too soon. He closed his eyes, and images of Kacey laughing as they sped down the back roads filtered in. What a woman! Even with mysterious people following her, she took the time to enjoy the moment. He had to figure this out. Having that sweet optimism destroyed in Kacey wasn't an option. Chapter 10. Pride filled Kacey as she sat in wait at the fence line near the bungalow. She had saddled Handsome and ridden here by herself. The independence left her with a sensation that spoke of freedom. Handsome danced underneath her, so she walked him around the bungalow to keep him from acting so antsy. The place called to her. She had the desire to hop off and pull the weeds, dust off the walkway, and freshen the place up. It was time for her to move back here, gain some space from her wonderful parents. She appreciated them, but the walls had started feeling like they closed in on her. Her mother would take it hard probably, but if her sister was right, she would be expecting it. There was no reason for her to stay there. She was cleared to go about her life, except for the appointments with the specialist, but that would come either way. Her memory didn't affect her ability to take care of herself. In fact, it seemed only to affect her memory recall. Not that it wasn't difficult to not remember events from her past, but it could be a lot worse. A cool breeze blowing down from the snow-covered peaks teased her hair. She closed her eyes and enjoyed the sensation. How could a person focus on all the negative when there was so much to be grateful for? Handsome whinnied and pranced. She opened her eyes to see Sawyer riding his gelding toward her. With expertise, he maneuvered his horse to allow him to open the gate and shut it behind him. The practice movement spoke of confidence and years of riding. She noted his relaxed composure as he sat his horse and tipped his straw cowboy hat back to see her better. "Hey," he said. "Hey to you," she returned, a smile tugging at her lips. "Early as always, I see. Seems right to be ready a few minutes early." She arched an eyebrow. "Well, I had my chores finished in time, but Honey was a bit upset about being left behind." "Oh well, why didn't you let her come?" she asked, her stomach feeling queasy. "Nah, she'd just get in the way. Maybe a few more months of lessons." Kacey couldn't shake the relief that the other woman wasn't there, even though it was strange the gal hadn't rode before. Where had he found her? That didn't really matter. What did was, it would only be a matter of time before Kacey would have to meet her. She feared at that point, she would have to take a back seat or step away completely. The thought squeezed her throat until she feared she wouldn't be able to breathe. How could she handle it all without the support of her best friend? As tired as she was last night, she had fallen asleep easily, but every sound woke her. A crack in the roof, a horse kicking the stall, the wind rustling through the trees, each woke her with a rush of adrenaline. Would those guys find out where she lived? In truth, she suspected all they had to do was ask around in town, and people would be happy to help them get to the Daring ranch. They didn't know any better, and never needed to be wary. She pushed the worry from her mind, and focused on the movement of Handsome under her. The rock and sway comforted her, lending her the peace she needed. They headed toward the property, at the end of her ranch. They had permission from BLM to let their cows graze there in the spring, but now they were in their West Side corral, a place she wanted to steer clear of today. Not that she didn't enjoy her time with her dad, but today she just wanted to enjoy the company of the man beside her. "You okay? You seem quite contemplative." Sawyer snuck a glance at her. "I'm good. Just enjoying the ride. It feels so good to be riding." It was always something that brought you joy. You would go every morning, rain, shine, sleet, or snow. I bet Handsome went stir-crazy without you here. Poor boy, she said as she leaned over and stroked his strong neck. Poor horse or poor me, he asked, laughing. I left you too, didn't I? He shrugged, but his eyes stayed looking directly ahead and his back went ramrod straight. She had hurt him, and she couldn't imagine why. I'm sorry, she said, leaning toward him so Handsome sidled up next to his gelding. I'm sure it was my fault. I don't see how that could be. You are the epitome of steadfastness. He huffed and wouldn't look at her. Something had happened, but he didn't want to talk about it. Maybe something had happened between them to cause the distance he seemed to refer to, but if that was so, it would be one memory she didn't want back. Were we wild as kids? She decided to direct the conversation to safer times. You were. He chuckled, his back loosening and looking more fluid as they rode. You got me into all sorts of trouble. It was probably good for you, she said with a smile. He turned to her then. That's exactly what you always said. He relaxed his hands on the pommel. It probably was. My life would have been all work if it wasn't for you. Did your dad push that on you? Nah. Sure, he gave me a list of chores, but I always finished them without a fight, and then willingly went to help him with his. Very responsible, she said. He shrugged. Work has to be done. I think God knew what he was doing when he put us as neighbors. You can say that again. Now, if only he could work another miracle. Get rid of whatever craziness followed her from the city, and make Sawyer see that he belonged with her. Whoa. She almost reined in her horse. How awful that she wanted to break up his relationship for herself to have a shot. What happened to her resolve to enjoy the friendship if nothing more? She needed to become accustomed to the thought of him marrying someone else. When you get married, where are you going to have it? She asked, her heart pounding and breaking at the same time. Sawyer sat back, causing his gelding to stop. Where did that come from? She shrugged. No way would she let him in on her thoughts right now. I guess it would depend on my wife. He arched his eyebrows with a look that seemed to say something she couldn't quite catch. What if it was up to you? He laughed, leaned forward, and the horses started ambling again. Here, I guess. Nothing fancy. Just our main gang and family. Not that I have much of that anymore. I'm sorry. It's life. What about you? He watched her, and she felt like he truly wanted to know. Here. She nodded. Where could be better? I agree. He nodded. You want a fancy dress? She shrugged, then hit him with a teasing smile. You want a fancy tux? Touché, he said. What about kids? She asked. What is this game? He swiveled to see her. Just trying to get an understanding. She couldn't meet his eyes. More than one, he said, like it had been something he had thought about a lot. More than one? Yeah. I don't want a child of my own to not have a sibling, someone to talk late into the night to, someone to confide in, to play with. Sounds lonely. You had me right. I had you. It's different, but I am thankful for you. He caught her gaze. I'm thankful for you too. With the look he sent her way now, she was glad they were on horseback. Otherwise, she would have run into his arms. Sawyer blew out a breath. He wanted to pull Kacey off her horse and into his arms and tell her exactly what he wanted in a marriage, a family, and a wife. He wanted her, had always wanted her. He couldn't tell her that. She would run again. Even now he could see the flightiness in her eyes, like she couldn't meet his gaze directly. Treading carefully was something he did well though. Well, most of the time. Fear had propelled him before. Hearing that she was leaving, going off to the city, he panicked. She had dreamed of becoming an actress, but he never really thought she actually wanted to. He thought it was just a fanciful dream that people liked to pretend but never actually acted upon. He saw his chance of her seeing him as more than a friend, slipping away into a city of lights, glamour, and men with way smoother lines. He wouldn't allow panic to overtake him out now. Patience fought through, and he breathed. They had many obstacles to overcome before he needed to worry about her feelings for him. As good as she was about staying in the moment, the problem haunted him. He couldn't sit easy, but kept his eyes scanning the horizon in all directions. As unlikely as it was to have someone find them out here, you just never knew. He would do his best to remain focused on the moment with Kacey and just enjoy time with her. He pointed to a single tree in the distance. "You see that tree?" She nodded. "That's the finish line. We would race there every time we rode together." He looked longingly at the tree, fun memories filling him. Kacey adjusted herself in the saddle, a line of determination setting on her lips. "Don't even think about it. You're not ready for racing yet." Before she had a chance to do it anyway, he continued, "As kids we would climb to the highest branch." "All the way up there?" she asked, shielding her eyes against the sun. "Yeah, and you always pushed the limits, even when I called you back down. I'm starting to sense I used to be fearless. Right? Hence the name Dare. I wish I didn't have any fear now." The change in her tone barely altered, but he heard it and couldn't help wishing the same. Having his Dare look around with that wild fear in her eyes made him want to strangle the person that put it there. "I bet you'll be able to let that go after this all gets resolved." "Do you think we should tell the sheriff or someone?" she asked. "I've thought about that, but we have no evidence, only a few suggestions from Joe. Unless he could interrogate Joe. I'm not sure he would talk even to him." That might be the truth. Sawyer couldn't help but wish to see the guy being interviewed by cops. "What do you think about my roommate, Sarah? Why do you think she just disappeared?" Joe said she wouldn't talk about her past. Maybe she was running from something or someone. Kacey nodded. He let her process in quiet until they finally reached the tree. She climbed off handsome as if she hadn't been in an accident so shortly ago. He shook his head. After seeing her slap up against the wall like a rag doll, he feared the worst. At the least, he thought for sure her body would have been broken. Yet here she was, riding and smiling as if nothing had ever happened. She grabbed the bag off the back of her saddle. He grabbed a red checkered blanket off the back of his. Laying it out under the tree, he had flashes of the many other times they had done this. As Kacey sat and opened the bag with their early lunch, he wondered what it was like for her not having those memories flashing through. "I used the ham Mom cooked the other night to make sandwiches, and I brought some potato salad to go with it." She brought out a thermos. "I couldn't pass up some freshly squeezed lemonade too." "You're making me hungry," he said as he loosened the horse's cinches slightly and let them free to graze. They knew not to stray far. He sat on the blanket opposite her and took the sandwich she offered. He had skipped out on breakfast as he did quite often, so the smell sent his mouth watering. It wasn't very often he had food prepared by someone else. Since Kacey's accident, he had been lucky to be invited to dinners and lunches with Kacey. It was something he could get used to too quickly. "You are spoiling me with all this home-cooked food. You don't get much at home?" "I'm a terrible cook, so you've told me yourself. My skills consist of the microwave and a few things like eggs and bacon." He shrugged. "Hey, that's cooking. I'm guessing honey doesn't help." Sawyer laughed and eased back on his elbows. "You can say that. At least she's not picky." She cocked her head. "Am I picky?" "Nah. You teased me about my lack of skill, but you always ate it anyway with a smile on your face." "That's good to hear. I wouldn't want to be known as rude and ungrateful." "Not sure anyone could call you that," he said. "Well, I'll cook for you more when I get back into the bungalow." "You're going to move back in?" She shrugged. "Not sure I can stand being in my parents' house much longer. There's only so many times a person can be asked if they're okay before feeling like they aren't. I never spent much time in my house when my parents were alive." I wanted to move out, in a little house on the property like you had, but after my mom died, I couldn't just leave my dad alone. I worried every night that I would wake up to him gone, and then I did. Kacey reached over and laid her smooth hand on his leg. Her warmth seeped through his jeans and into his skin, slowly filling him with heat. I'm sorry about your dad and your mom. Thanks, he said. He never knew how to answer when people shared their condolences, but here, right now, with Dare by his side, he knew it didn't matter how he responded. She wouldn't think any less of him whether he broke down and cried, acted indifferent, or threw a huge yelling fit. It's so good having you back, he said, laying his hand on top of hers. Her mouth parted slightly as she looked at their hands and then met his eyes. In her gaze lived a fire he had wished to see for over a decade. Sawyer, she started as she sat, edging closer to him. Yes, Dare, he asked, even though he knew what she wanted. He feared telling her. What if he read only his own desire in her eyes? What if he was wrong again? I don't know how I acted or felt before, but now I. Her phone rang, the bright jingle feeling anything but merry in the moment. He wanted her to ignore it. He wanted her to tell him what she had wanted to say. I guess I better get that. She pulled the phone out of her jacket pocket, the red flannel jacket he had given her. It's Joe. She glanced at him, her eyes widening. Maybe he changed his mind? Maybe. She pressed the green button and held the phone to her ear. Hello? Sawyer found himself holding his breath and trying to make out the mumbled words on the phone. Joe slowed down. I can't understand you. She paused, her eyes finding Sawyer's. Now? Okay. Matter of life and death, I get it. Where? Someplace out of town and private? Sawyer knew by her look she needed ideas. North out of town 10 miles, there's a turnout with a short trail down to the river. She relayed the information, explained they were a ways out and would text him when they were leaving. So much for a day forgetting the troubles pressing down on them, but maybe Joe would finally tell them what was going on. Sawyer was up and calling the horses before she even hung up. As he packed the blanket back on his saddle, he felt her small hand on him. I'm sorry. It was nice having a picnic and forgetting all this mess. There's no forgetting, but it was a nice distraction for a time. He walked her over to Handsome, and she let him help her up into her saddle. We're going to figure this out, Dare. She nodded and sucked in her cheeks, a sure sign she was trying not to cry. A rush of anger coursed through him in white-hot fire. Whoever made his Dare this upset would meet his wrath. Chapter 11. Kacey couldn't stop her legs from bouncing and her hands from fidgeting. Joe had sounded terrified. His urgency sent her blood cold. Fear felt foreign to her, but at this moment it ran rampant. When they pulled up alongside his sports car, Sawyer didn't turn off the truck until he had scanned down both directions of the road for what felt like minutes. Finally, he shut off the engine and turned toward her. You sure about this? He said he needed to talk to me alone. Sawyer leaned over to get into his pants pocket and pulled out a pocket knife. It's not much, but if used correctly, it could save a life. She smiled at him. You remember. Weird thing to remember, huh? A good thing, he said as he placed the knife in her hand, closing her fingers around it. I'm walking you out there to make sure it's actually him, and then I'll give you 2 space, but not much. Sounds good to me. She started to open the door, but turned. Sawyer? Thank you. Anything for you, Dare. His smile melted her heart. How she wished she could just ride off into the sunset with him, and forget all this craziness. First things first. She sucked in a breath and climbed out of the truck. Sawyer was instantly by her side and they walked to the trail, each scanning the road. The trail began open, but trees soon crowded it as they closed in on the bank. Down on the rocky beach, Joe paced, frantically searching all around him. He startled as he saw them standing there. Then his lips tightened into a hard line. I'll be fine. Thank you for being my guardian angel. She touched Sawyer's arm briefly. I'm no angel, but I will do everything in my power to protect the angel before me. She took his hand and squeezed it, a poor substitute for what she really wanted to do, but the touch lent her strength. Without it, her legs would surely have failed her, as she walked down the path toward the river and the nervous man who pretended he was her boyfriend. I told you to come alone, he hissed as she neared. You think I'm crazy? There's someone out there following me, trying to kill me, and you think I would come by myself to meet you in the middle of nowhere? He ran a hand through his sleek hair. Fine. I shouldn't still be in town. I got word from back home. My life is in danger. I need to disappear for a while. How does one go about disappearing? He shrugged. If I told you, then they could pull it out of you. Then why am I here? You won't tell me who is after us or why. I have no idea why someone would want to kill me. If something happens to me, you are the only one who could keep searching for Sarah. I don't even know her last name. Peterson. He pulled out the picture he had showed her. Take it. If the guys don't leave when I'm out of town and they are still following you, contact the number on the back. She turned the picture over and saw the hastily scrawled numbers. Who will I be calling? Someone that will help. What kind of someone? He searched the land around them. A good guy, okay. FBI. FBI? How crazy is this mess? Pretty crazy, girl. It was good you left when you did. I'm just sorry it followed you back to your quiet hometown. We protect our own here, she said with confidence. I hope so. Is that all? No. He scuffed his leather shoe on the smooth river rock. I haven't been completely honest with you. I know. What do you mean? He asked, his eyes scrutinizing her. You aren't my boyfriend. You're Sarah's. Did your memory come back? He asked, taking a step back. No. Some things you don't need a memory to see. I agree with you there. He nodded toward the tree up the bank that Sawyer leaned against, arms folded across his wide chest and gaze never straying from them. That Sawyer guy, you talked about him a lot. You always said you were only friends, but seeing you with him. He shrugged. Well, it's your life, but I'd say you too need to take that leap. Kacey stared at him. She didn't know how to react to this guy who pretended to be her boyfriend, wouldn't tell her information to keep her safe, now telling her she needed to make a move on her best friend. He's with someone else, she said quietly, and then zipped her lips tight. She shouldn't be sharing personal information like that. You could have fooled me. He doesn't look at you the way a guy who's happy in another relationship does. A car sped by on the road. Joe jerked his head to watch it flicker behind the trees. He licked his lips and moved in nervous jerks. I think whatever is going on started with Sarah. We have no way to ask her what it could be, but I know the men after her, now after us, are a part of a large organization. I'm not going to give you the name. That would give them something to pull from you, and make it look like you know more than you do. Why would they be after Sarah? I can't say. I have some experience with this watching my brother who got caught up in the wrong crowd, but this is way more intense. Whatever she did or saw, it's huge, and they will stop at nothing to find her. This number you gave me, who is he? An FBI guy that came around the day you left. He seems legit. I won't give him your info in case there's a leak, but if it comes down to the line and you need help, he's your guy. And he licked his lips again. If you don't hear from me in a week, you should call him. Maybe you should call him right now. He shook his head. I need to disappear, but I also need to follow a lead I have on Sarah. If I can find her, we can figure this out together. What if they already have her? Kacey's heart pounded. She couldn't remember the lady, but obviously they had been close since they lived together. Fingering the photo in her hand, she looked down at the picture. They seemed happy and carefree. If they had her, they wouldn't be after us. He glanced back up at Sawyer. I don't think they know where you live, but this town is so small. It won't take them long to find out. You might want to stay out of town for a while. If I was you, I wouldn't go far from that pitbull bodyguard of yours. Anyone in particular I should look out for? She asked. In your town? Anyone who you don't know. Another car sped past, its tires screeching. I've got to go. I feel bad about lying to you before, but I didn't know if anyone would allow me to see you if I didn't say something like that. No harm. I appreciate the truth now, but I already had some suspicions. You know, you have quite the place here. Faithful friends, family, and him. He nodded again to Sawyer. You should have never left. It's time to tell them. I noticed you acted like you were fine, but the town could help if they knew. They wouldn't give away your location, and they could alert you when someone new comes into town. I don't want to put them in harm's way. She fidgeted and kicked at a loose stone beneath her feet. Of course you don't, but they aren't after them. They're after you. Another car screeched around the corner, and then gunned it up the hill. I've got to go. Keep that number safe and keep mine programmed in. Remember. 1 week. He drew her into a quick hug. We may not have dated, but we were friends, Case. I'm hoping your bodyguard keeps you safe. He let her go with a final nod and sprinted up the hill. She heard him say something to Sawyer as he passed before he disappeared up the bank, and his sports car rumbled to life. Only a few seconds later, gravel spat out as he sped off down the road. Kacey hugged her arms around herself as she let her gaze focus on the beauty of the river running beside her. She felt Sawyer's presence before she heard the rocks moving. Without a word, he wrapped his arms around her and held her close. Could her life really be in danger? If it was, that meant Sawyer's was too. She should disappear as well. Man, she didn't want to. She wanted to stay right here in Sawyer's arms, where everything felt right. He stood there quietly holding her for a long time. She didn't want to break the spell, and it seemed he didn't either. They stayed there until Sawyer's stomach loudly growled. With a chuckle and a reluctant shove, Kacey forced out a laugh. Okay, cowboy, I hear you are ready for second lunch. He shrugged with a sheepish smile. I'll give you the lowdown on our way home to get you some food. She took the first step away from the river, wishing that they could just stay there in that space where the only thing that mattered was the two of them, nothing else existed. Sawyer processed all the information Kacey had shared. His gut twisted that someone would actually go to that much trouble to get to Kacey for information about her roommate. It didn't make sense, but none of that kind of thinking made sense to him. He agreed with Joe on several points, a fact that irked him slightly. After a few minutes processing, he decided they should call their sheriff and give him the heads up and the description of the car that had followed them the night before. As for the rest of town, maybe a few more days to see how things played out would be a good idea. If the town knew, this would be something that they would never let Kacey forget. One of the negatives of a small town. He didn't like the idea of her living in fear. That was where he disagreed with Joe. She should be able to go about her life without worry. He would convince her of that and stay by her side as much as possible. When were you thinking of moving back into the bungalow? She bit her lip and stared out the window for a moment before meeting his gaze. Maybe I should just disappear too. I don't want anyone getting hurt because of me. Her eyes teared up as they bored into his. He heard her message loud and clear. She didn't want him to get hurt. He had seen her eyes look like this wild, fearful, and intense one other time, at the cold, right before he stormed out, right before her accident. She had been trying to protect him. Her words that had slashed through him were said out of fear. That fact built up a rage inside him. It also healed a few broken pieces of his heart. I don't agree. This is the safest place for you. I think the best plan is to go about your life as if you have nothing to fear. But Sawyer, they could hurt you trying to get to me, my parents, or someone else. I think showing that you have nothing to fear will prove that you don't remember the information they want to drag out of you. Kacey sighed, her bottom lip quivering. I do think you moving out to the bungalow is a good idea. I am closer there. He stopped the rest of the words from leaving his mouth. This was not the time nor the place to go further. You are. She looked up at him under her wet lashes. What about my parents? I think we need to tell them. She nodded and let her gaze stare out the window. Well, it's almost time for supper, so now would be a good time. Dad will be back for his midday break. Telling her parents wasn't easy. Her mom cried, and her dad's fist didn't unclench the rest of the meal. Why didn't you tell us this when you left town or when you first got home? Kacey shrugged and hung her head. I think she was trying to protect us. I pushed her for information that night, and she wouldn't share anything. Sawyer came to her defense. We're calling the sheriff right now and putting an end to this. Her dad shoved back from the table, his chair screeching along the wood floor. Grabbing the house phone, he punched in the numbers and glared at the wall while he waited. Give me Sheriff Whitaker. Your dad went to school with Hank Whitaker. He'll sort this out. Her mom patted her hand. Sawyer didn't know how to tell them that this was bigger than the sheriff. He wondered if he should have Kacey call that number Joe had given her. Yet, the idea of leaked information had him second-guessing. Mr. Daring left the room as he talked with the sheriff. Mom, I'm moving out to the bungalow. Kacey's expression seemed guarded as she waited for the reaction coming. You are kidding. Now? With a madman looking for you? I don't agree with that. I'll be closer to Sawyer. Kacey's voice sounded firm, but her hand squeezed tightly. I won't stand by and let her get hurt again, Sawyer confirmed. Neither will we. Her mom's determined eyes reminded him so much of her daughter. It's not up for discussion, Mom. I'm sorry. I feel this is for the best. Her mom glared at her, placed her napkin on her plate, calmly rose and left the room. I hurt her. Kacey dropped her head into her hands. It's hard for a parent to let go. Kacey nodded and then stood. I'm going to pack up. I'll go talk with your dad. He had heard him hang up with the sheriff. After Kacey walked down the hall, he turned and walked into the living room, where her dad stood at the window. You knew about this and chose not to tell me. Mr. Daring's words felt like a slap. They stopped Sawyer in his tracks. We felt that there was no evidence behind it and didn't want to worry you. The car following you wasn't evidence enough? That was just last night, sir. I haven't seen you since. Mr. Daring walked back to the kitchen to put the phone on its receiver. The sheriff is on his way to get a full report from the two of you. I think we need to share this with others. The more people know to keep a lookout, the more we will find out. I feel that is presumptuous, but if you insist, I won't stand in your way. She's my daughter, he said, meeting Sawyer's gaze. I know, sir. He kept his eyes level with his. She's my life. They stared at each other a moment more before Mr. Daring nodded. Then he started another pot of coffee, watching the slow trickle into the pot. Sawyer paced the kitchen, waiting for the sheriff to arrive. He had chores to get done, honey to check on, but this was more important. What he told Mr. Daring was true. Kacey was his life. When she left, the world died along with her departure. He wouldn't survive losing her again. Everything rode on her safety. Everything. Sheriff Whitaker scrubbed at the gray hair at his temples and then shoved his hat back down. Well, this is more than the history of Pine Haven has ever dealt with. I agree with your father. I think letting the town folk know would be our greatest asset. We are a close community here, and protect our own. I don't want anyone to get hurt. Kacey looked down at her hands fidgeting on the table. That's part of the plan, dear. The sheriff stood and adjusted his belt and holster. I'll stop by the grocer and tell Barney and a few other businesses to keep a watch out. By tomorrow morning after church, the whole town will know and will be watching your back. Kacey bit her lip and nodded. Sawyer knew this was the last thing she wanted. It was beyond their control now. In many ways, the sheriff was right. With the whole town knowing, No stranger was going to get anywhere close to Kacey. I do also agree with Kacey that the bungalow would be a safer option. This ranch house sits close to the road. Someone could easily spot her if she left the front door, but I don't like the idea of her being alone out there. She won't be alone much, sir. Sawyer stood with him and reached his hand out to shake. Thank you for everything. You're welcome, son. She has a good man in you. Sawyer saw Kacey jerk her head up to look at him, but he just smiled and nodded. Yes, she does. We are blessed to have Sawyer. Mrs. Daring touched his arm and smiled. It's me that has everything to be grateful for, Mrs. Daring. He kissed her cheek and shook Mr. Daring's hand. Let's keep in touch and stay safe, the sheriff said as he left. Kacey gave both her parents hugs and promised them she would call or come tell them if she needed anything. You don't even have food out there, her mom fretted, grabbing a bag and adding items to it. Mom, Kacey started. Let your mom do this. Her dad rested a hand on her arm. Sawyer understood. Feeling helpless to protect someone, especially your own child, he imagined was not easy. Doing something, even giving out food, was better than nothing. You'll need to turn the panel on and crank the water intake too. Mr. Daring watched him. Yes, sir. He nodded as he picked up Kacey's suitcases. Thanks, Mom, Kacey said as she took the offered food. There should be enough there to get you by a couple days. You are always welcome to join us for meals. We're still on for lunch Sunday afternoon, right? Kacey asked. Sawyer knew she hadn't wanted to hurt her mom, and he hoped she wouldn't beat herself up too much for it. Yes, you and Sawyer are always welcome. They said their farewells, and the sheriff waved as he spoke into his radio in his patrol car. Sawyer hefted the bags into the back of the truck and held the door for Kacey. He liked this new way of doing things too. It was huge that she allowed him to be chivalrous. They bounced down the short drive in silence, and neither moved when he stopped the truck in front of the bungalow. You know, you'll probably say no, but you are welcome to come stay at my place. Kacey's head swiveled to meet his eyes with her wide gaze. I have 2 spare rooms. He smiled, liking that her first thought was more than he meant. I'm not sure Honey would like that. Are you kidding? She'll love you. A deep line creased between her eyebrows before she looked away. I'm excited to be in my bungalow. Well, the offer is always there. Thank you, she said and let her hand rest on his briefly before she pulled it off and dropped out of the truck. Sawyer got the water and electricity turned back on and went inside to make sure all was in working order. Kacey already had the groceries put away and was cleaning the dust off the counter. I'm not sure what my mom was thinking. This fridge will take hours to cool down again. Well, I need to head back and get a few chores done. I could put it in mine and bring it back this evening. Oh, you want me to cook dinner for you? You did say you would, he said with a chuckle. Unless you don't want the company. I always want your company, East. A hand flew over her mouth briefly, before she busied herself in a different part of the bungalow. I'm going to have to wash all these clothes and curtains. They are so dusty. Well, it hasn't been a couple years. I have no idea why I left, but I can tell you one thing. I wish I never had. Me too, dear. Me too. Chapter 12. You have to come, Case. You've been cooped up in that bungalow all week. It's not healthy, Mindy reprimanded her. She had been calling every day, starting the moment the sheriff left their store. Kacey did feel cooped up, not that she stayed in her bungalow. She would go for a ride every morning and sit out on the little porch with Sawyer in between his chores. She had made dinner for him every night. They didn't go to her parents' as well as lunch. A slow smile turned up her lips. She had enjoyed this last week, but getting out with friends sounded good, just dangerous. It's not safe, Kacey murmured, wishing she could sound more convincing to herself. Oh, bullpucky. This town is as hammered down as it can get. News of strangers coming in rolls like thunder across the plains. No one is going to get to you. But Or to Sawyer. Hey, I don't want anyone getting hurt. I know you don't, Case. I also know your biggest fear is of something happening to Sawyer. He will stand in harm's way. It's just how he is. You don't have to explain yourself to me, girl. I've seen the two of you grow up together. I knew the moment you two should have stopped pretending there was nothing between you. Just because the two of you are too bullheaded to see it, doesn't mean it's not there for the rest of us to see. What? Kacey felt her face burn, and she was grateful she sat on the phone alone in her little house. Don't what me? Rumors have been flying, especially since you have returned. Sawyer hasn't left your side. You don't have to hide it from me. I'm not hiding anything, she muttered, but she was, and she knew it. Mindy knew it. Did Sawyer know it too? What about, honey? She hadn't wanted to sound like a jealous ninny, but Mindy shoved the idea in her face. They had to know about honey. Though no one ever mentioned her before. What does honey have to do with any of it? Just make sure he brings you Friday night. It won't be long until I don't get these nights away, and I want to spend them with you there too. Ah? That's sweet, Mindy. You may not remember, Case, but we are close. Not as close as you and Saw maybe, but close. I've missed you. Thank you, Kacey said, feeling her eyes burn. I'll be there. Good. See you in a few hours. Kacey stared at her phone for several minutes before she typed out a quick text to Sawyer. What do you think about tonight? I'm making a couple sandwiches. Why don't you come down and eat with us, and we'll talk about it? Sawyer replied. She couldn't imagine any girlfriend being as easygoing as this honey. What kind of woman let her man eat with another gal for almost every meal? Maybe she should meet her. She jutted her jaw and felt the determination building inside her. It had been too long to avoiding what needed to be done. On my way. She hit send as her heart fluttered. She couldn't imagine her life without Sawyer. So as difficult as it would be, she had to get along with this gal. She checked her hair and straightened her clothes before she tugged on her boots and began the short walk to his house. As she walked up the steps of the porch, a puppy shot through the doggy door. The dog licked her hand and greeted her with an excited whine. She knelt down to pet the pup, wondering why Sawyer never talked about having a dog. Maybe it was the girlfriends. The front door opened with a squeak, and out of the corner of her eyes she saw Sawyer lean against the door jamb, his hat pushed back, and a silly grin on his face. She was afraid to look up and see the gal in the house. Could she be brave enough to do this? For Sawyer's sake? I told you she'd love you, his deep voice drawled out. Kacey finally looked up at him, seeing no sign of anyone else. Why didn't you tell me? She stopped mid-sentence as the dog licked her right on the mouth. Honey. I told you, no kissing without permission. Kacey stood wiping her mouth, trying to process his words. Honey. She looked down at the happy pup, still wagging her tail despite the reprimand. Wait, the dog's name is Honey? Her heart thundered as realization rushed through her. Yes, I've been telling you about her. Sawyer watched her with concern. Are you feeling okay, Dare? He grabbed her arm like he was afraid she would fall. You look really pale. Can you remember me telling you about my pup? Kacey rocked with the information, and soon she resorted to laughing at herself. All along he had been talking about a dog, not a girlfriend, a dog. She laughed harder and harder, until she would have fallen over if not for Sawyer's strength holding her up. I think you should come in and sit down. Sawyer tried to lead her, but when she couldn't walk because she was laughing too hard, he picked her up and carried her into his house. That stopped her laughter at once. He had just carried her over the threshold. He didn't have a girlfriend. Sawyer set her gently on the couch and squatted next to her, a deep crease in his brow. Better? She nodded, a small smile playing on her lips and the burn of embarrassment in her cheeks. What was all that about? She looked down at her hands, suddenly super self-conscious about her assumption. I thought Honey was your girlfriend. My what? He stood, confusion lining his features. How would you ever come up with that idea? I think you're not feeling well. Maybe we should call the doctor. So you don't have a girlfriend? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. No, dear. The only girl I have in my life besides you is my dog. Dog dog. He shook his head and walked toward the kitchen. Good, she murmured. At her word he turned, his face a mask of emotion she couldn't read. Why is that good? Oh well, I wouldn't want to be stealing so much of your time, you know, if you did. She pushed herself up off the couch. So you made lunch. I'm interested in seeing this. Dare? Yeah. She looked at him with a grin of innocence. He shook his head and continued into the kitchen. I hope you like peanut butter and jelly. I believe that's my favorite, she said, letting go of her breath. She was glad he hadn't pushed the conversation. There was so much to sort through now, knowing that Honey was a dog and not Sawyer's girlfriend. Besides feeling foolish for her assumption, it caused her to relook at all their interactions in a whole new light. Could it be that Sawyer saw her as more too? Sawyer's mind was a rush of emotion as he drove to the bungalow to pick Kacey up for their Friday night hangout. He was happy she decided to go. It might be a bit uncomfortable at first with everyone wanting to ask her about what was going on, but she needed to just get out and enjoy herself a little. Not that they hadn't enjoyed this last week. It had felt like old times, except better somehow. He had called the sheriff after lunch just to check in, and there had been no suspicious strangers in town. Maybe they had followed Joe. Maybe they had finally realized that Kacey didn't have any of the information they looked for. He hoped that were true, and they could get on with their life. Get on with their life. This afternoon had been strange. Kacey having the crazy reaction she did to his dog, and her thinking he had a girlfriend. Could that have accounted for her pulling away as sharply as she did at times? He knew Kacey was beyond moralistic. She very loudly protested any kind of cheating or other immoral behavior. She believed in the sanctity of marriage and waiting for marriage. It all came together for him, but he was afraid to hope. What if he assumed again? And what if her memory returned and she got mad at him for not telling her? He had avoided that question so many times. All those fears disintegrated when he saw Kacey step out of her house. He had planned on meeting her at the door and handing her the one rose he had growing in his yard. His mind had held him captive, and now she did. This time, rather than a yellow sundress, she wore a red dress that clung to her top and fell from under her chest in waves of fabric. Her lips even were tinted the slightest red under shiny gloss, and her hair was mostly piled on her head except for a few strands that tickled the top of her shoulders. The old Kacey never dressed like this. In his opinion, she didn't need to. Seeing her dolled up like this now, he hoped that she continued this new trend of Friday night dress-up. It made his skin feel all tingly, and his tongue as dumb as an ox. He could barely get out a hey when she opened the truck's door with him still staring dumbly at her. Hey to you too. She cocked her beautiful head. You okay? Uh-huh, he nodded, blinking his eyes and trying to shake off the magic she had cast over him. You look. Too much? She asked, biting her lip. No. The simple word dropped from his mouth and he shook his head. You sure? 100%, but don't be surprised if you get a few extra stares tonight. He swallowed, knowing he wouldn't be taking his eyes off her. I was pretty sure that was going to happen anyway. Well, I think you'll do a good job of torturing them for sure. Torturing, distracting, same difference. If you say so, she said, giving him a sideways glance. I do, he said with a laugh. He handed her the rose and put his truck into gear to hopefully outdrive his dumbness. When they pulled up at the cold, the parking lot held the normal several ATVs and old pickups. He scanned up and down the road, but no strange cars were in sight. Kacey sighed as she glanced around too. You have a whole town behind you, he told her. Not to mention my steadfast cowboy bodyguard. Yeah, me too, he he said with a smile as he helped her out of the truck. He didn't let go of her hand, and she didn't pull it away. It caused waves of tingling up and down his arm. "Everyone is going to stare," she whispered as they walked. "Let them," he said as he let go of her hand long enough to open the door and escort her inside. He draped an arm around her slender shoulders, pulling her into him. Her body quivered slightly, so he squeezed her more. He wanted her to know she had nothing to fear. The crowd paused for a second, but all it took was a look from him, and soon everyone minded their own business. It paid to be known for protectiveness over the person he cared for, the gal he loved. Their gang, on the other hand, did not look the other way. They pounded her with questions, especially Shannon and Randy, which made sense. Kacey had said she'd been talking with Mindy almost daily. She handled the friendly interrogation well, and with humor. Though he sat across from her and could see her well, his body ached to touch her, to physically let her know he was there. He shifted his leg until it ran along hers. The contact caused her to look up at him, and she smiled, rubbing her leg a little against his in return. Sawyer about leapt out of his seat with the fire that raced through him. There was no denying the flirtatious move, no denying that she enjoyed the contact as much as he did. "I just am in awe of how everyone is looking out for me," she said, joining in on the conversation again. "Well, Pine Haven is a small town. We stick together," Barney said with a wink. "Pine Haven is so small that everyone is practically family," Mindy added. "Pine Haven is so small, there are more ATVs than cars in the parking lot." Sawyer joined the familiar banter about their small town. "Pine Haven is so small the elevation is triple the population," Shannon said. "More like quadruple, but who's counting?" Randy added. "Pine Haven is so small your friends know you better than you know yourself," Kacey said with a smile. Everyone stopped laughing and looked at her. "What? If I can't joke about having no memory, then what am I left with? Besides, it's true. You guys will have to be my memory for me." "That is something we are happy to be," Sawyer said and reached over to squeeze her hand. "Here, here." Barney lifted up his glass. "To sharing memories. To sharing memories." They all cheered and clanged their glasses together. "I'm feeling the need to dance," Sawyer said, standing and holding his hand out to Kacey. "Then I guess I am too," she said with a grin. It was true. If he didn't touch her now, he felt like he would explode. He led her to the dance floor as a slow song played over the jukebox. Thank goodness for slow songs. He sighed in relief as he pulled her into him. Kacey fit his body like a glove. She was meant to be there, she must feel it too, for she rested her head on his chest, something she had only done while dancing less than a half dozen times in their lives. She sighed into him, and he tightened his hold. As patient as he was, this was torture. He wanted to be able to call her his. He wanted more than anything, to be able to bend down and kiss her any time, to reach out and hold her, to hug her. Closing his eyes, he imagined that to be the truth. That she was his wife. That after this, they would drive home together, enter their house, and not be apart ever. He could hold her all night long, rather than wake up in the middle of the night hoping she was okay. They were so lost in the song that by the time he came back to the room, the music was no longer slow. The people dancing quickly around them gave them knowing looks and winks. Kacey stirred too. The pink in her cheeks when she lifted her head off his chest and looked at him only made her more beautiful. They still danced, close and slow, their eyes never leaving each other, until she looked down and then back up at him with a shyness in her gaze. "You know that there's a rumor about us?" she said, her whisper so quiet he could barely hear her sweet voice over the music. "Is that so?" he asked, feeling the deepness of his own voice and trying hard to play it casual with a smile. "Uh-huh. Mindy told me." "Oh well, should we shoot it down?" Kacey blinked her eyes as her cheeks reddened. It was the reaction he wanted to see. "Or should you lay one on me right now and tell them to all mind their own business?" he asked, his voice deepening. His heart hammered so loudly, he feared he wouldn't hear her response. Her eyes widened and her hands gripped him tighter. She bit her lip and searched his eyes. He could almost read the thoughts circling in her head. "It might change everything," she whispered. "It might," he said back, knowing that the change would only be for the better. She leaned in a little closer, her scent filling him, intoxicating him. Hold back. Hold back. If this happened, it had to be her. He had to let her make the move, but man, all he wanted to do was to taste her lips, feel them on his and never let them go. "Are you sure?" she asked, so close now he felt the warmth of her breath teasing his lips. He tightened his hand around her, pulling her an inch closer until her lips brushed up against his. She didn't pull away. In fact, she threaded her fingers through his short hair and deepened the kiss. Fire lit from within him and spread like a wildfire until he was consumed by her kiss, by her heat, by her. The door of the bar slammed shut, and the entire room quieted. Only the jukebox continued to play. Reluctantly, they separated and looked toward the rude interruption to something he had waited his whole life for. A young woman, hair all astray, a wild look in her eyes, scanned the room until they landed on Kacey. She rushed toward them. "Kacey, you're here?" Chapter 13. Kacey reeled from kissing her best friend. She touched her lips. She had just kissed Sawyer and it felt so right. The woman that had interrupted her sublime, long-dreamed-of moment strode toward her, shooting sly glances at the people watching her. Many people actually stood and moved toward Kacey, until there was virtually a wall between her and the woman. Kacey did her best to get her feet back on the ground, and her memory registered the picture that Joe had given her. The lady in front of her didn't have that same smile, and she looked road-weary, but it was her. "That's Sarah," Kacey said, grabbing onto Sawyer's arm. "You sure?" "Yes, she's the gal from the picture." Sarah had stopped short, confusion contorting her features. "What's going on, Kacey?" She started looking around frantically and backing up. "Guys, it's okay. I know her," she told them. Several cowboys looked toward Kacey and waited until she nodded. Then they slowly ambled back to their seats. "Wow, you have quite the army protecting you," Sarah said as she came closer. "Yeah, Pine Haven is pretty incredible. Just like you told me." She closed the space between them and hugged her. "I'm so glad I found you. I had hoped you'd come back home." "Yes, Kacey looked up at Sawyer. "This must be your East." Sarah stared him up and down. "Why did you leave Pine Haven again?" "You talked about me?" Sawyer asked, squeezing Kacey against him. "All the time," Sarah said as she rolled her eyes. "How did you find me?" Kacey asked, trying to get a feel for this lady. She felt comfortable but not really familiar, not like Sawyer, her parents, or even her friends watching from their booth. "You always talked about going to the cold on Friday nights. I took the chance you would be here. Thank goodness I did. We need to talk." She looked around and stepped closer. "You're in danger and it's all my fault. Is there a place we can go? I don't want them to find you." "They already did, but we don't know who they are," Kacey said. "What do you mean, you don't know? We talked before I left." Sarah's confusion reminded Kacey of all she couldn't remember, and how it put everyone she cared for in danger. Sawyer pulled her closer. "Kacey was attacked with a car. The accident gave her a head injury. She has amnesia and can't remember anything." "Nothing?" Sarah's mouth opened in shock. "Well, not more than feelings or other knowledge-type things, but no actual memories," Kacey said. "So you don't know if Joe made it out, if he's okay?" "Joe came here. He left almost a week ago to follow leads to find you." Kacey watched Sarah, feeling for her as she paled. "I need to sit." Sarah looked like she would faint. Kacey and Sawyer led her to an empty table closer to the back of the room, where the music didn't thump in their veins. Sarah looked worn out, in need of a decent night's sleep and probably a shower. She didn't look like the carefree person of the photo Joe had given her. "I'll get us some drinks." "Anything you would like?" Sawyer asked Sarah. "Just water would be appreciated, thanks." Sarah watched Sawyer walk away and then leaned forward. You really don't remember anything? No. I'm sorry. I wish I did, but I have no idea what you're running from or why they are after me. Well, that last one is simple. It's because of me, and I'm sorry I put you into this mess. Ah. She slid her hands down her face and leaned on her elbows to hold her head. You look exhausted. Kacey's heart went out to the gal she couldn't remember. Why don't you come back to my place and rest where you know you're safe? I'm not safe for me anywhere, but it seems you are. Sarah looked around the room. Kacey saw several people guardedly watching them. Yeah, that was quite impressive. I hadn't expected that. Kacey smiled at people watching them. Since they found out that strangers were stalking me and wishing me harm, the whole town has pulled together. It's quite remarkable. Makes me wonder why you left again. And boy, you didn't describe East looking like that. Looks like you have forgiven him, huh? Forgiven him? For what? Kacey's heart pounded. This had to be the thing that sat between them that Sawyer offhandedly mentioned from time to time. Never mind, that's not important. We need to figure out how to keep you safe. Kacey didn't want to know. She had finally pushed past the friend zone with Sawyer. She didn't want a memory that would build a wall between them. I never understood the big deal anyway. Sarah shrugged. I'm happy to see you with him. Kacey looked at Sawyer standing at the bar. Several people talked with him, but his eyes instantly met hers and he winked. Heat filled her cheeks, not out of embarrassment, but a heat that traveled all the way to her toes and made her want to be alone with him. I think I should move on. I don't want to bring you even more trouble. Sarah hung her head. They, whoever they are, have been here and left when Joe did. Sweet Joe. I can't believe I dragged him into this mess. Sarah? Kacey waited until her old roommate looked at her. When Joe left, he said if I didn't hear from him in a week, I needed to call a number he gave me. What number? Sarah leaned forward, her hands squeezed together, causing her knuckles to go white. To a guy in the FBI. Sarah slumped back in her seat. Was the name Adams? There was no name, just a number. Who is Adams? Sarah sighed. There is so much to tell you. No time like the present, Sawyer said as he returned with the drinks. He sat next to Kacey and immediately draped a comforting arm around her, pulling her close. She allowed herself to lean into his comfort, enjoying this new level of intimacy between them. Well, since you're her East, and I know she'll tell you everything anyway, I might as well get into it. Except, I'm not sure it's really in your best interest to know everything. We're already in the middle of it. Joe told us nothing for the same reason, but that also means we can't help him now. You're here. Let us help you, Sawyer said. Sarah nodded, scanned the crowd, and leaned closer into the table. I am violating so many different things right now, but I think you're right. I need to tell you. Thank you, Kacey said and let her hand rest on her old friend's. I grew up pretty rough. My stepdad was involved in things he shouldn't have been in. I saw things I shouldn't have. She swallowed, took the wrapper from her straw and folded it in her fidgety hands. You don't have to tell us what those are unless you want to, Kacey comforted. That information would get you in trouble. It's enough to know when they finally got to my stepdad, the authorities stepped in. My mom and I were put in protective custody and moved across the country. How old were you? Kacey asked. 15. Kacey put a hand over her mouth, thinking about how awful that must have been for Sarah. It was rough, the first couple years especially. By the time I met you, I had begun to think that I could put it all behind me. Boy, was I wrong. Did that gang find you? Not me at first, but my mom. She took a long drink of her water. That's why I disappeared so suddenly. My mom and I had a secret code. I knew if she ever called or texted that code, I had to drop everything and meet at our secret location. Wow, this sounds like one of those movies Dare and I like to watch. Sawyer had sat up, giving her his whole attention. I can't believe you lived this. Me either. So was your mom there at your secret location? Kacey asked, totally drawn into the story. Yes, briefly. They had found her, but she had stopped being compliant with her protective custody agreement. I don't want to get into those details. Let's just say she made some bad choices. She never had good luck with men. Kacey nodded. So she couldn't call the FBI and ask that I didn't either, because she didn't want to get into trouble. Don't you think it would be a good idea for you? Sarah shrugged. Mom asked that I give her at least 2 weeks to disappear. It will be 2 weeks tomorrow. I don't want to rat out my mom. You deserve the right to live out your life without fear. Kacey gave her hand a squeeze before pulling away. Think of Joe, Sawyer said. Kacey watched him out of the corner of her eye. The guy must have grown on him. She never would have thought he would be that concerned over the city slicker. Joe. Sarah swiped at her misty eyes. I miss him. A yawn overtook her, and she rested her head in her hands braced on the table. I think we should take you back to my place, so you can sleep without having to keep one eye open. Kacey looked at Sawyer to see what he thought. Yeah, but we shouldn't leave your car here. It might be recognized. It's my third one since this all happened, but I'm fine to follow you. If you are sure? I don't want to bring more trouble on you. This town is buttoned down tight. We will all be safe, Sawyer said as he stood. If you're sure, Sarah said with another yawn. You sure you can drive? I could get Randy to drive your car. Sawyer nodded to the group. I got it. I've driven in far worse states. She stood and downed the rest of her water. We've got to say goodbye to our friends. You want to come meet them? Kacey asked. Sarah shook her head. No offense. I'm sure they are wonderful. The less people I meet, the better. I'll wait for you by the door. Kacey watched her, wondering if she was doing the right thing by bringing her back to her house. What else could she do? When Mindy gave her a hug goodbye, she leaned in to whisper. You, my friend, have so much to fill me in on. Give me a call as soon as you have the chance. The knowing look in her friend's eyes reminded her of what happened on the dance floor. She touched her lips, still tingling from Sawyer's. Of course Mindy had seen. Everyone in the place probably had seen and would all be talking about it. Rumors are for sure going to fly now. Let them, she thought with a smile. Sawyer took her hand in his calloused one. She enjoyed the feel of his strong hands. Ready? She asked Sarah as they approached. Sarah nodded, and they walked out into the starlit sky. I'm the red one right there. Sarah pointed to an older 2-door car. We're the blue pickup right beside it. Sawyer nodded toward his truck. Talk about synchronicity. You parked right next to us, Kacey said as she scanned the empty roads. She half expected a strange car to be out there and come chasing them down again. Her heart eased seeing only the locals' vehicles and Sarah's, of course. Stay close. Sawyer also scanned the roads. If I see we are being followed, we'll stop, and you run to the truck as fast as you can. We'll lose them like we did before. You lost them? Sarah had been lowering into her seat, but stood back up when she heard this. They don't seem to know how to drive on back roads. Sawyer shrugged, opening the door for Kacey. Be careful. It's about a 15-minute drive. Kacey hoped her friend would be able to stay awake. I got this, Sarah said and sat all the way in her seat and closed the door. When Sawyer started the pickup, he leaned forward and looked at Sarah. She gave them a thumbs up. Sawyer nodded, and they headed out of town. What are you doing all the way over there, girl? His smile made Kacey's heart race. Come on, he said, opening the belt in the middle of the seat. Might as well take advantage of this bench seat. Kacey grinned as she undid her belt and slid next to Sawyer. With her belt on, she nestled into his warmth and sighed. See, isn't this better? Absolutely, she said. We're doing the right thing, aren't we? How could this be wrong? He pulled her closer. I meant with Sarah, she said, feeling the heat crawl up her neck. We don't leave friends hanging. Besides, the bad guys left with Joe. If they are following Sarah, we would know it by now. He looked out his mirrors again. Roads are still empty. That's a relief. Not that I doubt your capability to lose them again. He bent over and kissed her head before focusing on the road. I like this, Kacey said. You like being in danger, saving a friend, and wondering if the bad guys are going to find us? No, East. I like this, she said as she nestled farther into him. Oh? That's really good to hear. Kacey bit her lip. Is this something we should talk about? I mean, we've been friends our whole lives and we just kissed. She emphasized the last 3 words. Yes, we sure did. Sawyer chuckled, a deep and satisfied sound. Is it strange? Kacey asked, her stomach doing flip-flops. Strange? Why would it be strange? Sawyer asked, shifting in his seat. Kacey watched him and smiled. Why would it be strange? She leaned back into the seat and into him. She would just soak in the moment, forget that they were bringing a wanted woman to her safe ranch, forget that Joe might be in big trouble out there, forget that kissing her best friend might change everything, and just enjoy snuggling with her East, as Sarah called him. Yeah, her East. She liked the sound of that. Sawyer had a difficult time concentrating. He knew he should be strategizing on how to keep them safe while bringing Sarah back to their homes. He should be thinking about Joe and how to make sure he was okay. He should be using this time to think about a lot of productive things, but all he could think was, she kissed me. That's right, not only did Kacey kiss him, but she was snuggled next to him in the middle seat of the truck. Having her beside him made it feel like all this other crazy stuff didn't matter. The world could blow up all around them, and he'd be fine as long as Kacey was still in his arms, looking up at him with those big brown eyes as if he were the only other person in this world. He forced himself to check behind him. Sarah followed closely. Nothing else was going on. An urge to pull over and kiss Kacey again caused his body to feel on fire. He had to push it down and focus on getting them home. Even though he knew bringing Sarah back was the right thing to do, he couldn't help the disappointment that flooded him. He wished it would be only Kacey and himself, and a long goodnight kiss. Lights flickered behind him, pulling him back from his daydream. Sarah's lights flashed, and she turned on her blinker. Sawyer slowed the truck down and pulled onto the gravel on the side of the road. What's going on? Kacey sat up and looked around like she had been daydreaming too. I'm not sure. Sarah signaled she needed to pull over. Stay here. He started to slide out of the truck, but stopped and leaned back in. He gave Kacey a quick kiss and smiled before sliding out and closing the door. The pleasantly surprised look on Kacey's face distracted him as he walked toward Sarah's car. She was half in and half out, tugging on what looked like a suitcase. What's the matter? Sawyer asked. I ran out of gas. It started sputtering right when we pulled over. She stood up, holding onto a suitcase. There are like no gas stations around here. Well, there's one in town, but on the opposite side of the cold. I must have missed it. You don't happen to have any gas cans in your truck, do you? Not now, but I have gas at home. We'll come back with a can in the morning. Thank you. I'm sorry to be such a bother. You're fine. That all you got? He nodded toward her suitcase. Yeah, not much you can take when you're running. She shrugged. Sawyer took the bag from her and set it in the back of the truck. Climb on in. We're almost there now. So close, she muttered as she climbed in next to Kacey. Sawyer scanned the area. The hair on the back of his neck stood on end, but he couldn't hear or see anything. He rubbed his neck and climbed into his truck. How would he keep them safe when they were in the bungalow and he was at home? When they passed Kacey's driveway, she spoke up. Do you need to take care of Honey first? I'm thinking. He pushed his hat back and scratched his short hair. I would feel safer if I stayed with you two, and there's no place for me to sleep at your little house. That's very true. Kacey's cheeks turned pink in the dash lights. I have 2 extra rooms. How would you feel about staying at my place for the night? Like a sleepover? Kacey laughed. Our parents haven't let us have one of those since we hit 6th grade. We had them before that, she asked. All the time. You two sound like you had a fun childhood. Sarah smiled, though her arms wrapped around her body. I'm sorry, Sarah. Kacey's voice held empathy, a trait Sawyer always appreciated about her. We can have a slumber party tonight. Do you have popcorn, East? That I do, and a movie or two. Sarah yawned. That sounds nice, but I'm not sure how good of company I'll be. You just do what you need to do, Sarah. We'll be here, Kacey said as Sawyer stopped the truck in front of his house. Wow, you really do live on a ranch. Sarah pushed open the truck door and looked around. Yep, but theirs is much bigger. It's my parents'. She knocked into him after he rounded the truck. It will be yours one day. You know your sister doesn't want it. And I don't want to think about that one day. I like having my parents around. He kissed the top of her head. Not what I meant. Your father will want to retire from most of it long before he leaves us. Kacey laughed. My father retire? I don't think that will ever happen. Sawyer shrugged, not wanting to argue with her. He knew most dads created legacies they wanted to pass down. He wanted children to pass his legacy down to. It wasn't much, but it was enough to have a good life on. The stars here are incredible. I never knew there were so many. Sarah stood with her head tilted all the way back. The light pollution in the city is ridiculous. Light pollution? Sawyer snorted. They had some weird things going on in the city. Yeah, there's always so many lights on, you're lucky to see a few bright stars. Never like this. She yawned and bent her neck forward, rubbing the muscles. All right, stargazers, let's get you inside. Sawyer started walking toward the porch. Honey scrambled through the doggy door and up to Sawyer. Hey girl, did you miss me? Calm down. We have guests. Kacey knelt to give Honey some pets, and the sight settled the uneasiness he had in his gut since Sarah had run out of gas. How he would love this to be their daily ritual. She doesn't bite, does she? Sarah asked, backing up. Honey? No? He shook his head. She does kiss without permission, though. Kiss? Yeah, keep your mouth closed if you are anywhere close to her. Kacey laughed. Okay. I think I'll pass. Sawyer had heard of people that didn't like dogs, but it was weird to actually see one. Honey was the easiest dog to like. He shrugged. Her loss. Well, let's get you settled. Come on in. He opened the door, and Sarah gasped. You don't lock your doors? She grabbed Kacey's arm. How do you know someone's not in there? Sawyer wanted to laugh, but her fear was real. It sparked like a wildfire in her eyes. Living in a small town is like that. He cocked his head when he saw the pleading look in Kacey's eyes. Would you feel better if I went in and checked it out? Please? Sarah asked as she frantically looked around. A horse in the barn stamped his foot and snorted. What was that? She jumped and clutched Kacey tighter. It's just a horse. You've been through a lot, but you're safe here. Kacey soothed her like she was a scared child, but the woman didn't seem to mind. Sawyer waited until Kacey nodded at him. Then he went inside the house, turning lights on as he went. Nothing felt amiss, except his parents weren't here, but it had felt that way for years now. Thinking of the life of turmoil Sarah had lived, he better appreciated his childhood. Sure, there was losing his mom and then his dad's sadness, but that was nothing compared to what that poor lady had gone through. And his childhood, though full of hard work, was full of love too, both from his own family and from that of the Darings. He didn't mind going the extra mile to make Sarah feel safe. He would even lock the doors tonight if she wanted him to. He planned to sleep in his old room and have Kacey sleep in the master. Sarah would have the guest bedroom that had been mainly used as an office. In fact, he couldn't remember the last time anyone slept in that bed. He opened the door to the room, turned on the lights, and checked the closet. It smelled musty and dusty. He would have to get some fresh sheets for her. His old room smelled the same way. It left a heaviness inside him, like part of the house was neglected, cold, dark, and alone. Like he felt before Kacey returned. He wanted those rooms full of kids, their loud playing and toys, and the smell of freshly bathed babies. Shaking his head, he went to check the master. He would have never thought he would be yearning to have kids, and daydreaming of how the noise they would make the house feel more like a home. He wondered how many kids Kacey would be willing to have. The master was clear too, just as he knew it would be. He let the daydream keep playing, as he walked back to let the women know the house was clear. They stood outside, Sarah still clinging to Kacey. Both women's eyes were full of fear. Reality came crashing down. Here he was thinking about how amazing a future with Kacey would be, and they were scared to death. "Come on. It's safe." He held out his hand, and Kacey took it. "Thank you for checking. I hadn't thought about that." Kacey gave him an appreciative smile. "We normally don't have to think about that." He looked at Sarah. "We are going to figure this all out. You'll get back to the days when you don't have to live in fear again." "I hope so," Sarah said. Her eyelids drooped, and she had bags under her eyes. He wondered how long it had been since she had a decent night's sleep. "I need to get you some clean sheets. No one has been in the guest room in several years, so it's a bit dusty." They followed him down the hall, where he stopped to grab some sheets from the cupboard, and then continued to the last bedroom. It already smelled better, with the door being open for a few minutes. Kacey helped him strip the bed and remake it. "I'll grab your suitcase. Make yourself comfortable." As he walked out, he heard Sarah whisper, "He really is a gentleman, isn't he? Maybe you were right when you said no man can compare to a Wyoming cowboy." "At least this one," Kacey said. A smile tugged on Sawyer's lips. Even with danger following and probably soon to be met head-on, he couldn't help but enjoy each and every moment of his transition from best friend to boyfriend. He had waited his whole life for this. Nothing would mar it. Sarah had fallen asleep in the easy chair before the movie hardly even started. Sawyer wasn't sure when Kacey had followed her, but now, as the credits rolled, her even breathing made him want to hold her forever. In fact, he laid his head back against the couch and closed his eyes. Kacey nestled in his body, his arms around her, was perfect. Sure, he didn't get the chance to kiss her again, but this might be even better. He didn't know if he could sleep all night like this, but at this moment, he was not going anywhere. He was right where he wanted to be. Chapter 14. Kacey woke to the sliver of light glowing behind the mountains outside the window, and to soft snores. Her body felt stiff, but as dawn awakened her, she realized she still lay snuggled in Sawyer's arms. The night before rushed in on her, and a warmth filled her. She and Sawyer, more than friends. What if today he acted like nothing happened? What if it was just a fun game that he played to get the townspeople talking? Sawyer snorted a little in his sleep and rubbed at his nose. When his arm came back down, it wrapped tighter around her, and he moaned softly in his sleep. She sure hoped it wasn't just a game. A rustling from the easy chair made her remember Sarah. She turned her head enough to look at her. Sarah sat in the chair, a blanket tucked under her chin and over her knees. Her gray eyes watched out the window, and Kacey saw a moment of peace on her friend's face. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" Kacey whispered. Sarah turned toward her. "It is. I didn't wake you, did I?" "Not at all. I normally get up now." "He does too." She pushed up, wanting to stay, but her body begging to move. She resisted the urge to kiss his slightly parted lips, still unsure how he would play it out today. She hadn't needed to worry, for his eyes fluttered open, and once focused on her, a slow, satisfied smile spread across his lips. "Morning, sleepyhead." Kacey touched the tip of his nose as she sat up all the way. "What a sleep. That was best I have gotten in years," Sawyer said as he stretched. "On the couch?" Sarah asked. Sawyer's eyes went wide for a second. Kacey smirked. He had forgotten they weren't alone. Yeah, I guess that it is a bit odd. Maybe because it gets so quiet here when you're all alone. Honey came running in the doggy door, barking right then. Quiet, huh? Kacey teased him. Well, you know. He shrugged and stood to stretch more fully. How about you, ladies? Did you sleep well? Kacey murmured, feeling her cheeks heat. Me too, Sarah said. I agree that it was nice not to be alone. And that chair is much more comfortable than the car. That would be a rough sleep. Kacey fingered her hair, feeling it wild all over the place. Then she smoothed down the dress she still wore. I need a shower and real clothes. That sounds great. Sarah stood with a yawn. Well, I got to get to the animals if you feel okay going to your place alone. I could walk you there? Sawyer asked. Is that all that racket I hear out there? Sarah walked to look out the side window. Yeah, I'm late, and they aren't too happy about it. Why don't Sarah and I walk to my place, take showers and change, and then we can meet back here for breakfast to talk about what we should do? Good plan, Sawyer said, heading to the kitchen. Anyone need some coffee first? I would love some. Sarah followed him. Kacey shrugged. Coffee was one thing she never got accustomed to with ranch life, but she wouldn't mind spending a few more minutes with Sawyer. After they sipped on their coffee for a few minutes, Sarah excused herself to get her things from the room. The moment her footsteps hit the hall, Sawyer set down his cup, took 3 long strides and pulled Kacey into his arms. Without preamble, he captured her lips with his, pulling her as tightly into him as he could. Kacey's knees wobbled, her head spun, and her heart raced. She had never experienced a kiss like that before. It drew at every fragment of herself, until she melded with Sawyer. When he finally pulled away, they both panted, too out of breath to say anything. Her arms encircled him, her hands clasping his shirt tightly, until her heart finally eased to a more natural rhythm. Good morning to you too, Kacey said, not really wanting to end the moment but not able to hold the words back. I hope that was okay. Sawyer pulled back slightly and searched her eyes. If that kiss was just okay, I'm going to have to strap in for one you think was good. She laughed. Wow, well, I'll take that, but what I meant was it okay to do that? Kacey watched him, knowing now that he had some of the same fears she woken up with this morning. Kacey started before Sarah walked in. I didn't mean to interrupt. You ready? Kacey asked, her cheeks burning as she loosened her grip on Sawyer and took a step back. She instantly felt the absence of his body heat, and wished she could be in his arms still. If you are, Sarah said, looking from her to Sawyer and back again. Showers, here we come. Kacey let her fingers trail down Sawyer's chest. Good luck with your chores. Thank you, he said, taking her hand and planting a kiss on it. I'll walk you over. I think we'll be fine. She looked at Sarah, who seemed much more peaceful this morning. I would really like to walk you over, Sawyer said again. After the kiss they just shared, she wanted to just let it go and let him walk them over there. Yet something nagged at her. If they were going to make this work, she needed to start it off the way she needed it. From what people shared, Sawyer had a tendency to be a bit overprotective, but lately it had been a bit over the top. Sure, he had good reason, but she needed him to know she was able to take care of herself. I got this, East. You have a lot to do. I don't need you to walk me home. Kacey turned toward the door, but he pulled her back. This isn't any ordinary day, Dare, he whispered close to her, sneaking a glance at Sarah. Please don't push this, Kacey said, feeling her heart fighting for her to give in. Yet that stubbornness that Sawyer himself said she had pushed its way forth. You need to trust me. I don't need to be babysat. Sawyer's eyes narrowed and hardened. He dropped her hand and his jaw muscles twitched. So much for the perfect morning. Kacey hung her head, feeling the burn of tears in her eyes. She knew she could have given in, easily even, but that would have set the precedence, and then what? How long would it take until she couldn't handle it? Fine. If you don't want my company, I'll just go ahead of you to check it out. Kacey's head snapped up, anger torching her feelings of guilt. You wouldn't dare. Sawyer glared at her, then stomped right past, shoved on his boots and slammed the door behind him. Kacey's gaze caught Sarah standing frozen in place, her eyes wide and mouth open. Kacey felt a bit like that too. She ran over to the window. Sure enough, Sawyer strode straight toward her place. I can't believe him. Kacey clenched her fists and stormed out of the house. Sarah rushed to catch up to her. Case, it's not that big of a deal. He just wants you to be safe. So what? I should just let him check every room I walk in for the rest of my life? I should have no space, no independence. Sarah stared at her. How long have you two been together? Last night, Kacey spat out. Oh wow. You've got quite the path ahead of you. What's that supposed to mean? Kacey stopped to stare at a woman she had known for a couple years, but couldn't remember. I'm just saying relationships need some give and take. Some of these things you get so upset over aren't really that big of a deal. I don't think I can live with someone hovering over me all the time. Kacey started walking again, seeing Sawyer exiting her little house. Well, I guess that's something you should figure out and soon, because that slumped cowboy coming our way looks as broken-hearted as they come, Sarah whispered to her before they crossed paths with Sawyer. He glanced up at them, but didn't meet Kacey's eyes. She hardened her heart against the guilt that tried to weasel its way in. The place is safe. No one has been there. Sawyer's voice sounded defeated, but traces of anger still tightened his words. Kacey just kept walking. She bit her tongue before she spewed out more angry words out. Maybe she was overreacting, but her blood boiled right now. He needed to know she had the right to live her life like she wanted to, with space and freedom to do as she wished. Maybe there was a reason they hadn't gotten together before. Maybe this was it. Sawyer fumed while doing his chores. How could such a perfect morning turn sour so fast? Over nothing, too. What was the big deal about letting him walk over and make sure the place was safe? That stubbornness of Kacey's had surfaced again. That hard-nosed, tunnel vision refusal to see it any other way but her own. He chucked another bale off the truck. That independence might just get her killed one day, especially with all the mayhem going on right now. Back in the truck, he slammed his head on the steering wheel. Honey whimpered and licked him. He reached out to pet the pup. Kacey hadn't seemed to mind him taking care of her before they kissed. Why was it different now? He squeezed his eyes shut, savoring their kiss in the kitchen. The look of surprise that had been on Kacey's face before her expression had melted into one pure joy, burned in his mind. He would forever treasure that spontaneous kiss, so full of need. He needed Kacey. He needed her like a fire needed oxygen. There was no going back after this. His heart wouldn't be able to handle it. He wouldn't let her walk away this time. Nothing would keep him from going after her. He set his face into grim determination, gripped his steering wheel and drove back to the house. He would tell Kacey just that. She wasn't going to push him away this time. He could beat out any stubbornness she threw at him. The ladies weren't back yet when he got in from chores, so he took the chance to shower. They still hadn't returned after his shower, so he started breakfast. When a tickle of fear entered in, he reminded himself that girls took forever to shower, especially on cooler mornings. Maybe they were even talking about their fight. Yet by the time breakfast was ready, he couldn't avoid the panic that had built up. He grabbed his jacket, shoved his boots on, told Honey to stay, and ran to Kacey's house. His gut twisted, and he knew something was wrong. Had Sarah done something to Kacey? Did someone follow them unseen and choose that time to steal them away? He stopped short in her driveway. Kacey's car was gone. He slammed through the front door. Dare. Kacey. The house was empty. Kacey had been angry, but angry enough to leave without telling him? He searched outside for any other tracks and couldn't find any. Panic flooded him as his heart pumped so fast it turned his vision black. He pushed back through the door and sat on the bed, hanging his head down until his vision cleared. He pulled out his phone and with shaky hands typed out, "Where did you go?" While he waited for a response, he closed his eyes and tried to breathe. When no response came through, he tried again. "I know you're mad, just please let me know you're okay." Still no response. "Where are you?" he shouted, fisting the bedspread he sat on. The bed smelled of Kacey, a pure smell of fresh mountain air. He plopped back on it, and heard the crinkle of paper. Instantly he sat back up, and searched the bed for the source of the noise. On her pillow, the picture Joe gave her and a hastily scrawled note grabbed his attention. The note only had an address and one other word, "call." The blood pulsed in his head so loudly, he couldn't hear himself think. Kacey wouldn't just leave. She had to have been taken, but how did she get the time to leave this note for him? The address was about an hour away in the next county. He recognized the street name, having bought cattle out there at one time. Squeezing his eyes shut, he did his best to picture what it looked like: big sprawling ranches. A few rundown barns. Not much. Why there? His hand shook as he yanked his phone out of his pocket and dialed the number. The ringing felt like forever, until a guy answered. "Adams?" a man answered. "I was given your number by a man named Joe. I don't know his last name. He was looking for a gal named Sarah and my Kacey Daring. They're gone. My Kacey and Sarah are gone." "Slow down, sir. What's your name? Tell me what you know." Sawyer sat down, took a couple deep breaths, and as quickly as possible told the agent everything, including the address she left. The agent said that he was actually only about 40 minutes away, following a lead on the case, and would be gathering a team together. "We'll take it from here. Thank you for your information. I have your number and will let you know if we find anything." The line went dead, leaving Sawyer staring at the phone in bewilderment. A few seconds later, he pushed off the bed and ran back to his truck, calling the sheriff as he did. "This is FBI territory now, Sawyer," Sheriff Whitaker responded. "The county sheriff has more authority. We've talked about this." "True, but it's not my county." "No, but you're buddies with that sheriff." "Please. It's Kacey, Sheriff." "Okay, I'll make the call and round up my deputies. Meet us at the edge of town in 20 minutes. "I don't have 20 minutes, I'm going now." He clicked his phone off. Honey whined as he climbed into his truck. He felt bad for leaving her, but she couldn't come along on this adventure. "Stay, girl," he said through the truck's window, and his tires spat gravel as he sped to the highway. As much as he didn't want to involve others, he knew Mr. Daring would be red-hot mad if he didn't tell him. He blew out a breath and pressed the button for Dare's dad, grateful he had convinced the man to get a cell phone. He didn't want to tell Mrs. Daring when she was there all alone. "Sir, they have Kacey." Sawyer spent the next 5 minutes relaying all the information to her father, and then calmed him down for the next 5 after that. "Well, I'll be meeting up with Sheriff Whitaker then. You be safe. These guys sound like they are not small-time bullies. We're going to get her back, Sawyer." "Yes, sir, we will, or I'll die trying." Kacey wanted to throw up. She didn't want to be here. When she had come out of the shower, she had seen Sarah just setting down Kacey's phone, her face ashen. It was ringing. "I looked at it thinking if it was Sawyer, I could tell him we would be there soon. It said Joe, so I answered it," Sarah had said. "Joe? Is he okay?" "No. I mean, he's alive, but they have him. They had him call you to convince you to come to them, but since I answered." She had hidden her face in her hands and sobbed. Kacey immediately went to console her friend, but what she had said still shocked her to the core. "If you and I both don't come on our own, they're going to kill him," Sarah cried out. "We should call that FBI guy and get Sawyer here." Her anger had dissipated in the shower, and now, with the news, it was the last thing on her mind. Sarah had shaken her head. She picked up the car keys Kacey always hung by the front door. "We have to go now. I can't just disappear. Sawyer. They'll kill him the second they see him. They said so." She took Kacey's hand. "Please. I don't want Joe to die." Sarah, this isn't smart. We need to think about this. There's no time. They set the timer. It's an hour away too. She had looked down at an address she wrote down, 3506 Maple Street in the next county. And if we get there past an hour and 5 minutes, they'll kill him. Kacey had dug her heels in just on the other side of her front door. No. They said we have to go together. They promise not to hurt you. Once they realize you aren't a threat to them, they'll let you leave. It's me they want. Please, I don't want Joe to die. Against her better judgment, she had sat in the car, after Sarah had climbed into the driver's seat. She knew she had to leave something to help Sawyer get the FBI there. She didn't trust that they would just let her go, or Joe or Sarah for that matter. I need my jacket, she had said, and ran back inside to scribble out a note and leave the FBI guy's number. She had wanted to beg him not to come himself, but Sarah had pleaded with her to hurry, full-blown panic lining her voice. Kacey squeezed her eyes shut and begged Sawyer to forgive her. She had to keep him safe, even if it meant putting herself in danger. Now, as they traveled down the road where they were to meet these bad guys, she still had no idea what type of gang or organization they belonged to, or why they were hunting Sarah. Yet here she was, doing what had to be done to save friends from a life she couldn't remember. Her phone buzzed with a call right as they drove into the driveway. She knew it was Sawyer, and had ignored all his texts before too. If she had read his texts or answered the call, she wouldn't go through with it. Running now would most likely be a death sentence. She blew out a shaky breath, and decided to leave her cell phone under the seat. They would surely take it away the second they arrived, and probably crush it. This way, the FBI could still trace her GPS. How she knew that, she didn't know, but she followed her instincts. Sarah cried openly, as she drove Kacey's car into the driveway of the address they had been given. 2 armed men in sleek suits greeted them almost chivalrously. Thank you for coming. The boss is expecting you, one of them said, as he led them past a little country cottage toward an old barn behind it. The other followed them, smiling when Kacey turned back to look longingly at her car. Their guns were holstered and they had no threatening mannerisms, but their presence felt hostile, like at any moment their smiles could turn into scowls, and they would be ready to blast through whatever needed. Kacey broke out in goosebumps as they entered the dimly lit barn. It took several moments for her eyes to adjust, and when they did, she gasped, taking several steps backward until she ran into the guard behind her. Joe sat bound to a chair, his face hardly recognizable behind all the bruises and contusions. Joe! Sarah screamed and ran toward him. The guard stopped her with one arm and shook his head. Sarah gulped and sniffled as her body shook in sobs. Kacey pulled on reserves and took the few steps to wrap her arm around her friend. The guards only watched, allowing her to try to comfort Sarah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Sarah murmured over and over. Shush, Kacey soothed. She couldn't exactly say it wasn't Sarah's fault. She had convinced her to come, and she hadn't warned them before this all became such a disaster. A man in a fancy silk suit ambled out from somewhere in the back. Ah, the prodigal daughter has returned. So good to see you again, Chloe. Chloe? Kacey furrowed her brows but didn't move away. Oh, I see your friend doesn't know your real name. He put 2 fingers to his mouth. Sorry, I gave the secret away. Please just let her and Joe go. They have no idea what's going on, Sarah begged. I am pretty sure you're right about Joe. He would have given it up by now, if he did know anything. He took a step closer to Kacey. Now this pretty thing, I don't know yet. What will you spill, dear? I don't know what's going on, Kacey stammered. When your guys hit her, she got amnesia. She doesn't even remember me, much less something I have never told anyone. Amnesia, huh? The man asked, trailing a finger down Kacey's cheek. Kacey trembled from both fear and disgust. No memory at all? He asked. Kacey shook her head. What if it returns? I told you, boss. I haven't told anyone what I saw. He turned his attention to Sarah. No one, huh? Not even the FBI in exchange for protection? I didn't tell them either. I swear. Then why would they put you in protective custody? It was my mom's deal. I was just a kid. And now look at you, all grown up. You've turned into quite the woman. He eyed her. Please, I'll do anything you want. Just let them go. You promised. When we leave, we'll leave Joe behind as promised. He's no good to us. Your pretty friend, on the other hand, I can't trust that her memory won't return with some information we would rather keep to ourselves. Please, she doesn't know anything, even if her memory does return. Why would I tell her and not my boyfriend? Girls talk more. We all know that. He looked up at his men, and they all chuckled. I need to hear her talk more. Kacey's insides felt like they were on fire. The darkness started to impede her vision. She feared if she passed out now, she wouldn't like how she awoke. For now, you are my guests. Get our guests some chairs, boys. 2 guards left, coming back with 2 folding chairs. They put them next to Joe, whose head hung limp. Kacey looked closely and saw his chest rising and falling. Thank goodness he was alive. Her whole body shook as she sat down as instructed. She squeezed her eyes shut, sure she would feel the roughness of rope tying her hands together like Joe's were, but the guards moved away without touching them. The boss pulled up a chair in front of them. He looked from one to the other. Let's get to know each other, Kacey, right? She nodded, not wanting to look at the man. He was actually quite handsome for a man close to her dad's age, but the glint in his eyes made her skin crawl. How did you meet Chloe? Oh, that's right. You know her as Sarah. How do you feel about her lying to you? Kacey shrugged and mumbled, I don't know. You don't know how you feel, or you don't know how you met? Both, she whispered. We met at an acting class, Sarah said. Really? Kacey asked, wondering why someone running from people like this would want to act and be seen by so many. Sarah shrugged. It was a short-lived, misguided dream. So you don't remember her from before your accident? The boss asked. Kacey shook her head. Why don't you tell me how you two came to be together again? She came into the local hangout in town and said she knew me. And you just accepted that? I had a picture of her, and my parents knew I had a roommate named Sarah. Kacey's lips trembled, knowing it didn't sound well. This is quite an interesting story. We should write this one into a screenplay, boys. What was the name of that playwright we acquired? Jensen, sir? Yes, Jensen, that's right. Let's take notes and have him write this one up. Maybe these aspiring actresses can even star in it. Kacey clasped her hands in her lap to keep them from outwardly shaking. The shock of the situation was wearing off, and anger slowly smoldered, threatening to break out into a full-out explosion as the interrogation continued. So, Kacey, what has Sarah, told you since she returned? Not much, she said. You see, I need more details. Not like a teenager telling their parents how school was, but think of best friends. Can you talk with me like a best friend? Kacey clenched her fist. No, she couldn't talk to this slimeball like he was Sawyer. Sawyer would despise this greasebag probably more than she did. As she thought this, she felt an overwhelming presence, like Sawyer was close, too close. Sawyer tried again and again to call Kacey, praying that she would answer. After the 5th time, he didn't bother leaving a message, but just hit redial. He raced down the highway, making the next county in record time. The way he saw it, if he was pulled over, they could follow him all the way to where he needed them anyway. He wasn't that lucky, though. He had made such good time, he was sure he would be the first one there. The FBI should be close behind him, and the sheriff and his deputies as well. He had to do something, even if it was to provide a distraction in order to delay them from doing something drastic and give Kacey a few more minutes, hopefully enough time for the feds to arrive and control the situation. He turned onto Maple Street. GPS said it was a quarter-mile down the road. He pulled over and parked on the side of the road. His hands ached from squeezing the steering wheel, so he shook them out. From behind his seat, he pulled out the camouflage coveralls he used when hunting. It would serve him now more than ever. After he was dressed in camo, he tried Kacey one more time. Then he turned his phone to silent and stuffed it into his pocket. He wouldn't turn it off. He wanted his GPS to be trackable, just in case the situation turned from bad to worse. He remembered the talks he and Kacey had about GPS tracking by the government. Now it just might save his life. He hoped Kacey had remembered to leave her phone on too. After pulling his hunting rifle from the gun rack above the seat, he silently shut the door. He didn't want to shoot anyone, but would if he needed to. The thought twisted his gut, but Kacey was his life, and he would do whatever needed to be done to save her. Luckily, this area had a line of trees down the fence line. He maneuvered through them as covertly as possible. When he could see a house in the distance, he froze behind a tall pine. After several minutes, he saw two men with holstered guns walk from the barn toward the house. He shifted his perspective to the other side of the tree. In front of the house was Kacey's car, along with a couple black sedans. He clenched his jaw. One of those cars was probably the one that had hit his dare. Seeing it there shouldn't have been a surprise, but it had cemented into him that this was real. Not some movie or fanciful daydream of rescuing his gal, but a real life and death situation where his girl was being held captive and the cavalry was too far behind. A few more minutes of surveillance showed the same two guards returning to the barn. They must be in there. He surveyed the landscape, pleased to find trees, farm equipment, and other barriers that would provide cover for him. He was going to get Kacey out of this mess, and Joe and Sarah as well if he could. And when he did, he wasn't going to let that woman out of his sight ever again. Chapter 15. Kacey closed her eyes, praying that the FBI would show up any minute now. So far the boss had been seemingly easygoing, but she knew it was a farce. What would he do once he realized he wouldn't get any information out of her? Would they use her like a punching bag like they did Joe? Or would it be worse? She knew what happened to women. Please have the FBI show up now. Her eyes flew open. Did her hopeful imagination drum up the vibrating sound of a helicopter, or was it real? She glanced over at Sarah, who looked up as if there were no ceiling. All the men looked up as well. Simmons, go check that out. The boss looked back at her and Sarah, his eyes hard and glaring. Now you two wouldn't have called the feds, would you? You know that would be a death sentence, per our agreement. We didn't. I swear, boss. We didn't make any calls after we got Joe's call. Boys, did you check them before bringing them in? No, sir. You didn't say. Well, I'm saying to now, he yelled, the first sign of the terror Kacey knew he hid behind his mask. The guards pulled them out of their seats. Heat seared up Kacey's neck and into her face as the man's hands touched all of her. She squeezed her fists and bit her tongue, lest she say or do something that would unreel the man's wrath. They're clean, sir? Tie them up, he shouted. What do you have, Simmons? I can't be sure, sir, but it looks like the feds. Well, that puts a wrench into our plans now, doesn't it, girls? Kacey squeezed her fists and twisted them, making them as big as possible, so when the guys tied her hands together it would be looser once she relaxed. If she could relax. Crazy had entered into the boss's eyes, and all she had to do was look at Joe to see what kind of damage that look could mean. We gotta leave, boss. One of the guys came rushing in. The car's running, bags are already stored. The boss sighed. I was enjoying our conversation, girls, but we can't have people who don't follow directions. He turned to Simmons. Take care of them. We can't have them blabbing to the feds. Then follow to the rendezvous point ASAP. Yes, sir. Farewell, girls. I'll miss the chase, Chloe. Don't worry. Your mom will be joining you shortly. Please, boss. You don't have to do this. Sarah pleaded. He waved as he hurried out the barn door and disappeared into the sunlight. Well, looks like I have some fun ahead. Simmons approached them, an evil grin contorting his features. Simmons, you don't have to do this. You could let us go. We'll disappear. Boss will never know. Why would I do that, Chloe? I've been waiting to have you alone for years, and this pretty little thing. You know, I was the one who ran you over. Such a pity. I would have enjoyed getting to know you better. He stood over her. A bump sounded from the back of the barn. It drew Simmons' attention, and Kacey used it to her advantage. The guys had forgotten to tie her legs, so she threw her right foot up as hard as she could, sending Simmons holding his privates and screaming a ghastly sound. Why, you little, he started to snarl, but his words were cut short by a blast behind them. She knew that sound. Without even turning, she knew Sawyer stood there with his hunting rifle. Simmons fell to the ground, his gun sliding across the barn, groaning as blood gushed from his leg. Kacey swallowed the urge to kick the disgusting man. Instead, she wriggled to try to free her hands. A moment later, she heard the threads of the rope slice through, and her hands were free. She quickly turned and wrapped them around Sawyer. You crazy cowboy. You could have been killed. Kacey pressed herself into him, soaking in the security of his presence. But I wasn't, he smiled and kissed her quick and hard before cutting Sarah loose. She ran straight to Joe, who was still unconscious, wrapping her arms around him. Sawyer cut him free, and Sarah caught him as his limp body tumbled to the floor of the barn. I'm dying, Simmons moaned, writhing next to where Joe fell. Oh no, you aren't going to get off that easy. You might not ever walk again, but you'll live a nice long life behind bars. Sawyer squatted next to the guy, and tied him up roughly using pieces of the rope he had cut off her and Sarah. I'll bleed out, Simmons stammered. I'll be happy to take care of that for you, Sawyer said, as he wrapped a piece of rope above the gunshot wound. He smiled as he pulled it tight, eliciting a scream from the man. Footsteps pounded outside as county sheriffs, deputies, and feds ran into the barn. Clear, a guy in an FBI bulletproof vest called out. Clear, they echoed throughout the large structure. Sheriff Whitaker ran over to them. Are any of you hurt? My Joe? He won't wake up. The sheriff sucked in a breath. Get some paramedics in here. He squatted down and felt for Joe's pulse and then turned to Sarah. We'll get him the help he needs. She nodded, tears streaming down her face. This is all my fault. No. Kacey stood next to her. It's the boss's doing. He's to blame, not you. Sawyer pulled Kacey into his arms, checking her all over. I'm not hurt, East. She reached up and touched his face. You saved me. Sawyer laughed. Actually, you did quite the job of handling yourself. Guess all those espionage movies we watched paid off. Is that how I knew what to do? Maybe? I'm just glad you did. Sawyer took her face in his hands, stared into her eyes, and then leaned in, his lips barely brushing hers when her dad came rushing in. Kacey. He ran to his daughter and held her in his arms, sobbing openly. You're all right? I'm fine, Dad. I'm okay. The sheriff walked over, as the paramedics loaded Joe onto a gurney. Sarah never left his side, as they rolled out of the barn. At the door she looked back one last time, meeting Kacey's eyes. She mouthed the words thank you and disappeared. Kacey wondered if she would ever see them again. Adams caught the boss at the end of the road. He won't be bothering anyone for a long time now. The sheriff hooked his thumbs in his belt loops and rocked back on his heels. You two sure have had an adventure. I'm pretty adventured out, Kacey said, leaning into Sawyer. Two more paramedics lifted Simmons onto another gurney as he whined and moaned, his hands alternatively holding his privates and his gunshot leg. As the adrenaline wore off, Kacey started shaking and feeling like her legs would give out. Come on, Sawyer said as he lifted her into his arms. Let's go home. My car's here, she said weakly. I came with the sheriff, sweetie, her dad said. I'll drive it back for you. You know your mom is going to want to see you. Why don't you two come over to my place? I'm not letting this girl out of my sight. Sawyer carried her off toward his truck without looking back. I'm sorry, she told him once they had left the barn. She snuggled against his chest, enjoying the feeling of safety and feeling foolish for pushing his offered protection away earlier. "Don't ever run off like that without me again," he said and kissed the top of her head. "They said they would kill you." Her lip trembled, the emotion of the ordeal finally hitting her. "And you believe I would have let that happen?" She squeezed him tighter. Right now she believed he could be Superman himself. "I'm sorry for getting mad at you before too." She choked on a sob. "Hey, don't worry about that. We'll figure it out. We will find what works for us. It'll just take time." She sniffled and took a few deep breaths. Lifting her head, she realized that Sawyer had carried her past the driveway and onto the road. "Where's your truck?" Kacey asked. "About a quarter of a mile down the road. Maybe we should get a ride." Sawyer shook his head. "Nope. I'm not letting go of you." Kacey was too tired to argue. Besides, she knew that tone of voice. There would be no convincing him otherwise. She rested her head against his chest and closed her eyes. It all felt like a bad dream, but waking in Sawyer's arms made the dream fade away into a past that she would try to forget. Sawyer drove carefully into his driveway, trying not to disturb Kacey, but her eyes fluttered open anyway. A decision played in his mind, one that would change the course of both of their lives forever. After today, he realized that he had no choice but to work out the fine-tuning of their relationship. It didn't matter how hard it got, how stubborn she was, or how overprotective he was. They would find a way to make it work. They had to. "Are we home?" she asked. The way she said it made him feel like the world was right. He may have just rescued her from certain demise, or helped rescue her, but he wanted to leave that all in the past like everything else, forgotten. "Yes, we are home." He reached over and took her hand, as they bounced over the last 100 yards of the driveway. The sun set behind the saddle between the mountains, casting a burnt orange glow across the sky. The beauty of their homecoming only furthered his resolve. He squeezed her hand before putting the truck into park and shutting it off. He slid from his side and walked around to hers. He helped her out of the truck. Then immediately, he fell to one knee. "What are you doing, East?" she asked in a breathy voice. "I know we have just crossed into the more category, but I have known you my whole life, Dare. I have known that I wanted to spend every minute of every day with you by my side. Today only cemented it in for me. I don't have a ring yet, but I can't wait another minute to ask. Kacey Rose Daring, will you make me the happiest man in all of Wyoming and become my wife?" "Sawyer." Kacey reached out and pulled him up. "Say yes, Dare. Just say yes," he said with a trembling lip. "I can't lose you again. I can't." Kacey ended his plea with her answer, a kiss that said everything she wanted but couldn't find the words. A kiss that cemented their love for each other, in a way that made vows seem unnecessary. For this kiss held the depth of their love, the promise of their future, and the steadfastness of her cowboy. Epilogue. Sawyer finished typing the last word in his message. Before he hit send, he reread his words. He wanted to make sure he gave the right advice to the man asking for help. The poor guy. Everett had lost his memory, well, parts of it at least. He kept thinking his caretaker, Clara, was someone she wasn't. It created awkward situations as expected, though it sounded like Clara had an understanding heart, a lot like his Dare did. Sawyer hoped the guy found his peace in his situation, as gracefully as his Dare had. She still couldn't recall specific memories, but listening to her go through her childhood photo album with their son, you wouldn't believe it. Kacey had said that your brain can make stories into memories, so that's what she had done. She had taken the stories that he, her parents, her sister and friends had shared, and created a beautiful patchwork quilt of a beautiful life. Her optimism was truly inspiring. He glanced at the photo of them on their wedding day. It had sat beside his computer for the last 4 years. They hadn't waited long to get married. Sawyer had wanted her with him, and she wouldn't move in until they had said their vows. Some may have thought the short engagement wasn't enough, others felt like it had taken too long. Her parents had been ecstatic when they had announced it. They married at her parents' ranch, just like they had talked about on their first long ride after her accident. She didn't get a fancy dress, but a beautiful and simple white dress that seemed more country than princessy. He convinced her to let him wear a vest with a dress shirt and jeans. He still remembered her winking and saying, "As long as you wear that cowboy hat, you can wear whatever you want." They had wanted a small wedding with only their close friends and her parents, but when the townsfolk found out, they weren't hearing of it. Kacey had shrugged and reminded him they had her back during their ordeal. So their tiny family wedding turned into the entire town coming, and a potluck dinner that followed. Sawyer wouldn't have had it any other way. The day had been perfect and Kacey gorgeous. He really didn't care how it happened anyway, just that they confirmed they would spend the rest of their lives together. Sawyer still could remember his nervousness when he finally told Kacey of their big fight before she left for the city. He feared it might change her mind, but he also knew he would feel guilty if he never told her. "We had some angry words when you talked about leaving. When you came to say your final goodbye, I couldn't get my words out. So I kissed you without asking," he had said. Her response was so far from what he had expected that he couldn't respond for several seconds. Instead of getting angry, she had laughed and laughed. Finally she had said, "What a silly girl the old me was. And here I thought it was something huge and burdensome. It was just my silly pride getting in the way." Sarah was right. It was no big deal. Thinking of Sarah again, they had wished she and Joe could come to the wedding, but she had received a letter from Sarah explaining that they were in protective custody together. They would have to testify at the boss's trial, but he was looking at life, as were most of his men. Sawyer was happy that they were going to get what they deserved, and would leave Dare alone to live a carefree life. With Joe and Sarah together, he didn't worry about them near as much. The events that had finally gotten him and Kacey together had become a part of their past, but an integral part that had taught them to enjoy each moment together. He felt they did too. Since Mr. Daring had started talking about merging their ranches from day they announced their engagement, he and Kacey had worked alongside of each other. Well, until she had their Joey. She still did a lot, but now that their son could run, she chased him around more than actually worked the ranch. They were still working together, and it brought Sawyer comfort when he could look up and see his wife and son playing a few yards away. Now he pretty much ran both ranches with a half-dozen cowboys as full-time help. Though his responsibilities had increased dramatically, his overall workload had decreased with all the help. It was a dream come true. The biggest part of the dream was spending every day with his Dare. Her slippered feet shuffled in the doorway as she entered with a yawn. Sawyer clicked send and turned around to face his wife with a smile that he knew by now sent her right into his arms. She didn't disappoint, even though it had started to become awkward with her large belly. "Where are we going to put that computer of yours when number 2 here arrives?" she asked, rubbing her expanding belly. "Anywhere you allow me to," he said with a chuckle. "I was thinking we might want to build an addition." "An addition? Well, you did say you wanted lots of children." She laughed and raised herself back out of his lap. "Though right now 2 sounds about right." The 3rd trimester was difficult with Joey too. "So true. He was all boy though, bouncing off my ribs and using my bladder like a trampoline." She rubbed her belly again. "I think this one's a girl. She's much more relaxed." "Why don't we just find out? Then I could paint the room pink and decorate it with ponies," Sawyer said, a warmth growing in him with the thought of having a mini Dare running around. "Who says all girls like pink?" Sawyer shrugged. "I don't care what color I paint the room, as long as we are all together." He pulled her back into his arms, breathing in her scent and thanking the big guy for bringing them together. Kacey pushed one last time with everything she had, even letting out a big groan with the effort. Her baby slid out into the doctor's hands and was soon placed onto her belly. "It's a girl," her doctor said with a smile, while she briskly rubbed the tiny infant laying on her. A moment later, The baby let out a piercing cry, little arms and legs waving. Kacey cried and cradled her little girl in her arms. Sawyer bent down and kissed Kacey and then their daughter, still covered in birthing goo. She loved that he didn't care about the gore that went into giving birth. He had been by her side the entire way through, keeping her calm, encouraging her, and holding her hand the entire time. What would she do without him? They had spent their entire lives together, but it had taken being thrown into the side of the building, acquiring amnesia, and having her life threatened for her to finally see him as the man she wanted as more than her best friend. As horrific as those events were, and as much she had struggled with the loss of her memories, she couldn't help but feel it was all worth it to now be married to Sawyer. He had been the ideal husband, a patient father to their son, and she knew their little girl would have him wrapped around her tiny finger before she even started cooing. Kacey had accepted that she would never remember the past, embraced the present moment, and looked forward to the promising future. She had all the memory she needed. She would never forget that transition from friendship to more. How could a person get a more perfect marriage than marrying your best friend? For whatever came at her, she knew she could always count on her steadfast cowboy. Thank you for listening to Her Steadfast Cowboy, written by Danae Little. If you enjoyed Her Steadfast Cowboy, you will love the next unforgettable cowboy, Her Famous Cowboy.